Wednesday, we will have the singing of our national anthem today, led by the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, through patriot love, in all thy sons command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président, je prends la parole.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to emphasize the important work done by the University of Guelph in my riding of Prescott Russell, being the only francophone agricultural college in Ontario. They offer high-quality teaching and contribute to important research in agriculture and the environment. Recently, I had the honor of informing them of a $1 million funding from CETA that will allow the campus to work on a project to reduce poverty in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. What an excellent example of excellence in teaching in French, of agriculture, and international cooperation. I congratulate the campus for their successes and wish them great success with their foreign projects. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' Nutrition North program, created by the Minister of Health, has done nothing but increase the cost of groceries across northern Canada. From Labrador to the Yukon, people are paying outrageous prices for food. $16.29 for a can of beef ravioli, $13.39 for a box of spaghetti, $14.49 for a bag of muffin dust, $59.59 for a package of ground beef. Unlike the old food mail program, which subsidized the cost of shipping food north, Nutrition North subsidizes the cost of selling food, resulting in record profits for some northern grocery stores. Northerners have taken to the streets to protest this failure, including a march by Inuit to Parliament Hill, but no action by the Conservatives. Now, the legislatures of the Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut have voted unanimously to have the Auditor General investigate this program. When is this government going to listen to Northerners and fix the boondoggle?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Edmonton lost a favourite son last Saturday with the sad passing of John Barry after a long battle with cancer at the much too young age of 62. John's career in broadcasting spanned the country from Ontario to BC, and he's best remembered as the entertaining weatherman and local event commentator on CFRN TV in the 80s and 90s. John left the world of journalism in 1996 and became a celebrity chef and private caterer, appearing at local restaurants, community charity events, and soup kitchens around Edmonton. John could never say no to any charity. He emceed Klondike Days, acted as a judge for many charitable events, and became a fixture at any public event in our city. John was a big man with a bigger smile, an even bigger sense of humor, and an enormous heart. He was a man who simply wanted to make things better. John was a strong family man and a man of faith who will be deeply missed by his wife Myrna and their 3 children. Instead of the wind chill factor, all I have to worry about is rare, medium, or well done. And that suits me just fine, John told the Edmonton Journal in 2005. God led me here for a reason, and I'm here, and I'm loving it. John, we loved having you here too. Rest in peace, my friend.
The Honourable Member for London West.
I rise to pay tribute to partners in research on their 25th anniversary. In 1988, a small group of academic leaders in my city of London joined together to create a group dedicated to enhancing public understanding of the importance of health research in conquering diseases and improving quality of life. The methods Partners in Research uses to deliver its educational mandate has evolved. From schoolroom videotapes and annual research competitions to active tutorial videos to their flagship program, Virtual Research on Call, it uses state-of-the-art video conferencing to deliver leading scientists directly to the classroom. Last year, this program received a grant of almost $1 million from FedDev Ontario to enhance the scope of its activities. This past week, we honored several national scientists and researchers, including Western's own Dr. Elliot Phillipson. Kudos to Ron Calhoun, whose vision it was to make Partners in Research the critically acclaimed research group it is today. And thanks to Executive Director Kevin Kugler for his leadership, along with the volunteers, sponsors, and patrons who matter to Canada's research-intensive community.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 15 years, the Association of Progressive Muslims of Canada, led by Mr. Mobeen Khaja, has held a Canada Day Gala on June 30th. At the stroke of midnight, the group, representing all faiths and communities, cuts a cake and sings O Canada together. The mission of the association is to build understanding among different communities and faith groups in Canada. This year, the association is honouring the Mayor of Markham, Frank Scarpitti. I have had the privilege of working with Mayor Scarpitti in various capacities since my first election to this House in 2000. Mr. Speaker, this year Markham was declared Canada's most multicultural community, and I am deeply proud of this accomplishment. Again, I would like to thank the Association of Progressive Muslims of Canada for their efforts to further multiculturalism, and I would also like to offer congratulations for their continued success celebrating our great country.
Go Markham, go! The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today Engineers Without Borders will be meeting with parliamentarians to discuss ideas for improving Canada's development assistance. Engineers Without Borders is one example of a growing phenomenon in Canada. Young Canadians demonstrating passion and leadership in international development. In my own work on conflict minerals, I have been encouraged and inspired by the commitment of student and youth groups to this cause. Some are driven by environmental concerns, others by humanitarian motivations. All believe in the possibility of a better world. Today marks the anniversary of Nelson Mandela's imprisonment and the last Iranian election, two events that united global civil society in support of peace, democracy, and human rights. Today, we are reminded of the role that civil society, including youth, can play in creating political change. I hope that all members will join me in applauding their contributions.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, June 2nd was Cancer Survivor Day. I am a cancer survivor, but rest assured I'm not here to pay tribute to myself, but to honour those unsung heroes in the lives of most who endure this terrible disease. I'm talking about the loved ones, the mothers and fathers, siblings and friends, who must pray and wait as they support us through our trial. More particularly, for many of us, there is that certain someone, our significant other, our husbands and wives, who suffer as we suffer, but never leave our side. Though their love helps us more than they will ever know, sometimes they feel helpless, but never hopeless, and they never complain or think of themselves. So when you honor a victim or congratulate a survivor, please remember the loved ones who suffered with us. On behalf of cancer survivors, thank you to our loved ones, and especially to our spouses, in my case, my darling wife, who in my darkest hour gave me every reason to live. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
En tant que président de caucus parlementaire.
As the chair of a parliamentary committee, I am very pleased to speak to the House about the Tourism Week.
Join me in celebrating Tourism Week in Canada. Canada's $85 billion tourism industry is hard at work in communities from coast to coast to coast, fueling nearly 615,000 jobs. Through initiatives like our government's federal tourism strategy, we will continue to grow this important industry. Tourism Week in Canada also provides us with an opportunity to recognize the leaders who work tirelessly to promote our country. One of these leaders is the President and CEO of Banff Lake Louise Tourism, Julie Canning, who has been named one of the co-hosts of the 2013 Tourism Industry of Canada Congress, to be held in December at the Chateau Laurier. During this Tourism Week in Canada, I thank and applaud Julie for her service. She is certainly a wonderful ambassador for our country. And I encourage all Canadians and visitors from all over the world to see all that Canada has to offer.
Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, La Chine. Mr. Speaker, Iqbal Masih was a Pakistani child laborer who was sold as a slave at the age of 4 and spent 6 years of his life chained to a loom. In 1995, Iqbal was freed from these atrocious forced labor conditions. Iqbal moved on to action and denounced child labor. He became famous on the international scene, but unfortunately in 1995, Iqbal Masih was killed for having defended the rights of children. In 2010, there were still 215 million children, that's 1 out of 7, who work. Of all of these children, more than half are exposed to the worst forms of child labor in dangerous environments as slaves or in illegal activities. This child labor deprives children of their childhood, of their potential, their dignity, and their fundamental rights. On June 12th, every year we emphasize World Anti-Child Labor Day. I've dedicated my speaking time to the memory of Iqbal Masih and all young Canadians and organizations who daily fight against child labor. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, after having spent weeks defending the status quo in the Senate, the Liberal leader is now defending Senator Mac Harb, that the Toronto Star has even qualified as disgraced. The Liberal leader has told Globe and News recently that he would welcome Senator Harb back into the caucus. Moreover, the leader continues to author Liberal Senator Panna Merchant to sit in their caucus despite the uncertainty surrounding the foreign bank account of $1.7 million, at an account which she did not publicly declare according to the media as required by Senate rules. By coming to Mac Harb's defense and Panna Merchant's defense, the Liberal leader has proven once again that he does not have the judgment required to be the Prime Minister and is unable to manage such a situation. Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this time to congratulate an organization that is the Carrefour des Femmes of La Chute. Launched in 1983 thanks to a federal government grant. The Carrefour des Femmes has a mission to assist women by informing them of their rights and advising them of alternatives available to them to improve their lives. Over time, and at the request of participants, activities and services have flourished. As at the outset, women come once again to the Carrefour to end their isolation, to increase their awareness, and to become involved with other women. They become aware of their condition, develop their self-confidence, advocate for feminist thinking, and develop their potential, as well as contributing to their lives and to the environment. Bravo and long life to the Carrefour des Femmes of La Chute.
Honourable Member for Medicine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's apparent that in this House, our Conservative government stands alone in the fight against tax evasion. The NDP knowingly appointed a tax delinquent to be their revenue critic, and the Liberals won't answer for why one of their senators is reportedly a beneficiary of a multi-million-dollar offshore bank account. The leaders of the NDP and Liberals should explain to Canadians why they continue to protect these members over hard-working, law-abiding Canadian taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, paying taxes is a reasonably shouldered responsibility shouldered by all Canadians. Not paying your fair share is irresponsible, inconsiderate, and un-Canadian. The NDP and Liberals should demonstrate to Canadians that they take tax evasion seriously by ejecting these reported tax delinquents from the Liberal and NDP caucuses.
Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bailey Tarrant, a grade 9 student at Holy Name of Mary Academy in Lawn, in my riding of Random Buren St. George's. Bailey recently won an essay contest by the Marine Institute in St. John's, earning her the opportunity to participate in an Arctic expedition as a member of the Students on Ice program. This program makes it possible for young people to visit Canada's north, to learn about climate change and global warming, and their effect on Indigenous cultures. Bailey is not new to the environmental cause. Since 4th grade, she has been active in the school's Eco Kids program. This group of dedicated youth has led the way in their hometown of Lon, encouraging family and friends to make lifestyle changes that will help the environment. In 2011, they were awarded a Marine Institute Eco Champs Award and were recently presented with a $25,000 computer lab by Staples Canada. I ask all members to join me in recognizing Bailey Tarrant and all members of Eco Kids for their efforts in making a difference, not only in their community, but in the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yukon.
The leader of the Liberal Party is in way over his head. Every statement he makes about the Senate is more outrageous than the last. To summarize, for those who may not already know, the Liberal leader started out by completely ignoring Senator Panna Merchant's reported $1.7 million offshore account. And the Liberal senator is still part of the Liberal caucus to this day. Then the Liberal leader forgot that when you speak to one region of the country, modern technology ensures that the rest of the country will hear what you say. To the shock of all Canadians, he said that he believes the Senate should stay exactly the way it is because it benefits us while talking to Quebec reporters. And finally, media are now reporting that Liberal Senator Macharb owes up to $200,000 in ineligible housing claims. The Liberal leader, however, thinks that Macharb should absolutely be part of the Liberal caucus. When it comes to the Senate and his reaction, the Liberal leader is in over his head. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, because the Conservatives betray their Conservative values and because they're fed up with being trained seals for the Prime Minister's office, the member for Edmonton St. Albert left the Conservative caucus, but they didn't learn their lesson, far from it. They kept the same anti-transparency obsession. There are many examples rather than answering questions in the House. Diversion tactics, scrum with the Prime Minister that lasted 3 minutes and 57 seconds. We're going to send a video of the PM playing his comedian, and that'll calm them down. Shiny objects. They take us all for idiots. They're in the possession of a check from Nigel Wright to Mike Duffy, but it's not in the interest of the little people to disclose this. They won't understand, said the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence, but at the same time his colleague from Nepean is contradicting him. Canadians were going to realize that they deserve better. They deserve an ethical option. People who won't let power go to their heads. In 2015, that'll be the NDP.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Canadians of Filipino heritage celebrate an important date in the history of their community. 115 years ago, the Filipino people, under the leadership of Emilio Aguinaldo, proclaimed independence from Spanish colonial rule. Today, Canada is proud to be home to one of the largest Filipino communities in the world. Last year, Canada welcomed a record number of immigrants, visitors, and students from the Philippines, with the number of immigrants increasing 146% since 2004. Canadians of Filipino heritage have made enormous contributions towards building our country. In 2012, our Prime Minister traveled to the Philippines and met with President Benigno Aquino, a historic moment in the relationship between our two countries. Mr. Speaker, today and in the coming weeks, Filipinos across the country will celebrate Independence Day with family and friends, including here on Parliament Hill and in my city of Mississauga. On behalf of our Conservative caucus, I invite all Canadians to join in wishing all Filipino Canadians a happy Philippine Independence Day. Mabuhay! Mabuhay!
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Yesterday, the Minister for Heritage said that the Conservatives did not, and I quote, have access to a personal check by Nigel Wright. But today, we learn that the Prime Minister in Europe is indicating that he actually does have access to the check, but he's refusing to make it public. How can the Conservatives explain this contradiction? Does the Prime Minister's office have access to the $90,000 check? Yes or no?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Tout simplement no, Mr.
Quite simply, no, Mr. Speaker. It's not what the Prime Minister said in Europe today. What he stressed was that we have an independent process that is underway to look at this issue with the Ethics Commissioner, along with the RCMP, and with the Auditor General. They are looking at this file, and if they want to have the documents associated with these issues, they can certainly have access to those documents. There is a process. It's very clear. It's an independent process from the government, and no, Mr. Speaker, we do not have access to a personal check by Mr. Wright, the Leader of the Opposition.
What's now clear is that they actually do have access to a check. The Prime Minister stood in this House and said, quote, "There's no check from the Prime Minister's office." He said that he only knew that Nigel Wright used a personal check because it was, quote, "a matter of public record," and because, quote, "that's what Mr. Wright told him." It doesn't add up, and it's well past time for some straight answers. If the Prime Minister does not have a copy of the check, why won't he just say so clearly himself? Why is the Prime Minister dodging this question? What's he hiding?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Speaker, I just said it very clearly. We do not have access to a private personal check by Nigel Wright. We don't have access to it. It's just the reality. What the Prime Minister has said is that there is, of course, an independent process that has access to any documents that they require in order to answer the questions that the public have about this matter. We've been very clear, as has the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister likes doing imitations. Why doesn't he try imitating an accountable Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, on another subject, the Parliament...
Order. 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 The Honourable Minister of Canadian... Oh, yes, of course, sorry. It's June. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor. I'd appreciate members, if they wish to answer the question, they can feel free to answer, but I'd like them to hold off till the leader's finished putting the question. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We know why they find it so difficult. There are no Conservative role models of an accountable Prime Minister to imitate.
Very good.
The Parliamentary Budget Officer is there to provide non-partisan information to all parliamentarians. The law states that the selection process has to be independent. We've just found out that another Conservative Party hatchet man, the Chief of Staff to the Government House Leader, has been named to the committee to choose the next PBO that will finally be acceptable to the Conservative Party. Does he really think Canadians will put up with that?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is quite wrong. The process that is being followed is exactly the same process that was followed before. In fact, it's a process that is set out into the in law in the Parliament of Canada Act. It, of course, requires that the selection committee be formed and chaired by the parliamentary librarian. That is the requirement of the law. And our government, of course, put in place the position of Parliamentary Budget Officer, and we look forward to the appointment of an objective Parliamentary Budget Officer who can provide the advice to parliamentarians on the legislation that's before us so that we can make reasoned decisions on the proposals we're dealing with.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, let's keep talking about this botched process to replace the Parliamentary Budget Officer when the Chief of Staff of the Government House Leader is on the hiring committee. The latter automatically loses its independence. Kevin Page said that the selection process should have started over again from scratch. Why not start it all over with the help of a committee comprising truly independent members? The Honourable Government House Leader. The process is the same. To pick the first parliamentary budget officer.
The statute actually sets out exactly what the process is. It's in Section 79.13, and it reads as follows. The Governor and Council may select the Parliamentary Budget Officer from a list of 3 names submitted in confidence through the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons by a committee formed and chaired by the Parliamentary Librarian. The Parliamentary Librarian has followed the statute. It's the same process as before. We look forward to the appointment of a new Parliamentary Budget Officer.
The member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, at the request of the NDP, the Parliamentary Budget Officer started drafting a report about the impact of budget cuts on the programs and services that Canadians rely on, but this has been stonewalled by the government. Previously, Conservatives supported this bill to strengthen the PBO. In a few minutes, the House will vote on this. Will the Conservatives support the bill, or will they flip-flop and vote against the NDP's attempts to improve fiscal transparency?
The Honourable President of the Treasury.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me say a couple of things. First of all, this government continues to provide the interim PBO with the information she requires to do her job according to the statute. The second thing I'd say is we on this side are not going to vote for a bill that gives the Senate more power. Here's a leader of the opposition that says he wants to abolish the Senate. The first thing he does in his private member's bill is give the Senate more power. We stand opposed.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, when this House rises, the government will have deliberately left crucial questions answered. On the $90,000 check, unanswered, on the $90,000 check, and the Prime Minister...
Order. The Honourable Member for Papineau has the floor. We need a little bit of order. The Honourable Member for Papineau.
The unanswered questions are as follows. What was the secret agreement? Will they release the correspondence? When did the PMO tell Mike Duffy not to cooperate with the Deloitte audit? But most of all, why? What real reason did Nigel Wright give the Prime Minister for cutting that $90,000 check to Mike Duffy?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the first half of the first rendition of this question, where he said our government has indeed answered these questions. But also what's important to note, Mr. Speaker, is when the House indeed does rise, our government will be very proud of not only the questions we've answered, but the actions we've delivered for Canadians. Just yesterday, we passed Bill S2 to provide Aboriginal women with equal rights to non-Aboriginal women in this country. It was reported equally last week. Great news for all Canadians. It was reported last week by Stats Canada. The Canadian economy has created over 1 million new jobs since the government started. So, on all these questions and on all these answers, we're proud to go into summer standing up as proud.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Just more spin, Mr. Speaker, and bluster and blunder, not answers. Answers to those or to these. How could the PMO put out a statement on May the 14th on the deal when May the 15th, the Prime Minister still said he didn't know about the check? Secondly, why did the PM give Nigel Rice his full confidence instead of firing him on the spot? When will the government release a copy of the check? But mostly, why? Why the excuse of wanting to repay the taxpayers doesn't jive? What real reason did Nigel Wright give for writing that check?
Order. There's still far too much noise while members are putting the question, while ministers are answering. Members have to come to order. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
But first, the real question is, can I have the last 30 seconds of my life back? Look, the leader of the Liberal Party puts forward a number of questions. Indeed, those questions have been answered by the Prime Minister directly and indeed by myself. But, we have our own questions for the leader of the Liberal Party. Does he still believe, for example, that Canadians who don't speak both of Canada's official languages are lazy? Does the Liberal Party leader still believe that the Senate should not be reformed because, quote, it benefits the province of Quebec? Does the leader of the Liberal Party still believe that it's okay for Liberal Senator Matt Harb to owe $50,000 back in payments that he took from taxpayers and be welcomed back as a Liberal member of their caucus?
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, no answers. The real question remains, why? No one buys the pathetic excuse by the Chief of Staff who gave a $90,000 check to a parliamentarian, supposedly to save taxpayer money. There were other ways to do that. What is the real reason that Nigel Wright gave the Prime Minister for having cut a $90,000 check to Mike Duffy? Why? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we've already answered those questions very clearly. There are other very simple questions that we will look for.
The motion, and we are indeed very curious for the leader of the Liberal Party to answer his own questions on his expenses on the taxpayers' dime, and whether or not he did indeed put taxpayers at the cost of him traveling to his speaking events, whether or not taxpayers were footed the bill for the Liberal leader in his private speaking business while he was a member of Parliament, and did he indeed bill taxpayers for the cost of his speaking tours while he had the worst voting attendance record of any leader in this House?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for comments I made yesterday comparing certain Liberal and Conservative senators to Caligula's horse. To be fair, the horse was a resident of Rome. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Bruce Carson showed up. He said he was surprised that the Prime Minister didn't know about the check. Now, this convicted fraudster swears this payout would never have happened on his watch. It's pretty bad when even the jailbirds aren't buying your story. So why won't the Conservatives just come clean and show us the check?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear on this, as has the Prime Minister. We do not have access to a personal check of Nigel Wright. That's just a simple fact of the matter. But if the member opposite wants to talk about showing us the check, can those NDP members of Parliament who aren't paying their taxes show taxpayers their checks?
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. He's going to have a lot of practice for 2015 when he will be on asking questions all the time if he keeps his seat. Mr. Speaker, they can't get their story straight over there. We had the parliamentary secretary who claimed that the secret Conservative Party fund was carefully scrutinized by Elections Canada. This is what he said. There are absolutely rules. Elections Canada has very meticulous, very detailed rules. But that's not true. Former Elections Canada head John Pierre Kingsley said there are no rules of any kind. So why are they refusing to turn over the information about what that fund does?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Transport.
Speaker, there is a Conservative Party of Canada fund. It pays for all Conservative Party of Canada expenses. It is filed with Elections Canada every single year, and it is also audited annually. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
The Senate subcommittee that's reviewing expenses has known for a year and a half about problems with Pamela Wallen's travel claims. Yet the Conservatives and Liberals ganged up to keep it a secret. Only now is Senator Wallen being fully audited. If the Senate first learned about these suspicious claims at the end of 2011, when did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office first learn about problems with Senator Wallen's expenses?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
The NDP and indeed we agree that there should have been an independent audit of the Senate, and that is in fact what's happening. The Auditor General is looking into this matter, as is the Ethics Commissioner. But of course, on all these questions of expenses, our government and the senators on the government side in the Senate have put forward 11 measures to ensure the taxpayers' money is protected on the question of expenses. But on the question of Senator Wallen and on Senator Duffy, these questions will be answered by an independent process that the opposition called for and that we indeed agree with and led on, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
So senators knew for a year and a half, but no one thought to tell the boss? Seriously? Senator Kachuk knew there was an issue with Pamela Wallen's expenses at the end of 2011. Senator Stewart also knew there was an issue in the fall of 2012. But it took until the spring of 2013 for an audit to finally be conducted. Senior Conservative senators knew about these problems, so why did they cover it up? Why didn't they say anything?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
As I just finished saying, Mr. Speaker, of course, we have put in place those measures on expenses the taxpayers have been asking for, and there is an independent audit that is going forward. And I would say, and I know my colleague opposite shares the sentiment. She mentioned Senator Tkachuk. Nothing has been said about him in this House, but I think it's an important sentiment that we all in this House agree with, that we do indeed wish him all the best as he fights cancer, and we wish him a speedy recovery.
The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petit Patrie.
Little too late.
18 months ago, Liberals and Conservatives in the Senate received information about the problematic expenses by Wallin, so automatically the leaders of both caucuses must have known. But they preferred to cover up the information to protect their friends. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is taking advantage of his escape to Europe to say no, he wouldn't make public the $90,000 check. The member for Ajax says it would not be in the public interest to publish it either. This does not respect the public, it doesn't hold water, and it leads to doubt. Will they finally listen to reason and produce the damn check? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. First of all, Mr. Speaker, as I said in English and in French, that is not at all what the Prime Minister said in Europe. He said very clearly that this was a private check by Mr. Wright. That is the case. We don't have access to a private check. With regard to the process, Mr. Speaker, that is now underway with the Auditor General. This is exactly what taxpayers deserve in our country. There will be real answers and actions, the actions that we have taken with the 11 measures to protect the interests of taxpayers. The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petit Patrie. The member is here in the House contradicting his own Prime Minister, and I don't think the latter will appreciate that. The Prime Minister insinuated what he said in Europe, in fact, is that he had decided not to make the check public. So this implies that he has access to it, that he knows where it is. So, once and for all, can the Prime Minister, a member of his staff, do they have a copy of the check, yes or no? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. For the 5th time, Mr. Speaker, very clearly, the answer is no.
Mr. Speaker, today is day 457 of this government's inaction on amendments to the Canada Elections Act. After announcing back in April he was finally about to table the bill, the minister then did an about-face, hours after meeting with the Conservative caucus. What happened at that Conservative caucus to cause the minister to put this bill on ice? And will he finally table the bill before we rise this summer? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, elections reform is something our government takes very seriously, and that is why we are taking the time to ensure that we get it right. Mr. Speaker, we committed to introducing legislation in this regard, and we will.
Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, well, they say they're going to take the time to do everything, but really the legislation has to be tabled soon if we want the rules to be enforced before the next elections. On Tuesday, April 16, 2013, 57 days ago, the Minister for Democratic Reform said the government was pleased to announce that on Thursday it would present comprehensive legislation. 8 Thursdays have passed since. So it's Groundhog Day over and over and over again. Still not a shadow of a law. The Minister, will he stop hesitating and table the bill in the House? Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, as we have committed, we will introduce legislation to reform elections reform. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, it's all becoming quite ridiculous. They're dragging their feet with regard to election reform, just as they're doing with regard to Senate reform. They're telling tales to get out of the scandal. So the Prime Minister says one thing, the Minister for Heritage says another, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transportation contradict themselves. If they could try to just tell the truth for once and for all, they could get their story straight. Why are the Conservatives unable, quite simply, to be transparent and to tell the truth? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I answered the leader of the NDP and other MPs in the opposition very clearly. The NDP is in favour of immediate reform. Then we could unanimously pass the legislation on Senate reform today. propose the motion will pass it.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Election laws are in place to ensure that Canada's elections are clean, transparent and fair. But the Conservative Party doesn't seem to care if they break every election law in the books. From the overspending by the Conservative MPs for St. Boniface and Selkirk Interlake, to the member for Mississauga Brampton South on her troubles with her expenses. Can the government tell us if there's any other Conservative MP under investigation by Elections Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the member likes to grandstand his use of the word, quote, transparency. When his leader went around the country taking money away from charities to do the job that all of us in this room are already paid to do. People across this chamber, from all parties, are paid as parliamentarians to speak to charitable groups and community associations as part of our job as parliamentarians. The leader of the Liberal Party double-dipped and took a second payment while he was recording one of the worst attendance records on the floor of the House of Commons. That's not transparency, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Avalon.
There's a pattern here, Mr. Speaker, when this parliamentary secretary
Order. Order. The honourable member for Avalon.
From the Conservatives' highly illegal accounting schemes during the in-out scandal to Peter the Cheater Panashaway's illegal campaign returns, Mr. Speaker, it has been 1 year since the member for Peterborough dared to show up to an ethics committee because of his unethical and illegal returns. But he is still the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister. Why is he still the right-hand man to the Prime Minister when the Prime Minister's chief of staff had to resign?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister shows up and works hard and delivers for his constituents. That is in stark contrast to the Liberal leader who has one of the very worst attendance records on the floor of the House of Commons. He doesn't show up for work here, even though he's paid to do so. He takes paid salaried time to go and take money from charities and other organizations that Canadians expect parliamentarians to reach out to as part of their jobs. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House where we serve the public, on that side they serve themselves.
Honourable member for Saint Laurent Archeville. Mr. Speaker, you can hear the extent to which they're afraid of the new Liberal leader. To the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, since free trade negotiations with Europe seem to be in the final sprint, and since they will affect, among other things, local purchasing and the cost of drugs, can the Minister provide assurance that the provinces have been adequately informed and consulted with these last-minute negotiations, since under our Constitution they must agree for a ratified treaty to be implemented in their areas of jurisdiction? Or will the Minister let the government once again be nonchalant in its dealings with the provinces?
Secretary to the Minister of Trade.
Mr. Speaker, through you, the provinces and the municipalities have been involved in the negotiations since the beginning. They continue to be involved. They're at the table, and they're briefed regularly.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
3 people lost their lives in the Veer crash in Burlington. Yesterday, I asked the Conservative to stop ignoring Transportation Safety Board's recommendation, take action to put safety first. I didn't get an answer, so today I'm giving the Conservative another chance. Yesterday, I submitted a motion to the House to immediately mandate automatic braking system be installed in all trains. Will the Minister support this motion, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And naturally, our thoughts and prayers go to the family and the families who have had loved ones lose their lives in that tragic derailment. The Minister has been tasked, the Advisory Council on Rail Safety, to look at what can be done, and he is taking the advice of the Council, and we are going to suggest bringing in recording devices so that we will know how these locomotives operate. I wish the member wouldn't politicize this.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of State for Transport seems to have said a few egregious things in response to my question yesterday. After having stated that he read the recommendations of the TSB, he said that his department encouraged the installation of recording devices, but encouraging isn't enough. They have to be mandatory for safety. The other outrageous thing that he said was when he answered about automatic braking systems. He said there are stricter penalties for those who break the rules. But isn't the minister's role to prevent accidents? So when will there be mandatory measures in terms of railway safety? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, first of all, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of the victims of this tragic derailment. The technology of which the Honourable Member is speaking is being implemented in the United States. There are problems with the application of this technology, and we are monitoring this with a great deal of interest. Here in Canada, Via Rail will be installing recording devices in all its trains, and that will be completed in 2014. We have also put in place protections for whistleblowers who have seen problems so that we can prevent accidents in future. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, on another topic, the report from the Wait Times Alliance clearly shows that the Conservative government's strategy in matters of health is not working. Our military personnel, our veterans, and Aboriginal peoples are not receiving the care they need and to which they are entitled within an acceptable period of time. So will the minister take her responsibility seriously and work with the provinces in order to put in place an effective plan to reduce wait times? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we respect the provinces and the territories' jurisdictions in the area of health care. To help the provinces and the territories, we have issued a funding of $6.5 billion. For example, our government also invested $30 million for research in community-based primary care that will also help improve access to care and will reduce costs for the provinces and the territories. We're also providing long-term stable funding arrangements that will see transfers increase up to $40 billion. Under the previous government, we also had cuts to health care in the provinces and territories. Our government will continue to work with the provinces and territories in addressing this issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Sir, apparently this minister is completely ignoring this report. The fact is, Conservatives came to power on a promise to reduce key wait times for medical care. But now, 7 years later, Canadians are waiting just as long, if not longer. Lack of long-term care, home care, and affordable prescriptions are all contributing factors, as noted in the report. So can the minister explain why the Conservatives have failed to reduce wait times and what they're going to do now to fix this broken promise that they made to Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is making record investments in health care, including new e-health initiatives I announced some time ago. Do you know, with our record, it's Canadians who pay for those taxes. When members of the NDP caucus don't pay for their taxes, it takes money away from services Canadians value, like health care. It's bad enough that they vote against health care investments, but now we know that some members of their caucus aren't even paying their fair share of the taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown,
Mr. Speaker, in a remote Aboriginal community, when it's the middle of the night and it's 30 degrees below zero, and a woman has been violently assaulted, it is absolutely necessary that she receives the same protection as all other Canadians. Absolutely. That's exactly why our government introduced Bill S2, which will allow enforcement of emergency protection orders. But yesterday, the Liberal leader shamefully whipped his caucus to vote against it. Can the Minister for the Status of Women please update this House on the difference between our government's position and the Liberals?
The Honourable Minister for the Status.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that women in the Liberal Party and the NDP Party would never give up these rights themselves, that in the same breath they're denying to Aboriginal women. So my question is, why is it okay? Why are they entitled to these rights and Aboriginal women are not?
That's right.
On this side of the House, we stand with Aboriginal women and we will make sure that they receive the same rights and the same protections as all other Canadians.
For Rimouski, Neja Tamuskata order.
Honourable member for Rimouski, Neja Tamuskata Bass. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is desperately casting around for good news so that people stop talking about the scandals that are undermining his government. So for him, a good news would be signing a free trade agreement with Europe. But to do so, he has to make concessions. So we learned yesterday that he had caved on investment thresholds for foreign takeovers of Canadian companies. Now, when you're negotiating in desperation, that's never good news. So what new concessions is the Prime Minister about to make in the free trade agreement with Europe? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, any suggestion that the free trade negotiations are over is patently false. The reality is we continue to get closer, both the European Union and their demands and Canada and our demands. We continue to get closer on negotiating an agreement, but we're not there yet. We're after an agreement, Mr. Speaker, that will be high quality. We'll judge this agreement on the quality of the agreement, not on a timetable.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we'll judge that deal based on competence. And all we're seeing from this government is incompetence on the trade file. Mr. Speaker, we want to see a trade deal with Europe, but in any negotiations, desperation is a bad advisor, and the Conservatives' bargaining stance reeks of it. We're hearing reports from the Prime Minister in Europe right now that he's offering concessions left, right, and centre. Yeah. Is the Prime Minister bargaining to get a good deal for Canada, or is he offering the EU whatever it wants just so we can get a deal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Trade.
Mr. Speaker, it's always great to welcome the NDP back to the trade file. We know that they're anti-trade. Their position's been pretty consistent in that. They seldom veer from that. However, we welcome them back. The reality is we're negotiating a high-quality 21st century agreement. We're only going to settle an agreement if it's in the best interest of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
This week, Canadians learned of the Conservative plan to contract out the digitization of content at the Library and Archives Canada. Now, this follows layoffs of employees who were responsible for digitizing content. And then there's the online portal where Canadians will now have to pay to access the archive. Mr. Speaker, the archive belongs to all Canadians. Will the Minister now confirm whether or not Canadians will be charged to access our National Archive?
Bravo. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that individual Canadians should have to pay to access their archives. I agree with the member opposite in that regard. But what's interesting is the member opposite is against the digitization of library and archives because, frankly, it may mean that the union of employees at the library and archives might actually get smaller. But, you know, our job is to ensure that Canadians have access to library and archives when and where they live and in the digital format that they want it to be in. It's about serving Canadians, not serving the unions. And the digitization of our archives is important for all Canadians so Canadians can better understand their personal and our collective history.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Père-Boucher. That was great figure skating. They're planning to double bill people to access the archives, and all the minister can say is that we'll wait for the National Archivist to be appointed before they do anything. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives told us that the solution to Library and Archives Canada was to digitize the content, but half of the layoffs done recently were of employees responsible for digitizing content, and now that they lack employees, they want to subcontract Canadiana to set up a paywall. So will Canadians, yes or no, have to pay for content that they already own?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I already answered this question in English, and my answer is the same in French. Yes, we are immensely proud of our policy and our investments and our approach to promote the history of Canada. Yes, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I announced 9 specific investments and steps to celebrate, promote, and protect the history of Canada. And we must constantly move in that direction with the leadership of Library and Archives Canada, with the new Museum of Canadian History, because we're working towards the 150th anniversary of Canada.
Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the surveillance by HoC of Canadians' personal communications prompts a lot of questions. How much surveillance is acceptable? Who can have access to this data in Canada and abroad? When should this data be automatically destroyed? Who is watching the watchers? Canadians' privacy is at risk, Mr. Speaker. So when is Parliament going to study this important matter?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me answer the Honourable Member's question. Who's watching the watchers? The CSE Commissioner? The Privacy Commissioner? The Auditor General, Mr. Speaker? All of them have given CSE a clean bill of health. And, Mr. Speaker, I refer my honourable friend to the report, which is tabled in Parliament, which speaks to the practices and the process which is followed by this important organization. And let's not forget, let's not lose sight of what they do. What they do, Mr. Speaker, is protect Canadians. They do so in accordance with the law. They do so when it comes to the gathering of foreign intelligence, which is actually a threat to this country.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has absolutely no regard for the privacy rights of Canadians. They have no answers for the biggest loss of personal information in Canadian history. They've been found violating the privacy of First Nations children's advocate Cindy Blackstock, and now we've learned that Canada's electronic eavesdropping agency has been tracking Canadians' emails and phone calls. Ordinary Canadians. Why is this government violating the privacy of Canadians instead of protecting it?
Right.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Let me repeat for the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, and members present, that CSEC is in fact prohibited by law from directing its activities at Canadians anywhere in the world or any person in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I again refer the member to the same report wherein the Commissioner of CSEC says, quote, I found that the new policies and procedures were comprehensive and contained satisfactory measures to protect the privacy of Canadians. This same Commissioner is meeting with the Privacy Commissioner tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. The report is there. It's tabled annually in Parliament. I invite the member to take the time to read it.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lévis-Kaskaskia-Ville-du-Loup. Despite an agreement with the Environment Canada, the Marine Mammal Monitoring Network is still waiting for a simple signature from the Minister of the Environment to maintain its activities this summer. It's mid-June, and the personnel could be laid off in a few days. The absence of observers on the river could cause difficulties for tourism companies who have to show that their activities don't harm whales. So both the tourism industry and the environment are endangered in the lower St. Lawrence. Will the minister sign to award this funding, or will he wait till the whales have left the river?
Minister.
The Honourable
Environment.
Monsieur le Président, l'industrie.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. This is very important, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to invest in the Canadian Tourism Commission. As concerns this specific case, we know that to attract tourists to Canada, there is a certain way of going about it, and that is by promoting the tourism industry with the Canadian Tourism Commission, and that is what we were doing, Mr. Speaker, and I would like my colleague to support us. The Honourable Member for Bois-Salaberry. That completely lacks consistency, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives are not satisfied with dismantling the Environmental Protection Network. So because of the government's delay in awarding funding to the Marine Mammal Observation Network, the number of employees needed to observe endangered species has dropped. So what's the Conservatives' magic bullet? Well, we don't have to worry anymore about endangered species disappearing. Will the minister make up for these unacceptable administrative delays, or is he going to sit idly by and watch the species disappear? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we consider many hundreds of grant and contribution applications under our Habitat Stewardship Program. I am not familiar with the status of this particular application at the moment, but I'll endeavour to get the details and to deliver them to my colleagues across the House.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on economic growth because we know it is critical for reducing poverty around the world. Yesterday, the World Bank President, Dr. Jim Young Kim, called on the end of extreme global poverty by 2030 and said we cannot reach our goal without the private sector. Can the Minister for International Cooperation please update this House on what Canada is doing to help encourage private sector-led development?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, our government announced 3 new initiatives to encourage private sector-led growth, including support for a World Bank facility that would provide insurance for projects that help support economic growth and reduce poverty. Canadians can be very proud of these initiatives and these investments. In fact, World Bank President Dr. Jim Young Kim said these investments, and I quote, will help rebuild fragile economies, which creates good jobs and helps people lift themselves out of poverty. We are very grateful to our Canadian partners. Mr. Speaker, while the NDP protests the value and worth of engaging private sector, we will continue to help create jobs and growth for those most in need in impoverished countries.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court was clear that insight saves lives, ordered the federal government to keep it open and to allow for new sites across Canada. In response, the health minister tables legislation making it near impossible to create new sites. And the Conservative Party sends a letter, a fundraising letter, urging communities and fear-mongering, asking them to block sites. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary for Transport tells us that the PM is head of the Conservative Party. Does the PM condone this letter? And will he admit his bill is a sham?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that it's important that local voices be heard before decisions are made to put supervised drug consumption sites where illegal drugs are used in neighborhoods, and that is why I was proud to announce that we have introduced a Respect for Communities Act, which makes certain that local voices are heard. We don't think a supervised drug consumption site should be created in a residential neighborhood without the input of the residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today we heard disturbing news that CBC reporters Derek Stoffel and Sasha Petrusik were detained in Istanbul. I'm just wondering if the government can update us on their status and what is happening and what they're doing to help them.
The Honourable Minister of State for Council Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, appreciate the member raising this important matter. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has spoken personally with the Turkish ambassador to express his concern about the arrest of these 2 journalists and also about the ongoing situation in Turkey. Mr. Speaker, Canadian officials are in touch both with the CBC and have met with the 2 detained journalists. The Turkish ambassador has assured us that the 2 journalists are safe and well treated, and will continue to liaise at the highest levels until this matter is resolved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since 2009, over 1 million net new jobs have been created under our government's strong economic and Mr. Speaker, our commitment to jobs and growth does not stop at the door of Aboriginal communities. When it comes to finding and keeping a good job, we all agree that First Nations youth should have the same opportunities as all Canadians. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs please tell the House about the government's income assistance reform for First Nations communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Honourable Member's question, his hard work on the Standing Committee, and his commitment to this issue. We know that Aboriginals, and youth in particular, represent a tremendous opportunity to address some of Canada's labour needs, and that's why we're taking action to equip First Nations youth with personalised job skills and career coaching for real jobs that are in demand. And we're not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. We will provide these youth with on-the-job supports they need to keep their jobs, to stay employed. Unfortunately, the Leader of the NDP continues to oppose these measures. Despite his anti-job socialist agenda, we will continue to create jobs for Aboriginal Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, flooding has recently hit the city of Granby in my riding very hard. There has been major damage, and the city is not certain that it has enough funding to repair the infrastructure. The recent Conservative cuts to municipal infrastructure funding complicate things even further. My question is simple. Will the Conservative government pledge to assist the city of Granby for its infrastructure, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we already have in place excellent federal programs that help to fund infrastructure in communities across Canada. If the Honourable Member has a particular project in mind, I would encourage him to contact us and to share the information that he has, and we are always here to help Canadians in need. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Métis. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Canadian Heritage had promised just before his announcement that the new programs promoting history would not involve interference in Quebec instruction. And yet, by offering bursaries directly to teachers and students who show an interest in celebrating the history of Canada, the Minister is ignoring the Quebec school curriculum and clearly wants to circumvent the purpose of this course, to celebrate rather than instructing with a critical mind. If the Minister really wants to promote the learning of history, why doesn't he help Quebec improve its courses by increasing the level of transfers for education to the index levels of 1994? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. First, we have already increased the transfers to provinces for education. And secondly, yes, we fully respect the provincial jurisdiction in terms of education. But my colleague should also know, Mr. Speaker, that there are already prizes for science teachers and for students across Canada, and we are certainly going to promote and celebrate the heritage of Canada and to celebrate our teachers and students who want to learn more about history. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that a member from the Bloc Québécois is for this, because it shows that what is good for Quebec is good for Canada.
Today, the Honourable Member for Toronto Centre is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you would find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House condemns the arrest and the detention of two CBC journalists, Sasha Petricek and Derek Stoffel, in Turkey, and calls on the Turkish authorities to release them immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pledge of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Pursuant to the order made on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2013, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-480 under private member's business. What's that? Point of order. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on a point of order.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I thought I'd signaled point of order before you began to call the vote. I apologize for being slightly out of turn. But following on yesterday's wonderful display of solidarity on behalf of Canadian taxpayers, adopting the motion from the Honourable Member, Opposition House Leader, if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the Board of Internal Economy investigate members' possible use of the travel points system for the purpose of participating in by-election campaigns during or immediately preceding the writ period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There's no consent. Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Pilon, seconded by Mr. Blanchette, moves that Bill C-480, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, funeral arrangements, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Pilon.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Comartin. Mr. Adamanenko. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Melo. Monsieur Tremblay. Monsieur Chicoine. Monsieur Dion-Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine. Madame Reynaud. Monsieur Genet. Mr. Benskin. Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle. Madame Saint-Denis. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Bellavance. Madame Morani. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Patry. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Giguère. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Choquette. Monsieur Rousseau. Madame Lou. Mr. Sandou. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Mr. Rankin. Mrs. Sabaïsan. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Latendresse. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Nichols. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Valeria. Mr. Shue. Mr. Casey. Ms. Jones.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Papillon. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravigna. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Madame Piclet. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Maille. Mr. Thibault. Monsieur Larose. Mr. Cutler. Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Iking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Karagianis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Scrow.
Second row on my left.
Madame Ayala. Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta. Mr. Kelway. Madame Brosseau. Madame Gorguet. Madame Turmel. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Chisholm. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Scott. Monsieur Bélanger. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Bennett.
Première rangée.
Ms.
First row.
Madame Day. Mr. Alan Wellen. Mr. Godin. Ms. Chow. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Mulcair. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona. Madame Perrault. Mr. Martin. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour. Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. DeVolan. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Rathgaber.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr.
Fourth row.
Ms. Crockett. Mr. Zimmer.
Third row.
Mr. Straw. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Williamson.
Second row.
Mr. Leeson. Mr. Opitz. Mr. Seaback.
Première rangée.
First row.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Richards. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Cedar Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Mr. Adler. Mr. Albus. Mrs. Ambler. Mr. Aspen. Madame Bateman. Mr. Butt. Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Chizu. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Gill. Mr. Hayes. Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. Tote. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. McColeman. Ms. Young, Vancouver South. Post. Fourth row. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Watson. Mr. Allen Tobec Mactaquac. Mr. Brown-Berry. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mr. Albrecht. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braid. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hobart. Mr. Holder. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Lobb.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown-Leeds Grenville. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Chung. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Alexander. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Gauguin. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Lemieux. Mrs. Troupe. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Adams. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leung. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Decker. Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings. Monsieur Lauzon. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Benoit. Mr. Brightright. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal. Mr. Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Gossard. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Oblonsky. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret. Mr. Anders. Mr. Vellacott. Mr. Reid. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Sorensen.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fantino. Monsieur Lebel. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Coquitlam. Mrs. Aglukak. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kent. Mr. Blaney. Ms. Raitt. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Hillier. Back to Mr. Schellenberger.
Yeas pour 130, 130. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion defeated. The House now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-470. The honourable member for Perth Middlesex rising on a point of order.
I think I was counted as Mr. Sorensen in the first time. I know I look a lot younger than I really am, but Mr. Sorensen is not here. I can't say that.
I can assure the honourable member that the accuracy, it will be reflected, yes. Anyway, the question is as follows. Mr. Mulcair, seconded by Ms. Nash, moved that Bill C-476, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Budget Officer, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. All those on my left in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair. Mr. Comartin. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Jacob. Mr. Nunez-Melo. Mr. Tremblay. Mr. Chicoine. Mr. Dion-Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Mr. Genet. Mr. Benskin. Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Mr. Rathgaber. Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Bellavance. Madame Morani. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Patry. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rang.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Choquette. Monsieur Rousseau. Madame Lou. Mr. Sandou. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Mr. Rankin. Ms. Sitsabaïsen. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Latendresse. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Nichols. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Sims, Bonnie Vista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan and Tobacco North. Mr. Valeriat. Mr. Shue. Mr. Casey. Ms. Jones.
Third row on my left.
Madame Papillon. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravigna. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Madame Piclet. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Maille. Mr. Thibault. Monsieur Larose. Mr. Cockler. Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood. Mr. Cusner. Mr. Iking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Karagianis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Scrope.
Second row on my left.
Madame Ayala. Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta. Mr. Kelway. Madame Brosseau. Madame Groguet. Madame Turmel. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Chisholm. Mr. Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Hughes. Mr. Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Scott. Mr. Bélanger. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Dion. Ms. Bennett.
First row on my left.
Ms. Ashton. Madame Day. Mr. Alan Wellen. Mr. Godin. Ms. Chow. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona. Madame Perrault. Mr. Martin. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour. Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième row.
Fourth row.
Third row. Deuxième row.
Second row.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. Devolan. Mr. Goldring.
Quatrième rangée.
Fifth row.
Mr. O'Toole. Ms. Crockett. Mr. Zimmer.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Straw. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Williamson.
Second row.
Mr. Leeson. Mr. Opitz. Mr. Seaback.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Richards. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to the Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Sopuck. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Mr. Adler. Mr. Albus. Mrs. Ambler. Mr. Aspen. Madame Bateman. Mr. Butt. Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Chizu. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Gill. Mr. Hayes. Ms. James. Mr. Leaf. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. Tote. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. McColeman. Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Tweed. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Watson. Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac. Mr. Brown Berry. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mr. Albrecht. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Galipeau. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Brave. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Holder. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Lobb.
Third row.
Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown-Leeds-Grenville. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Alexander. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Gauguin. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Lemieux. Mrs. Choupé. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Adams. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leung. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Deckert. Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora. Mrs. MacLeod. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston.
First, second row on my right.
Mr. Benoit. Mr. Brightcreitz. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Gossan. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Oblonsky. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's. Mr. Anders. Mr. Velikot. Mr. Reed. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Schellenberger.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Lebel. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Poco Quitlam. Mrs. Aglukat. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kent. Mr. Blaney. Ms. Raitt. Ms. Finney Delta Richmond East. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Hillier.
Yeas pour 131, 131. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-266 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Lizon, seconded by Mr. Opitz, move that Bill C-266, an act to establish Pope John Paul II Day, be now read a third time and do pass. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Lizon.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. DeVolen. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Comartin. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Jacob. Mr. Nunez-Melo. Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Morani.
Madame Morani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Sitzabaisen.
Ms. Sitzabaisen.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Larose.
Mr. Larose.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Cuzner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Seaback.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
First row on my left.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus. Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Hayes.
Ms. James.
James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Cathy Amrozi.
Fourth row.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquack.
Mr. Allen Tobic-McTaquack.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Brown Berry.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bray.
Mr. Bray.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Claudia Amrozi.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Bright-Kreitz. Mr. Merrifield.
Merrifield.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Campbell Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossard.
Mr. Gossard.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Sorry, Mr. Gould?
Monsieur Gould.
Okay, so Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Anders.
Okay. Mr. Anders. Yes, we have Mr. Anders.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
On my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fantino.
Fantino.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Poco
Mr.
Quitlam.
Moorport Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Zaglukak.
Mrs. Zaglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finney Delta Richmond East.
Finley Delta Richmond
Mr.
East.
Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Chiquan.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet. right.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
First row on my left.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Fourth row on my right. Troisième.
Third row.
Deuxième.
Second row.
First row.
Yeas pour 217, 217. Nays contre 42, 42.
I declare the motion carried. For Davenport is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, for the motion.
Voted for the motion. Okay. Pursuant to an order made, the House will now proceed to taking the deferred record division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill S-10. The question is as follows. Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, move that Bill S-10, an act to implement the Convention on Cluster Munitions, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fantino.
Fantino.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Poco Quitlam.
Moore Port Moody Westwood Poco Quitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finney Delta Richmond East.
Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island
Mr.
North.
Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Bright-Wrights. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossard.
Mr. Gossard.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Komarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Correction, Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Then Mr. Watson.
And then Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen to McNabb.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Brown-Berry.
Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr.
Mr.
Shipley.
Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to the Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to the Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Straw.
Mr.
Trottier. Mr. Williamson. Mr. O'Toole. Ms. Crockett. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Stanton. Mr. DeVolen. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Mr. LeBlanc-Beauséjour. Mr. McCauley. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Mr. Bélanger. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Dion. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Cutler. Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Karagianis. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Valeriot. Mr. Shue. Mr. Casey. Ms. Jones. Madame Saint-Denis. Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Bellavance. Madame Morani. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Patry. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May. Back to Mr. Rathgaber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair. Ms. Ashton. Madame Day. Mr. Alan Wellen. Mr. Godin. Ms. Chow. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona. Madame Perrault. Mr. Martin. Madame Ayala. Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta. Mr. Kellaway. Madame Brosseau. Madame Groguet. Madame Turmel. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Chisholm. Mr. Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Hughes. Mr. Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Scott. Madame Papillon. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Ravigna. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Correction. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Madame Piclet. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Maille. Mr. Thibault. Monsieur Larose. Monsieur Giguère. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Choquette. Monsieur Rousseau. Madame Lou. Monsieur Sandou. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Mr. Rankin. Ms. Sitza Bison. Monsieur Nantel. Madame La Tendresse. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Nichols. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Mr. Comartin. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Jacob. Mr. Nunez-Milo. Mr. Tremblay. Mr. Chiquan. Mr. Dion Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lafiard. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Morin-Notre-Dame de Grasse-Lachine. Monsieur Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Monsieur Genet. Mr. Benskin. Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Yeas pour 186, 186. Nays contre 91, 91.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
She already did. Documents dépôt de documents. I have the honor, pursuant to Section 11 of the Lobbying Act, to lay upon the table the report of the Commissioner of Lobbying for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2013. Conformément à l'année.
Pursuant to paragraph 90, I have the honor to lay upon the table the report of the Conflict of Interest Act for the year ending 2012-2013.
What's that? tabling of documents. Yeah. Yeah, I've got one more. Yeah, okay. Pursuant to paragraph 91A of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House the annual report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner in relation to the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2013, conformément à l'article 108.
Pursuant to Section 108 of the Act, it will be sent to the Standing Committee to consider the affairs of the House.
I'll do Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1996, Canada signed the WIPO treaties in order to join the intellectual property movement in order to protect Canada's copyright holders across this country. And pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I'm very pleased and honored to table in both official languages treaties entitled 1, the World Intellectual Property Organization Copyright Treaty done at Geneva on December 20, 1996, and the World Intellectual Property Organization Performances and Phonograms Treaty done at Geneva on December 20, 1996. There's an explanatory memorandum that's included with each treaty, Mr. Speaker. I know that those who have fought long and hard to ensure that Canada's copyright holders have their protection in law are very pleased, because today is a very important day that Canada has now finally implemented the WIPO treaties that were signed in 1996. It's a great day for Canadian creators.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, not 32.3, but 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2011-2012 annual report of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, as well as the Government of Canada's response to the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
No, it's 30.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Agreement on Social Security between Canada and the Republic of Serbia, done at Belgrade on 12th April 2013. Convention on the Conservation and Management of High Seas Fisheries Resources in the North Pacific Ocean, done at Tokyo on 24th February 2012. Extradition Treaty between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Hellenic Republic, done at Ottawa on 3rd November 1999, and an agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United Republic of Tanzania for the promotion and reciprocal protection of investments, done at Dar es Salaam on 16th May 2013. Mr. Speaker, an explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the 58th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Colombo, Sri Lanka from September 7 to 15, 2012.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports on the Canadian section of Parliament Americas representing its participation at the 30th meeting of the Board of Directors in Medellin, Colombia from February 20th to 22nd in 2013, and a revised copy of the bilateral visit to Guatemala City, Guatemala, San Salvador, El Salvador from January 19th to 26th on 2013.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food entitled
Canada's Food Supply Chain, Part 1. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Technological Innovation in Healthcare. Conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to Standing Order 109, The committee calls upon the government to table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you'll give me a little indulgence, for more than 6 months our committee has been looking at the electoral boundaries from coast to coast, and I'd like to thank the committee for its hard work and its teamwork on this project. Great job. I'd like to thank our clerk, Marie-France. You are the best. Michelle and Andre, our analysts, got the reports right and in as good a form as we possibly could, and even our junior analyst, Charles, there one day. All the other committee supports and translations have been superb through the whole process and long process. I'd like to thank the more than 100 MPs who presented to our committee, and I'd also like to thank the members of the committee, the member from Louis St. Laurent, the member from Hell Elmer, the member from Skeena-Buckley Valley, Toronto Danforth, and the member from St. Laurent Cartierville, the member from Oxford, the member from Regina Lumsden Lake Centre, Lanark Frontenac, Lennox and Addington, Brampton Springdale, and Richmond Hill, and Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley. You're a heck of a team, and you got it done well. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 61st report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in relation to the report on the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for the Province of Ontario.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Rafferty, seconded by Ms. Hughes, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Public Transit Operators. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Recently in Thunder Bay, we've had some violent incidents where two transit drivers from Local 966 of the Amalgamated Transit Union have become victims of assault while carrying out their duties on our behalf. Harassment and assault against those who have dedicated their lives to the service of the public is completely unacceptable to the people of Thunder Bay, Rainy River, and indeed Canadians coast to coast. Transit drivers, due to the nature of their work and their inherent inability to defend themselves against aggressive acts while carrying out their primary duties, face a number of unusual and unpredictable threats in their workplace that most Canadians do not. I hope this bill will act as a deterrent to such violent incidents upon transit drivers in our communities and complement what I hope will be more vigorous efforts by provincial and local governments to offer greater physical protections to our transit operators while they are on the job and serving the public. This bill has been drafted in consultation with my New Democrat colleagues from across Canada, and I'd like to thank them for sharing their thoughts and support for putting this bill forward. I'd also like to thank the newly independent Member of Parliament for Edmonton St. Albert, who tabled a similar bill in the last Parliament and consulted with me on the drafting of this bill, and who indeed supports this bill. In closing, I would like to assure members of the Amalgamated Transit Union and other transit operators across Canada who devote themselves to providing a very high level of public service that New Democrats and Canadians stand with you and are committed to making your workplace as safe as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rafferty, seconded by Ms. Hughes, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting in the House. Ms. Sitsa Bayasin, seconded by Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigable Waters Protection Act, Rouge River. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to introduce the bill An Act to Amend the Navigable Waters Protection Act, Rouge River. Our lakes and rivers deserve the utmost environmental protection, and this bill would ensure that Rouge River is listed in the Act. The Rouge River is a beautiful component of Scarborough Rouge River and Scarborough itself. It runs through our local gem, Rouge Park, and it is visited and enjoyed by residents across the GTA. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, it is a vital component of the ecological integrity and biodiversity of Scarborough and eastern Toronto. Under the Conservative changes, less than 2% of lakes and rivers are left protected. Certainly, Rouge River, which will run through Canada's first urban national park, should be among these protected waterways. Absolutely. Environmental protection is a priority of mine, the NDP, and Canadians across the country, and I am proud to introduce a bill that upholds this Canadian value. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Sitsa, seconded by Mr. Harris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Pichetti, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Protecting Public Transportation Workers. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to have the opportunity to present this private member's bill as providing an alternative approach to the one that was tabled earlier by the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River. And I look forward to all members of the House having an opportunity to collaborate as these pieces of legislation move forward. More than 2,000 Canadian bus drivers are assaulted annually in the course of their duties. They may be spat upon or punched or attacked with a knife or even sexually assaulted as they perform their jobs, providing open, inclusive service to the general public in all places and at all hours of the day and night. While courts sometimes make a point of taking the public service and the vulnerability of bus drivers into account when sentencing those who are convicted of offences against transit operators, this is not a comprehensive legal requirement. The bill that I am proposing, Mr. Speaker, would change that. In Section 718.2 of the Criminal Code, these are the overarching rules that deal with sentencing. This bill would insert the specific requirement that courts shall, when imposing a sentence for any offence, take into consideration as an aggravating circumstance the fact that the victim was a public transportation employee on duty. This would provide a higher degree of protection for bus drivers, especially when coupled with a vigorous public communications campaign to warn potential offenders that attacking a transit employee will expose them to more severe criminal penalties. I'm glad to have the support of the Canadian Council of the Amalgamated Transit Union in my hometown of Regina and across the country, and I hope that all honourable members will see the merit in this particular approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Pichetti, moves for leave. Moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
And I have the privilege of tabling two petitions calling upon Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa in order to allow proper review of the impact on farmers in Canada.
The presenting petitions, the honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting a petition on behalf of many prairie landowners and folks in the prairies around the what's quite commonly called the Prairie Shelter Belt Program, which is literally inundated the prairies with trees over the many years, and calling on this government to restore funding to ensure that indeed those millions of seedlings can be planted on an annual basis, on a go-forward basis, and calls on this government to re-establish that program.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to present a petition signed by hundreds of residents of the Eastern GTA regarding the Rouge National Park. The petitioners are calling on the government to protect the 100-square-kilometre public land assembly surrounding the Rouge River and Duffins Creek watersheds, and to conduct a rational, scientific and transparent planning process that will ensure a healthy, sustainable Rouge National Park for all Canadians to enjoy.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
I stand in the House to present these petitions from Canada Postal Workers of the Miramichi area concerning the postal services.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have here over 700 names from BC and Ontario, including a petition for justice for Captain of people who want stronger animal cruelty legislation. They call upon the House of Commons to work with the provinces to ensure that federal and provincial laws are constructed and enforced that will ensure that those responsible for abusing, neglecting, torturing, or otherwise harming animals are held appropriately accountable. Also, Mr. Speaker, I have another petition in support of my bill C-322, which calls upon the House of Commons to amend the Health of Animals Act and Meat Inspection Act, thus prohibiting the importation or exportation of horses for slaughter for human consumption, as well as horse meat products for human consumption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
I rise to table another motion, yet another set of petitions from the citizens of Vancouver who wish the government to rescind the closure of Kitts Coast Guard base in that it will put many lives at risk. I also, Mr. Speaker, wanted to table another petition from some people in Vancouver who would like to see a Royal Commission on Environment and Health set up because they argue that there are many thousands, in fact, of new cancer-causing agencies and industrial processes that are harming the lives of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have an honor to table a petition on behalf of Ontarians, many of them Venezuelan Canadians, and they are asking this House they would like to bring the attention of this House to the fact that since the last presidential election in Venezuela, the human, electoral and civil rights of Venezuelan people have been shamefully violated, and they're asking our government to take a strong position regarding this matter and call for a peaceful and democratic resolution to the current crisis in Venezuela. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to present these petitions signed by hundreds of members of my great riding of Sudbury, where they're asking the government to protect consumers from gas price gouging. The cost of gasoline is continuing to fluctuate erratically, and with prices prone to wide variations, Mr. Speaker, between communities and sharp spikes in anticipation of higher demand, these petition signers want the federal government to take action to ensure that gas prices are fair and competitive, despite that we've been getting numerous complaints from citizens and watchdogs. So they're calling, the undersigner calling on the Minister of Industry to present legislation on behalf of the government to protect consumers from price gouging by gasoline retailers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, I have two petitions to present today from the residents of Kitchener and Waterloo, totaling about 100 signatures, over 85% of whom are from women, and requesting that sex selection be condemned by Parliament, pointing out that 92% of Canadians, an overwhelming majority, believe that sex-selective pregnancy termination should be illegal. Thank you.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today signed by over 1,000 people, many from my riding of Toronto Danforth and others from all over the GTA. They wish to draw attention to the House that unwanted contamination from genetically modified alfalfa is inevitable, and that this contamination threatens both export markets and organic farming. The petitioners call on Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa in order to allow proper review of the impact on farmers in Canada and to protect family farms. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Big Carrot Natural Food Market in Toronto Danforth for all their work on this issue and this petition, for their constant service to and the example that they set in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this debate today and table a petition signed by people in my riding on financial support for development and peace. And in fact, what the petitioners are asking for is for that funding to be re-established for over the next 5 years. They're also asking for funding for NGOs that are supported by the population. People have seen their funding slashed by CETA and decrease their funding for international assistance as they promised at the election. We have barely reaching 0.35%, as the Chief knows.
Kitchener-Waterloo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have one petition to table today. It is signed by constituents from my riding of Kitchener-Waterloo, and this petition deals with the issue of cluster munitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition today from people in my riding, particularly from students from St. Bernard College, who are asking for more action against cyberbullying and also to develop more prevention steps to help fight against that. I congratulate the students and their teachers for this wonderful initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, I have two petitions to present today. The first one is signed by hundreds of people from my own riding in Winnipeg Centre, largely draw the attention of the House of Commons to the fact that cluster munitions are morally and ethically reprehensible, and they criticize Bill S-10, saying that it contains language which results in loopholes and exceptions which run counter to the object and purpose of the treaty and undermine its spirit and intent, and therefore these petitioners call upon Parliament to amend Bill S-10 to close the loopholes and make it clear that no Canadian should ever be involved in any use of cluster munitions for any reasons, any time, at anywhere, for anyone. And the second petition I have, Mr. Speaker, has been signed by literally tens of thousands of Canadians that call upon the House of Commons to take note that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known. They point out further that more Canadians now die from asbestos than all other industrial causes combined, and they call upon Canada to ban asbestos in all of its forms and to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention.
The Honourable Member for L'Honorable Deputy Alfred Pelling.
Honourable Member for Alfred Pelling. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to table a petition today signed by hundreds of people from my riding in Alfred Pelling, particularly parishioners of Saint François de Sales and another church, asking for the reinstatement of funding for development and peace, and to give a priority to funding for the NGOs that have seen their funding slashed by CEDA, and that $49 million that has been cut in funding over the next 5 years be reinstated.
Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have two sets of petitions today. The first is from residents from Thunder Bay and across Ontario protesting the closure of the Thunder Bay Marine Communications and Traffic Services Centre, which is crucial to the safety of boaters all the way from Lake Winnipeg to Lake Huron, with Lake Superior being in the middle. They're asking the House reverse the government's decision on this matter. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is I continue to receive petitions regarding the experimental lakes area, and they would like the government to reconsider its decision in this matter to close the experimental lakes area and to sell it off and not to fund it. They would like the funding to continue. I'd also, Mr. Speaker, just like to say that I'd like to give a congratulations to Diane Orahel, who has worked long and hard, persistently, to raise this issue across Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, questions number Q1326, Q1327, Q1328, Q1329, Q1330, and Q1331 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number 1326, 1327, 1328, 1329, 1330, and 1331 be made orders for return and they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Is it agreed that all remaining questions be allowed to stand? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to raise tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The
Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie-L'Amitié ce matin, note à pied d'hier, the Supreme Court. The Honourable Member for Charles de Bureau de Saint-Charles on employment insurance, and the Honourable Member for Quebec on taxation.
A question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a question of privilege in relation to Bill C-54, the Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act. In particular, I rise to address certain data offered by the Minister of Justice and the Minister for Natural Resources in support of the bill that I believe violate my privileges as a member and indeed the privileges of all members of this place. As O'Brien and Bosk note on page 86 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, privileges may be infringed by, quote, the provision of deliberately misleading information to the House by a minister. The case at issue involves a report prepared for the Justice Department by a research team led by Dr. Ann Crocker of McGill University, entitled Description and Processing of Individuals Found Not Criminally Responsible on Account of Mental Disorder Accused of Serious Violent Offenses. This report has been central to discussions of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights on this bill, and important in the House as well during second reading debate. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the blues, for just last Wednesday's Justice Committee meeting alone, you will find Dr. Crocker mentioned by name 10 times. As one of the few scientists in the House today, I especially value and need correct numbers to properly do my work as an MP. Otherwise, my work would be impeded. One thing people have learned over the last few centuries is the value of observation and measurement, the success of empiricism. That is how we have made advances in science and technology. It gives us the ability to have smart government policies, to really understand the people and the country they have entrusted us to govern. I found Dr. Crocker's report helpful in formulating my own thinking on Bill C-54. As a news story by Laura Stone of Global News reported yesterday afternoon, and thus I am raising this question at the first opportunity, the Department of Justice was provided the initial version of the report I mentioned in November of last year. Some of the data in this report was incorrect as the result of a coding error. This is not something for which I would find fault with the government or researchers. Tabulation errors are bound to happen here and there. And in my work as a scientist, I have made such mistakes and had to fix them. In fact, that is how good scientists work. Mistakes are discovered, acknowledged, fixed, and our understanding advances. What is shocking, Mr. Speaker, is that the government was provided with a corrected version of the report from this past March. And despite having the new report, continued to cite from the old report, misleading Parliament and Canadians. And it even went so far as to table the old report in this place after being informed of the corrected report, a report they have yet to table. Moreover, the government now takes issue with the researchers, whom they commissioned to prepare the report, saying their corrections raise questions about the quality of the work, calling it unreliable, even though science actually makes progress through a process involving a continual recognition of errors and their correction. The researchers did the right thing here, and they know what the right numbers are. But, Mr. Speaker, while I could go on at length about the need for evidence-based policymaking and how we should not be legislating if we do not have facts to support our propositions, I will confine myself now to the privilege question before us. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, includes at page 83 a list of items found by the United Kingdom Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege to be types of contempt. Specifically included on this list is, and I quote, deliberately attempting to mislead the House or a committee by ways of statement, evidence, or petition. As well, and again here I quote, deliberately altering, suppressing, or concealing or destroying a paper required to be produced for this House or a committee. As Mr. Patrick Bailey of the Advisory Council of the Mental Health Commission of Canada testified before the Justice Committee this past Monday in response to a question from the member for Brossard-La Prairie, quote, regarding the recidivism statistic, there was an unfortunate error that occurred in the initial draft of the report that was provided to the Department of Justice in November of 2012. That error was discovered on March the 14th and immediately communicated to the Minister's office, and the revised report was provided on March 18th, with that data corrected. My colleague, the member for Mount Royal, followed this with a clarifying question, to which Mr. Bailey responded, quote, we became aware of the error on March the 14th and communicated that to the Minister's office that day. The amended report was then provided to the Research Division on March 18th with an acknowledgement seeking clarification of what was the nature of the coding error. So the office was aware of that in March. As Mr. Bailey further testified, and with this I would agree, quote, I think that it is important on such a serious issue for the committee to have accurate and up-to-date information. And I hope that the report that was provided to the office in March can be made available to the members of this committee for their deliberations on this topic, end quote. Mr. Speaker, it should be clear that reliance on the old report prejudices members of all parties. Indeed, the news article in question quotes the Conservative MP for Cumberland, Colchester, Mascadobit Valley as saying, quote, "If it was tabled in the House of Commons, I assumed it was accurate." The initial draft of the report, Mr. Speaker, was tabled as part of an order for return in response to question 1169 on the order paper, standing in the name of my colleague from Mount Royal. That order for return included the report as an annex with a note stating, quote, "A significantly amended version of this report was provided to the Department of Justice on March 18, 2013, unquote. This statement is important because it confirms that the Department was made aware on the 18th, but also important because the order of return bears the minister's signature. Where it gets interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that the old report itself was included in response to part of the order paper question, asking about sources relied upon by the government in developing C-54. Now, this makes sense because the government can only rely on the evidence it had at the time. But, Mr. Speaker, the question also asked the government separately for several particular pieces of information, including which people found NCR and released have been convicted of a subsequent offense, and what was the nature of the subsequent offense. What was the government's response to those questions? It was, quote, "See Annex 1. And Annex 1 was the old report. Mr. Speaker, if the government is asked a question and says, "Here is the answer," we will assume it is referring to the most up-to-date information it has. Members would easily conclude that the correct information was included in response to the question, and thus the corrected report. As we found out only this week, this was not the case. While I take issue with the government's choice to table the old report when it had the new corrected report as a matter of principle, I also take issue with it as a matter of privilege. Simply put, the government should seek to be forthright with Canadians, providing them and their elected representatives with accurate information in a timely fashion as a matter of course. And the government has an obligation to do so as per the rules of the House. On Monday, May the 27th, the Minister for Natural Resources stood in this place and said the following during debate on C-54, quote, "It is very important when we talk about what the risk to the public is, we try to get as close as we can to the facts. The facts are 27.3% of not criminally responsible accused have a past finding of NCR. 38.1% of NCR accused of a sexual offence had at least one prior. Those facts have to be brought into the analytical picture so that we can get a more objective understanding of what is in fact going on." End quote. Mr. Speaker, that was on May the 27th. Yet the minister cited from the old report. To illustrate the problem with but one example in his intervention, the scary-sounding statistic that 38.1% of NCR accused of a sexual offence had at least one prior NCR finding is, in fact, incorrect. The number is, in reality, only 9.5%. And the government knew of this fact 2 months before the statement of the minister. It is not surprising that in the same debate, the leader of the Green Party said, quote, "I was baffled by the statistics used early in the debate by the Minister of Natural Resources," unquote. I think many watching that debate were, but where it gets more baffling is the response from the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, wherein he stated, quote, "The Minister of Natural Resources cited a few recidivism statistics, and whether it is 27.3 of NCR accused who have had past findings of NCR, or 4% or 7%, as the member stated, what is important in this legislation is that prosecutors would have some additional tools," end quote. Mr. Speaker, what is important is that parliamentarians are provided with the facts. What is important is that this House is not misled. I submit that the Minister for Natural Resources misled the House in his interventions on May the 27th, citing crucial statistics that the government previously acknowledged had been since revised. Moreover, I submit that the Minister of Justice misled the House on May the 27th as well, when he, in response to a question from the leader of the Green Party about the Corker report in particular, stated, quote, Mr. Speaker, we have actually commissioned a couple of reports, and I referred to some of the statistics in the final report that was given to us in November 2012. Mr. Speaker, by the Minister's own signature on the order of return on May 27th, he acknowledged that an amended report was given to the Justice Department on March the 18th. He misled the House, therefore, by stating on the 27th of May that the, quote, final report was, quote, given to us in November 2012. Mr. Speaker, in your ruling on March 18th of this year and found on page 14854 of the debates, you reiterated that, quote, our parliamentary practice sets a very high threshold for the Speaker to make a prima facie finding of privilege. And, citing a previous ruling of last year, you reiterated the three findings you must make misleading statements. And here I quote from your ruling, Mr. Speaker, quote, 1, it must be proven that the statement was misleading. 2, it must be established that the member making the statement knew at the time that the statement was incorrect. And 3, it must be proven that in making the statement, the member intended to mislead the House. Briefly, going through each element, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice calling the November 2012 report final was misleading when there was a corrected March report. By his own pen, he acknowledged the March report's existence in May. The question he was asked, Mr. Speaker, was about the Crocker report in particular, and it was the Minister who volunteered the qualifying adjective final. I therefore submit that this misled the House, as did the reliance on the old report on the same day in debate by the Minister for Natural Resources. On that last point, Mr. Speaker, you quoted Speaker Milliken's ruling of April 21st, 2005, found at page 5412 of debates, wherein the former Speaker reminded the House of a key element to consider when finding a prima facie instance of privilege. Specifically, quote, whether the Minister's responses in any way impeded members in the performance of their parliamentary duties and whether the remarks were intentionally misleading. Mr. Speaker, members are impeded in their functions when they are denied evidence and facts, facts used in crucial arguments for or against legislation. Various members have raised concerns over the statistics involved in this file, and it is clear that the member who asked the question to the Minister of Justice that elicited the, quote, final report answer was upset she could not further question the Minister of Natural Resources about his statistics cited from said report, and indeed remarked in this place, quote, I wish I could have gotten a question to him, end quote. Those statements of May the 27th were right before the bill went to committee, and as I understand, members will be beginning clause-by-clause examination this evening. They have thus been operating with incorrect data before them, an issue raised by witnesses this past Monday. Mr. Speaker, again, this is something that prejudices all members regardless of party. On this point, I refer you to an intervention from the Conservative member for Prince Albert on C-54 when he said, quote, there has been a limited amount of data on the rates of reoffending by NCR accused persons. And then, quote, these reforms will provide the data we consider necessary, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I think that that member would be pleased to learn that there is such data and that the government is in possession of it, though whether or not he reaches the same conclusion upon his review is a different story. As I draw to a close, Mr. Speaker, I return to the issue of the report. I submit that the corrected version was required of this government in its answer to question 1169, to the extent it cited such a report as a source of current correct data. Moreover, as the debates of March the 1st, before the corrected report was brought to the government's attention, illustrate, the government undertook to provide members with data. In particular, the Minister of Justice cited statistics and said in response to a question, quote, there are statistics and I would be glad to share the report with the honourable member, end quote. Later again repeating, quote, There are statistics and findings that have been researched. I would be pleased, of course, to share this with the honourable member in more detail, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I do not believe the House or committee sought more information from the Minister or the government because we took the Minister at his word to provide the data he and his department had. I believe the government took this obligation of its own accord and therefore created an impression in the minds of members that they would be forthright with the data, as we now know they were not. Mr. Speaker, while I realize such matters, if found by you to be prima facie breaches of privilege, are referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, there are other avenues here that may be more helpful. While I do believe you should find that the House and Committee have been misled by the Minister cited, I am more concerned about the remedy. While I doubt the government would be willing to put C-54 on hold until it had data it considered reliable and accurate with regard to persons found non-criminally responsible, I would accept this. Moreover, I would even consider abandoning this privilege claim if the government were to table the new report in the House and explain why it did not choose to do so when it was first made aware of the correction. While I realize that other members affected by this situation may have a different approach and wish to see this at Procedure and House Affairs Committee, I simply need to have the correct numbers placed before this House. In closing, all members of this place, regardless of party, benefit from having facts and data before them when legislating. And indeed, I would argue we all have a right to know. The government knew, but kept members in the dark, and by its own admission made an effort to conceal, Mr. Speaker. This is something that ought to be sanctioned, as, if left uncorrected, remains a standing affront to the privileges of all members of this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very well.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I expect that someone from our side will return to provide a response on this at a later point.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Book-Lagadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We also will be looking to seek to comment on my friend from Kingston's intervention. I suppose on the first blush and the essence of his argument about the government either intentionally or unintentionally using data that fits an argument rather than allow facts to stand alone and support the proper course of action is a troubling trend we've seen from this government before. It's something that concerns us, particularly when it comes to crime and punishment, as taking an opinion, an ideology, and then working backwards from there and inventing facts along the way to allow the government to justify its actions and its policies. It's policy-based evidence, as my friend says, is not a good way for any government of whatever political stripe. So we'll be returning back to this. I'm sure our justice critic will have some things to say, and I ask the Speaker to suspend any consideration of ruling on this until we've been able to respond to my friend from Kingston.
We'll, of course, await further submissions and then get back to the House in due course. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 32 minutes. Orders of the day, order du jour, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Industry, that in relation to Bill C-56, an act to amend the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Parody, moves that in relation to Bill C-56, an act to amend the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at the second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. Questions? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, sadly, it's not a surprise that the Conservatives have yet again moved to shut down debate in the House of Commons even before the debate has started. What is a mild surprise to me is that the government House Leader hasn't memorized this particular standing order, because he uses it so often on so many pieces of legislation that he should have it by rote now. What's unfortunate at the heart of this is that we, as the official opposition, have a couple of essential jobs that we play on behalf of for Canadians, and that is, one, to hold the government to account. The second is to check that the government spending, which is done on behalf of Canadians, is done properly and accurately. Well, on spending, clearly the government has run roughshod over their original principles of actually minding the taxpayer dollar, all the way from the F-35 to the scandals that we see in the Senate. On the aspect of legislation, which is the process before us yet again, breaking even further all records in Canadian history for shutting down debate in Parliament, we attempted to work with the government on this legislation, offer up certainty as to how many speakers and when, so that the bill could move forward with some progress. And in that offer, the government refuses all reasonable requests, moves time allocation, shutting down debate again, which ironically enough, Mr. Speaker, takes longer than the offer that we gave to the government, and suggests somehow the New Democrats are stonewalling or that the House can't proceed. What part of yes don't they understand? What part of let's work together on legislation don't they understand? So, my friend says taking our word. Well, he should be careful about what he's suggesting, because he's suggesting somehow that when New Democrats make an offer, a public offer, a private offer to the government, on behalf of the legislative body in this place, that somehow it's presented in a dishonorable or dishonest manner. I'm sure my friend across the way didn't mean to insinuate that, because that would certainly be unparliamentary. But to the government, at what point do they want to actually be reasonable and be a government of competence rather than a government of arrogance and ideology, ramming legislation through with no consideration at all for the purpose of this place, which is to have debate, have discussion, and make this a better country?
The Honourable Minister, Honourable
Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm very pleased to rise in this House once again to reiterate the benefits of C-56.
Speaker, in recent years, we have evidence has suggested an upward trend in global trade in goods. And two House of Commons committees have published detailed reports confirming the growing threat posed by these goods, not only for the Canadian economy but also to health and safety. Furthermore, counterfeiting has become a priority for Canada's key trading partners and other G8 countries, many of which have taken steps to strengthen their respective intellectual property rights enforcement regimes. That demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, how important this bill is. There are some very concerning numbers in terms of about how this problem is. Just let me quote the fact that the RCMP identified the value of counterfeit products, an increase of about 5 times as it was back in 2005. Back in 2005, we spoke about $7.6 million, and now in 2012, we speak about $30 million. We cannot close our eyes on this big problem. This is a serious threat.
Before we carry on to questions, could I just ask all honourable members who wish to participate in this question period just to rise so we get some idea? Okay. All right. So a minute and a half for each intervention would be good. We'll go to the the member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister's attitude towards democracy has really come up short. Every day, it seems that the government is trying to bring in time allocation, limiting a member's ability to be able to contribute to debate. No Prime Minister in the history of Canada has used that tool as often as this Prime Minister has. And we've noticed a huge difference, Mr. Speaker, since this government has acquired that majority attitude. And it is really most unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't matter whether it is in regards to our wheat board, time allocation, which offended many farmers, 20,000 plus prairie farmers, whether it's the budget that has had that profound and negative impact on Canada's middle class, Mr. Speaker, time allocation. Time after time after time, this Prime Minister has denied members of Parliament the opportunity to be able to stand in their place, represent their constituents, and provide due diligence on legislation. My question to the government House Leader, who refuses to stand up and answer this question time after time, Mr. Speaker, is why has this Prime Minister taken such a negative attitude in terms of democracy inside the House of Commons in the last 2 years? The question is, why?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, the bill that we are talking about here is very crucial, and under the leadership of this Prime Minister, we want to tackle this issue. Mr. Speaker, we are addressing here concerns about health and safety of Canadians. We are talking about combating against organized crime. We are combating against, we are putting in place a prohibition of counterfeit labels. And just let me quote some supportive groups here, Food and Protection for Consumers, and they say counterfeit products pose a danger to Canadians. Congrats to the government on taking this positive step. And the Canadian Chamber of Commerce said, we welcome new legislation aimed at tackling counterfeit and pirated products. This is what the stakeholders think. This is what Canadians think, and this is what they expect from their government to take care about their health and safety, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too, like many of those on this side of the House, are quite appalled at once again having to go through time allocation and having, our time limited on such an important subject. I do agree with the Minister on that C-56 is an important bill that we need to be addressing. At the Industry Committee in 2009, recommendations were made to do exactly what the Minister is talking about. Why is it taking so long for this government to act when we can protect consumers and protect Canadians a lot sooner? The Industry Committee, we heard from businesses that are saying cuts to the CBSA are actually going to impact and harm Canadian consumers, Mr. Speaker. So, you know what, here we are again having an opportunity to debate a bill, but that time is being cut. We can bring forward good amendments to make this bill stronger, to protect Canadians, but you can't do it when the Conservatives keep pulling the rug underneath us, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we have to act on this issue. As I said, there are stakeholders, supporting group, domestic here stakeholder. They put a lot of pressure on the House of Commons to get this through. So this is ironic to see on the side that the opposition says that we are going too fast, on the other side that we dragged our feet. I think that we all agree on the principle, and the numbers are there, Mr. Speaker. The value of these counterfeit goods were $7.6 million in 2005 compared to $38 million in 2012. So we cannot afford, Mr. Speaker, to just close our eyes and say that everything is good. There were two House of Commons committee that worked on this matter, and I think, Mr. Speaker, this is time for us to move on. We are ready to go with a sound and solid legislation, taking care about health and safety of Canadians, combating organized crime, prohibiting fake labels. And, Mr. Speaker, this is also good for the economy. We have innovators here. They struggle to invent new products. But when you have cheaters, when you have people that tricks Canadians like that, it just jeopardizes all of their work, all of the time, the energy, the resources, the capital they put in their project. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to demonstrate leadership and to say enough is enough. This kind of practice are no longer tolerated here in the country, and nobody will argue against that, Mr. Speaker. This is just good common sense.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we are all aware that time in this chamber is precious, I therefore will not take a lot of time with a preamble. Rather, I have two short questions for the Minister, if I may. First, what does he believe, or what does he think about the member, such as the member for Winnipeg North, who always complains that there is no time for debate, and yet he takes as much time as it takes for 55 other MPs in the debates that take place in the House? That's my first question. The second is this. Is the government doing anything today that's a surprise, or is it something that's already been debated in the past? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Industry. I'd like to thank my colleague from Orleans for his excellent question, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, when we talk about our colleague from Winnipeg North, what I think is important here is to emphasize that they're trying to grandstand by saying that basic principles have been flouted. But, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a very important bill. It's been amply debated. Our colleagues know what Canadians think. I hope no one would dare say that it's no big deal to go to $38 million of counterfeit in 2012. We have to remember this principle. And there are two elements, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is not a big surprise, and I'm talking about my colleague's second question. There were two standing committees that have debated this and studied this. There were members in this House who have been very eloquent on this topic. So I think that our colleagues know about the scope of this subject. And when we're talking about the health and safety of Canadians, when we're talking about fighting organized crime, when we're talking about clearly banning the possibility of putting false labels on different products, whereas we have people here in Canada who invest in their resource, their capital, and their time in order to advance the economy, and when they have to deal with fraudsters, well, I think that the responsibility of a responsible government would be to say we have to stop this. We have to go forward, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of groups in this country who drive the economy. Inaudible for the interpreter. The mic is not on.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, is this the 46th time allocation? Is it the 47th? Is it the 45th? You know, Mr. Speaker, it almost sounds like a firm auction. Will it be 47? Will it be 48? Will it be 50? When are they going to hit 50, Mr. Speaker? This is the most secretive, debate-reluctant government that this country has ever seen. You know, we could have a little contest here. We could all make offers and bets on what day and what hour they hit 50, Mr. Speaker, because it's getting pretty close. Yesterday was 44 and 45, I believe, and I believe this one is 46. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't only about what's happening in this chamber. Because of the votes and time allocation, the committee that I sit on, which is the International Trade Committee, has had its meetings cancelled 5 or 6 times. And so it is shutting down. There is other issues that need to be dealt with, and the way this government operates prevents us from dealing with real issues at committee. That's a serious issue, Mr. Speaker, because they're such a non-democratic bunch. I had a motion today that I wanted to give notice on at committee, in which we would ask the government to table the human rights report under the Canada-Colombia Trade Agreement, which is an obligation by the government, which they haven't tabled as yet, and now I can't debate that motion at committee. No doubt the committee would go into camera anyway, more secrecy, and not allow an open debate. But, Mr. Speaker, my point is this. Why is the government not only preventing business and debate in this chamber, but their actions and the way they handle closure is hurting the way for committees to do its work?
Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, the question is quite simple. I must remind this House that in 2007 in committee, this bill's draft received all party support. This is the matter of the facts, Mr. Speaker. We have to. I have to remind also that since we are in office, our government, we put the most recent step. We put we took the recent step, and steps were taken to create an effective and balanced enforcement regime for intellectual property. Just remember, Mr. Speaker, the copyright law. This law has been stalled for years, and especially under the previous government. We had to update this law. We did that finally. And, Mr. Speaker, this is here the logical consequence. We want to go further ahead to make sure that down the road, Canadians can know that we are talking about the real things. We don't play any games here. I'm just saying, Mr. Speaker, that in 2007, all of the parties agree. So I don't know why my colleague is complaining, because he should be happy. We're now putting forward a law that will protect Canadians' health and safety, combating organized crime, prohibiting the fact that some people can put fake labels on products, which jeopardize, Mr. Speaker, our own economy, when we know that innovators are putting all of the efforts they can to make sure that they can drive the economy and increase their exports and then create wealth here in this country, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's nice to finally see the minister up on his feet on this bill, even though it didn't actually happen until after time allocation was introduced. You would think that the minister would have cared enough about this bill to be the one to introduce it, but so far we've only had about 10 minutes of debate on this bill, and it was frankly a disgraceful speech given by the member for Simcoe Grey, who couldn't stop laughing during her speech, and it happened after midnight. And so, of course, we didn't really get much information here. And the minister has yet to actually get up and give a proper speech in the House of Commons defending this bill and why it's important for the government to pass it. We have several motions or several parts of this bill which deal with the anti-counterfeiting trade agreement, which raises serious concerns, and Europe has said no to that, and the government's implementing some of those motions in this bill. And, of course, you know, the numbers that the minister mentioned in terms of the numbers going from 7 billion to 38, of course, those are anecdotal. We've been calling for years for there to actually be more stronger reporting measures to actually capture how much is being lost to counterfeiting, and the government has yet to take any actions on that, nor has it put any in the bill to strengthen the data that we're going to receive. So I'd like to ask the minister why he didn't feel it was important enough to get up and give a full speech on this bill before time allocation was brought on it.
The honourable minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I must remind my colleague that our government's bill is a Made Canada solution that draws from international best practices. What he raises from Europe is just not relevant here. We addressed the issue here. He knows exactly that the concerns that were raised in Europe are not part of this bill here. Second, Mr. Speaker, as I said, all of the party supported this bill in committee back in 2007. So I don't know why he tries to slow the things down when we know that this is desperately needed. And I'm very happy that the member from Simcoe Grey stood up in this House, given her knowledge and her skills, and saying that we have to take care of the health and safety of the Canadians, and this is shameful that he can just try to disqualify the member from Simcoe York. She had a good speech, Mr. Speaker, and the words that he used are just shameful, Mr. Speaker. We have to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we take care about health and safety of the Canadians, and we won't excuse for that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the minister for his remarks here today. And I'm in the fortunate position that, as a lawyer years ago, I worked on anti-counterfeiting operations for a company that was experiencing millions of dollars of losses from counterfeiting of branded products. Some of those products made in Canada, those lead to jobs. And I'd invite, if the member from Scarborough Southwest is looking for a good speech on this, he can come and join me at 10 o'clock this evening, and I'll rival him with private sector anecdotes about how important this bill is for our economy. But my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the minister is, the Retail Council of Canada, Chamber of Commerce, and reports have shown that organized crime is generally behind a large portion of counterfeiting operations in North America and around the world. So not only is this a public safety, but it's a reduction of proceeds to organized crime. I wonder if the minister would like to comment on that positive aspect of this bill.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Yes, absolutely. I thank my colleague for his good question, because indeed this is what we're talking about here. We are talking about people tricking Canadians, and the organized crime is behind this big time, Mr. Speaker. and this is harmful. This is harmful for Canadians. It jeopardizes health and safety. It jeopardizes also the economy when honest people try to innovate, create new product, find markets, export, create wealth. So when you have to fight against cheaters like that, this is simply not acceptable. And I'm a lawyer by training myself, and I know exactly what my colleague talks about. Because when you have your customers, they came to your office and they try to compete against cheaters, of course you have to make sure that the law can address these issues. And this is what this bill does here. It will give border officers the authority to detain a suspected commercial shipment and contact to the right holders, allow Canadians businesses to fill a request for assistance with the Canada Border Services Agency, and in turn enabling borders officers to share information with right holders regarding suspect shipments, provide new criminal offences for the commercial possession, manufacture or trafficking of counterfeit trademark goods, provide legitimate owners with new tools to protect their rights and take civil action against infringers, create new offences for trademark counterfeiting, and provide better tools to investigate commercial counterfeiting. So this is what Canadians expect. These are real tools, and yes, we will be able to address better this problem and hopefully combating more efficiently the organized crime.
Questions? The Honourable Deputy de Macarel.
The Honourable Member for Macarel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, this act is very interesting. Obviously, the topic of this bill is essential to Canada. You can imagine the counterfeiting medication, the horrible effects that could have on the health of Canadians. Thermostats that cause fires, for example. So definitely, yes, we need a piece of legislation. But the problem with this bill is, like with many other bills, it's not a bill. It's an act of faith. It's as if people feel like they're inspired by God and that the Word of God cannot be changed or amended. So it's hard to have debates within this kind of dynamic. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the minister seems to say that it is important and urgent, but if it's that important and urgent, then why, in heaven's name, did he wait for 3 months to bring it forward? He presents it at the end of June, but couldn't they perhaps have made a little effort, an intellectual effort, to table it 3 months ago and thereby allow for some positive debate on it? A positive and enriching debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is very interesting to see a colleague from the NDP recognize the virtues and assets of this bill. This bill has good virtues, and we also have an economic action plan that was implemented in 2008-2009 that fought against the global recession, and it continued in 2010-2011. Now we need to contain expenses. We need to have promising economic measures. But when we're talking about this bill, I would like to remind my colleague that in 2007, all parties approved the first draft of this bill. So there's nothing new here. And now things are moving forward. Events are occurring more and more swiftly. So it's not a question of showing up here with a surprise. On the contrary, it's high time to address this problem. And since 2005, Mr. Speaker, we've gone from $7.6 million, these are figures from the RCMP, in counterfeit goods, and now we're up to $38 million. That was in 2012. So what more does he want, Mr. Speaker? We can't wait any longer to say we're going to debate and debate. When we know that all parties approved this bill, the first version, well, then we know that it's time to move forward. It's time to say to Canadians, finally, you have tools to fight cheaters and fraudsters. You have tools that mean that Canadians' health and safety will be protected.
Question.
Questions? The Honourable Member for West Mountain Ville-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point that we're trying to make on this side of the House, and that we have been trying to make with many bills over the past weeks, is to say to this government that there are bills that were introduced many years ago, and that because of reasons that can be clearly explained, they were slowed down. For example, when the government decided in September 2008, the Prime Minister decided to create an election that was not planned at the time at all. But when he called that election in September 2008, everything was slowed down or died on the order paper, and we had to start all over again. And then if you take the example of Bill S2, which began as C47, well, they had to reintroduce that bill, and then it became Bill C8. What happened to Bill C8? Well, in December 2009, the government prorogued Parliament, so we started all over once again. And it is this type of delay that is always caused by this government. And then that bill was replaced by Bill S4, and for 7 months it languished there. And then they reintroduced it as S2 in May 2011, and then they did nothing for 2 years, and all of a sudden in June 2013, it becomes urgent. It must absolutely be passed because it's been so long that it's been on the order paper. But in fact, it is because of the government's delays that we're in this current situation. The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, it's pretty rich to see that. My colleague is complaining, but I can say that in 2007, the draft of this bill received agreement from all parties, so it should have passed. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, when he's talking about 2008, well, yes, Parliament was dysfunctional. The Liberal Party wasn't talking about the economy. The NDP was talking against the economy, as we know, whereas we were faced with a potentially major economic crisis. So we took measures, Mr. Speaker, to overcome that crisis. We put in place our economic action plan. Yes, we prorogued, but thank goodness, because the opposition parties planned to form an anti-democratic coalition, and then they would have taken measures that would have been dangerous economically speaking, Mr. Speaker. Now, we are the country that was the last to enter into recession and the first to emerge. We've got 1 million net new jobs that have been created since the recession, so that is an economic record we can be proud of. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the principle has changed. I can understand that the opposition parties still agree with the draft of this bill, so why don't we pass it now, and we'll finally be able to tell Canadians that their health and safety is protected. We're combating organized crime. We're banning counterfeit products and misleading labels, and we've got tools in place. We have the time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister, in 2007, which he's been quoting, that yes, there was first-party support for this bill. Things have changed in 6 years. Technology has changed. We've been at the Industry Committee studying this bill, hearing from witnesses. So all of a sudden, to bring this bill forward without any debate makes you start questioning, has this minister even talked to the other minister about public safety? We've cut border security agencies in their budget. We have less border guards to do the things that this minister is saying they're able to do. So we have less people there looking at this stuff, but they want to increase that workload for them. How are they going to be able to do this, Mr. Speaker? We need to be able to come up with a conclusion that works for Canadians. This bill has been long waiting for on this side of the House. We've been talking about it, but if they're saying, well, something happened in 2007, my God, Mr. Speaker, blackberries have even changed since that time. So, you know what? We needed the time to debate this in the House, but once again, they're blindsided, they're blind, it's ideology, rather than making this a good bill to protect Canadians. It's just, again, conservative hypocrisy and conservative mismanagement on a file that's been going on for too long, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Well, Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, in 2007, this draft, this bill's draft received the support of the party. So I don't get where my colleague tries to go. So technology changed. Mr. Speaker, if we follow this logic, just for example, copyright. This is exactly what they said, what they tried to say. Copyright was not changed. It was stalled, Mr. Speaker. This was harmful for the economy. This was harmful for the creators. And, Mr. Speaker, we took the leadership to get this thing ahead. The principles are there. We have a balanced approach in terms of intellectual property. And when you see a responsible party, let's talk about hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. They wanted to come on with the corporate law by proposing an iPod tax. This is totally irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. And they continue after that with their carbon tax of $21 billion on the back of the Canadians. They don't care about that. They are anti-trade. They are anti-commerce, they are anti-economy, Mr. Speaker. We have here a sound and solid bill that takes care of Canadians and the big stakeholders like the Chamber of Commerce, like the Canadian food producers. They all agree with this, Mr. Speaker. We have to combat organized crime. We have to take care of the Canadians' health and safety, Mr. Speaker, and we want an excuse for that.
That will bring the 30-minute period of debate to a close. Il est mon devoir d'interrompre.
It is my duty now to interrupt the proceedings and to put the motion before the House. The question is the following. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Paradis, moves that Bill C-56, an act to amend the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Order. The question is the following one. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Parody, moved that in relation to Bill C-56, an act to amend the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and 15 minutes avant la fin.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Lebel.
Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Coquitlam. Mrs. Iglukak. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kent. Ms. Raitt. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Hillier. Mr. Benoit, Mr. Bright-Kreitz, Mr. Merrifield, Mr. Moore Fundy Royal, Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission, Mr. Poiliev, Mr. Lake, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Dykstra, Mr. Bernier, Mr. Gossard, Mr. O'Connor, Mrs. Yelich, Mrs. Wong, Mrs. Oblonsky, Mr. Menzies, Mr. Upal, Mr. Calandra, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Gould, Mr. Carey, Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's, Mr. Anders, Mr. Reed, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Lunny, Mr. Rajat, Mr. Schellenberger, Mr. Allison, Mr. Bazan, Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville, Mr. Hahn, Mr. Chong, Mrs. Greywall, Mr. Alexander, Ms. Rempel, Mr. Gauguin, Mr. Rickford, Mr. Del Mastro, Mr. Lemieux, Mrs. Troupe, Ms. Bergen, Ms. Adams, Ms. Leach, Mr. Leung, Mr. Saxton, Mr. Decker, Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora, Mrs. MacLeod, Mr. Hebert, Mr. Jean, Mr. Komarnicki, Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings, Mr. Lauzon, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Miller, Mr. Preston, Mr. Trost, Mr. Tweed, Mr. Watson, Mr. Alan Tubick McTaquack, Mr. Brown-Berry, Mr. Calkins, Mr. Cannon, Mr. Albrecht, Mrs. Davidson, Mr. Galipo, Mr. Mays, Mr. Norlock, Mr. Shipley, Mr. Storseth, Mr. Sweet, Mr. Van Kesteren, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Workington, Mr. Clark, Mrs. Block, Mr. Bowen, Mr. Braid, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Hoback, Mr. Holder, Mr. Kerr, Mr. Lobb, Mrs. O'Neill Gordon, Mr. Payne, Mr. Richards, Mr. Shorey, Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sky Country, Mr. Weston St. John, Mr. Woodworth, Mr. Young Oakville, Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Sopak, Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George, Mr. Adler, Mr. Albus, Mrs. Ambler, Mr. Aspen, Madame Bateman, Mr. Butt, Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Chizu, Mr. Daniel, Mr. Gill, Mr. Hayes, Ms. James, Mr. Leaf, Mr. Menegakis, Mr. Tote, Mr. Wilkes, Mr. McColman, Ms. Young, Vancouver South, Mr. Leeson, Mr. Opitz, Mr. Seaback, Mr. Straw, Mr. Trottier, Mr. Williamson, Mr. O'Toole, Ms. Crockett, Mr. Zimmer, Mr. DeVolen, Mr. Goldring.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ashton, Madame Day, Mr. Alan Wellen, Ms. Chow, Mr. Dewar, Mr. Harris St. John's East, Ms. Leslie, Mr. Cullen, Ms. Davies Vancouver East, Mr. Christopherson, Ms. Nash, Mr. Julian, Ms. Crowder, Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway, Ms. Matheson, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Mr. Martin, Madame Ayala, Mr. Bevington, Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta, Mr. Kelway, Madame Brosseau, Madame Groguet, Madame Turmel, Ms. Charlton, Mr. Chisholm, Mr. Boulris. Mr. Angus. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Scott. Madame Papillon. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravigna. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Maille. Mr. Thibault. Monsieur Larose. Monsieur Giguère. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Choquette. Monsieur Rousseau. Madame Lou. Mr. Sandou. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Mr. Rankin. Mrs. Tsabaïsen. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Nichols. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Mr. Comartin. Mr. Adamanenko. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Melo. Monsieur Tremblay. Mr. Stoffer. Monsieur Chicoine. Monsieur Dionne Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Morin-Notre-Dame de Grasse-Lachine. Monsieur Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Mr. Benskin. Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour. Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Monsieur Bélanger. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Cutler. Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood. Mr. Cosner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Karagianis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Valeriat. Mr. Chou. Mr. Casey. Ms. Jones. Madame Saint-Denis. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Balavance. Madame Orani. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Patry. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 123, 123.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Thank you. Orders of the day. Private member's witness. Private member's motion. Consideration of the motion under the name of Mr. Stewart regarding the electronic petition.
Order. Mr. Stewart, seconded by Madame Lou, moves that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to recommend changes to the standing orders and other conventions governing petitions so as to establish an electronic petitioning system that would enhance the current paper-based petition systems by allowing Canadians to sign petitions electronically, and to consider, among other things, 1, the possibility to trigger a debate in the House of Commons outside of current sitting hours when a certain threshold of signatures is reached, 2, the necessity for no fewer than 5 members of Parliament to sponsor the e-petition and to table it in the House once a time limit to collect signatures is reached. 3, l'étude.
3, the study made in the 38th Parliament regarding e-petitions, and that the committee report its findings to the House with proposed changes to the standing orders and other conventions governing petitions within 12 months of the adoption of this order. Debate.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to begin the debate on my private member's motion M428 that would bring electronic petitions to the House of Commons. I cover 3 points in my remarks this evening. First, why we need e-petitioning in Canada. Second, what a system for e-petitioning should look like. And third, who supports this initiative. Before I begin, I would like to say that my motion is inspired by 3 political scientists. My wife, Jeanette Ash, who teaches at Douglas College in British Columbia, who originally suggested this idea to me. My mentor, Professor Patrick Smith, who teaches at Simon Fraser University, who got me started on my democratic journey many years ago. And, of course, the late Jack Layton, whose phrase, "no opposition without proposition," guides all my work in this place. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I shouldn't need to tell the honourable members in this chamber that this is a very dark hour for Canadian democracy. Voter turnout continues to plummet in federal, provincial, and municipal elections. Less than 60% of those eligible to vote did so in the 2011 federal election, and less than 40% of eligible youth voted in 2011. Secondly, citizens are virtually shut out of the policy-making process in between elections. Canadians can look and watch, but they can't really touch nor affect what we do here in Ottawa, as there are no mechanisms in place empowering them to do so. Tragically, now people deeply distrust their own democratic institutions more and more each year. According to a recent Environics polling, less than 20% of Canadians place a lot of trust in Parliament or the office of the Prime Minister, and only 10% give a strong vote of confidence to political parties. Now, while there's plenty of spirited debate in this place on large-scale changes to improving our democracy, whether it's reforming the electoral system or the unaccountable Senate, I feel there are also small changes and reforms that would go some way to alleviate our democratic malaise. Finding practical ways to make Parliament more accessible for our constituents is a worthy goal we should all share. I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, members from all sides of the House will set aside partisan differences and work together to enhance citizen participation in our democracy through e-petitions. Democratic engagement is a topic of particular importance to me, Mr. Speaker, because I've been fortunate to study it for over 20 years. I've written and taught about democracy and democratic reform, as well as advised governments on how they might improve democracy both here and abroad. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I've been in the trenches helping citizens both participate in and reform their political institutions. So in brief, Mr. Speaker, Motion 428 instructs the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to undertake a study of the petitioning process and develop recommendations for how we might improve this process with electronic petitions. As you know, Mr. Speaker, currently Canadians can only circulate, collect signatures, and submit paper-based petitions. If they collect 25 names and find an MP to represent their written petitions in Parliament, the government has to respond to the petition in writing within 45 days. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, online petitions that might gather thousands or hundreds of signatures of Canadians go unanswered under the current system as they are not deemed official. Mr. Speaker, my motion calls on PROC to report back to the House with recommendations as to how we could enhance our current petitioning system and bring it into the 21st century by allowing citizens to post and sign certified petitions online. A study would allow us to hear from civil society groups, privacy experts, and other jurisdictions where e-petitions are used as best practices for implementing an e-petitioning system that is fair, efficient, and responsive. In addition to calling for a comprehensive study, Mr. Speaker, my motion goes further and suggests that we increase the impact of petitions. It proposes that an electronic petition should trigger a short debate in the House, similar to a take-note debate, and if it receives a certain minimum number of signatures, for example, 50 or 100,000, and is sponsored by no fewer than 5 MPs. So not only would citizens be able to post and sign official petitions online, their views and concerns would also be debated at the highest level by their elected representatives. So, Mr. Speaker, this is far from a novel idea. The core of this proposal is borrowed from other jurisdictions. For example, residents of the province of Quebec, who are often ahead of the rest of the country when it comes to democratic reform, can already submit and sign petitions online. In the United Kingdom, the Conservative government has brought in rules that not only allows for e-petitions, but those receiving at least 100,000 signatures can trigger a short debate in their House of Commons. The same is true in the United States, where online petitions meeting a certain threshold of support from the public will receive an official response from the White House and President Obama. My motion also builds on strong populist traditions found in my home province of British Columbia, where residents have the ability to initiate referendums and to recall politicians whom they do not think are up to the job of governing. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we here in this place are behind the rest of the world when it comes to realizing the ideals of direct democracy. My motion represents a modest but vital opportunity for us to build upon the long-standing practices of our constituents petitioning their elected representatives. So before moving on to who already supports my motion, Mr. Speaker, it's important to clarify a few points about this proposal. First, M428 would supplement but not replace the current paper petitioning system. For example, e-petitions that do not reach a minimum threshold of signatures to trigger a debate would still be submitted to the House and receive an official government response. A second concern, Mr. Speaker, is that this system would allow frivolous or trivial issues to be raised in Parliament. I suggest, Mr. Speaker, this will not occur if the committee follows my idea not only to require 50 or 100,000 signatures before the debate is triggered, but also the added provision that at least 5 MPs sponsor the petition before it moves forward for debate. So using a recent example, Mr. Speaker, and a somewhat infamous one, under these provisions it is likely that any MP, let alone 5, would risk their personal reputations to forward a petition suggesting we change the name of certain politicians to Doris Day, even if the petition was signed by tens of thousands of Canadians. It is also important to remember, Mr. Speaker, that the suggestion here is that any debate triggered would be similar to a take-note debate, which are not subject to votes and therefore could not be used to pass bills or motions. So, Mr. Speaker, the third and final section of my speech concerns support for Motion 428, both inside and outside of Ottawa. My motion has been jointly seconded by 20 sitting members of Parliament, including 2 from the Conservative caucus. The member from Saskatoon-Humboldt generously seconded my motion, as did the member from Edmonton-St. Albert, although the latter member has since left the Conservative caucus to sit as an independent. Now, this is an important point, Mr. Speaker, that even at this early stage, there seems to be cross-party support to allow my proposal to move to committee. And I look forward to continuing to work with them and other like-minded MPs to make this happen because strengthening our democratic institutions is a value that must go beyond party affiliation. Thank you. Support for Motion 428 doesn't stop in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Former NDP leader Ed Broadbent says, bringing electronic petitioning to the House of Commons is a 21st century idea and one I fully endorse. Empowering Canadians to come together and help set the parliamentary agenda will breathe fresh air into our democracy. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. Now, it may surprise members on the other side of the House that former Reform Party leader Preston Manning also endorses my motion. Quote, to be able to petition one's elected representatives and to have such petitions addressed is one of the oldest and most basic of democratic rights. Affirming and reestablishing this right in the 21st century through electronic petitioning is an idea well worth pursuing, and I thank Mr. Manning for his endorsement and Mr. Broadbent. Mr. Speaker, My motion has also been endorsed by civil society organizations from across the political spectrum that share the common goal of promoting democratic participation. Mr. Speaker, first, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation says, applauds this worthy initiative to kickstart Parliament on accepting electronic signatures on petitions. When taxpayers get the opportunity to go online and sign an official petition to Parliament, they'll be able to get the attention of Ottawa politicians in a hurry. That would help restore some grassroots democracy and accountability on Parliament Hill. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Egal Canada, an organization dedicated to equality for the LGBTQ Canadians, states that, quote, we strongly support this initiative to further bridge the communication between citizens and their democratic elected leaders. Working with and on behalf of marginalized populations, Egal Canada believes every effort should be taken to make our voices heard in the simplest ways possible. Finally, the online advocacy organization Lead Now says, we fully support bringing e-petitions to Parliament as will help strengthen the voices of Canadians and enable them to reach decision makers more effectively. So, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I launched betterpetitions.ca, a new website that includes a full list of endorsements and an online petition where Canadians can show their support for my motion. So, Mr. Speaker, right here you can see that we have not only two leading elders of our community, those who have been fighting for democracy for quite a long time, directly support this motion, but we also have a large number of civil society groups that also think this is a good idea, and importantly, right across the political spectrum. So, from this evidence, I think it's fair to surmise that the Right Honourable Prime Minister might also endorse bringing e-petitions to Parliament. In 1994, the member for Calgary Southwest said, and I quote, as reformers, we propose that we get back to the roots of liberal democracy, that we reaffirm the principles of democracy in a modern age and manifest political equality through institutional reform. And in 2003, when he was the leader of the Canadian Alliance, he added, quote, we have stood to bring about in this country an effective system of direct democracy to enhance the voice of average Canadians, not once every 4 years, but all the time. And I couldn't agree with that sentiment more, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're here to do. Mr. Speaker, as e-petitions have the potential to impact all Canadians, I wanted to get an initial idea of how the country feels about my motion. So to do so, I commissioned Angus Reid to conduct a national poll asking two questions. The first question asks, do you support or oppose allowing Canadians to use electronic petitions to present their requests to the federal government? Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say over 80% of those surveyed support or strongly support this idea, with only 11% opposed. So there is overwhelming support among Canadians, Mr. Speaker, for this motion. The second question is on the idea of thresholds and what would be needed to trigger debate. The question I asked was, what should be the minimum number of signatures a petition would need in order to be debated in the Canadian House of Commons? When offered a range of options, the most popular threshold was 25,000 signatures, so a very low threshold, followed closely by a threshold of 100,000 signatures. I'd be more than happy to make this polling available to the committee if we move forward with this idea. To recap, Mr. Speaker, first, Canadian democracy is in great need of constructive action and practical reform. We have experienced decades of decline, and our institutions are in need of a refresh, especially that we are now firmly in the digital age. Second, the mechanics of my motion are simple. I am asking the Procedures and House Affairs Committee to report back to us sometime over the next year, within 12 months, with recommendations for how to best implement an e-petitioning system that empowers Canadians to have their say and set the debate in Parliament. Third, I hope I have demonstrated that this motion has support on both sides of the House, among elders and organizations from across the political spectrum, and most importantly, among Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we need to make this happen so that before the next election, citizens from across Canada can have at least a touch more control of the political agenda in Ottawa. It is my hope this initiative will increase citizen participation in democracy, that it will lead to more Canadians being engaged with politics in between elections, and perhaps most importantly, that it will renew trust in our democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, as we stand in this House, This historic place, witness to many national defining moments, this place of business where legislation that impacts the lives of Canadians is debated and voted upon, we ultimately remember that this House belongs to the people. We have all been privileged to be the voice of our constituents here in Ottawa, and as such, it is our responsibility to ensure that the voices are heard here in this chamber. Through my motion to revitalize Canadian democracy through e-petitioning, we can open the doors of Parliament to the robust debates happening now across the country, and we can stand up to empower the voices of Canadians. Thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my friend across the aisle, and I understand his passion for this. But I do have a question for him, and that is that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which is established by standing orders of the House of Commons, is responsible for procedural and administrative matters, which includes the review of the standing orders. This motion appears to lift the matter of the tabling of petitions away from the context of the rest of standing orders which the committee reviews, and is very prescriptive in how the committee should study the matter of e-petition systems. Why is the motion so prescriptive as opposed to respecting the independence and expertise of the committee to review the standing orders as it sees fit and explore all evidence and possibilities that may be relevant?
Burnaby Douglas.
Thank the member for his question. I can assure him that if he reads the motion, he'll see that the details that I've added to the motion are only suggestions for study. What I've asked for the committee to have, to pursue a broad mandate to look at merely supplementing the current paper petitioning system, the paper-based petitioning system, with electronic petitions. I don't see how that any way circumscribes what the committee can look at. If this does make it to committee, they would be calling in witnesses, and I just asked them to consider these other measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question est commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
But in order to respect, I don't know which kind of corporate view of a committee, we cannot accept good ideas in this House. So I would like to ask to my colleague, though, why in his scheme the petition coming electronically would lead to a debate, while the petitions doing traditionally will lead to a response from the government.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his kind words and good question. And this is exactly what the committee should be looking at. And this is why we need the committee to take a look at the current petitioning system and see how these two things could interact. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, is if they can do this in the United Kingdom, if they can do this in the province of Quebec, if they can do this in the U.S., what is that we can't do here? What is it that we can't figure out? I'm sure that we can find a way to make both paper-based and electronic petitions interact, and of course, bring us into the 21st century and bring Canadians bring more trust to our institutions. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. He began by saying that he knew that there were hard times for Canadian democracy. Clearly, young people are more and more cynical. They're voting less and less. And there are several reasons for that. But when we ask them one of the main reasons are, they say that the Canadian Parliament doesn't really reflect them. And as we know, in this day and age, people are almost born with a computer in their hand, and this would give them a much more open access to Parliament. So I'd like to hear my colleague expand on the positive aspects that this bill might have on young people's participation in politics.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question and all her work in this area. She works very hard to bring the voice of youth to Parliament. I think that's very, very helpful. And this is something that my motion would also try to do, is to try to connect with younger people, to bring them, to update our institutions, to better engage folks that are not engaging with our traditional forms of democracy. So I do think that's one advantage of moving to electronic petitions, and I don't see why anybody on the other side of the House would be threatened by this. There would be no votes after debates. It would just be an hour debate. If we went forward with the full spectrum of changes in the House here, it would just be an hour of debate on issues that are important to members on both sides of the House, I would hope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour for me to take part in today's debate on motion M428, sponsored by the member for Burnaby Douglas on electronic petitions. Petitions do play a fundamental and important role in our parliamentary system. Each day, members table petitions on behalf of the citizens from across the country. In total, over 2,000 petitions are tabled each year on issues that concern Canadians. Motion M428 would require the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to study and recommend changes to the standing orders to implement a new system of electronic petitions. Some jurisdictions in Canada and abroad have recently taken this step, and I will focus my remarks on the lessons from their experiences. Before doing so, I want to take issue with a particular aspect of motion M428 that should concern all of us. That is, the motion prescribes a resolution to a study that the committee has not conducted. Rather than asking the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to undertake an examination of our petition system, the motion dictates to the committee that it must recommend changes to the standing orders in order to implement electronic petition system. In other words, the motion requires that the committee report lead to the implementation of an electronic petition system for the House. I find this an affront to the members of the committee and, more fundamentally, to the principle that committees are masters of their own affairs. Instead, the committee should have the ability to review the effectiveness of our petition system under its review of the standing orders and decide on its own terms whether changes are needed. Mr. Speaker, most other jurisdictions have a petition system similar to the one we use in the House. That said, some jurisdictions have recently adopted an electronic online petition system. As my friend indicated, in Canada, the Legislative Assembly of Quebec and the Northwest Territories have set up a limited online system to complement their paper-based systems. Their focus was primarily on giving citizens the option to assess and sign a petition electronically. While such an approach on the surface seems straightforward, there would be a need to closely examine questions of cost, particularly with regard to measures needed to verify signatures and prevent fraudulent petitions. Looking abroad, in 2011, the United Kingdom House of Commons established an electronic petition system, including provisions whereby petitions with at least 100,000 signatures can have a debate in the House or in Westminster Hall, a parallel chamber to the House. The electronic petition system differs from the written petition system in that, first, the role of individual members is reduced to being able to only debate an item with at least 100,000 signatures, and second, the electronic petitions website is administered by their leader of the House of Commons. In 2012, there were 25 hours of debate in the chambers on various electronic petitions with at least 100,000 signatures. To date, that is the total number to date. Examples of topics debated has included the elimination of welfare benefits for convicted 2011 London rioters, heart surgery at a local hospital, and the beer duty escalator. Now, that's not an escalator that goes from floor to floor, but it's a system that is implemented there to increase the price of beer. Public commentators have noted that changes to the system in the United Kingdom have turned petitions into a popularity contest, with a chance to debate issues whether serious or frivolous. The rules in this system have enabled well-organized special interests to force their issues onto the parliamentary agenda. For example, recently a no-state funeral for Margaret Thatcher has reached over 30,000 signatures. South of our border, a We the People electronic petition system established by the White House in the United States, whereby petitions with at least 100,000 signatures are publicly recognized, has led to high-profile petitions on whether Texas should secede or whether President Obama should be impeached. U.S. commentators have questioned the usefulness of the system and suggested that it has a negative impact on citizen engagement. Now, Mr. Speaker, our current rules allow members to table over 2,000 petitions each year on a wide range of issues of concern to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Most jurisdictions share the same approach as we have with respect to petitions. The jury is still out on the long-term effect of electronic petitions. However, the experience of the United Kingdom and the United States indicates that electronic petitions can have negative consequences for citizen engagement in parliamentary operations and can empower special interests to advance their issues. That is why I'm going to oppose motion M428, and I call on all members to do likewise. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add that pursuant to Standing Order 103, Sub 3A, III, and a February the 17th, 2012 House Order, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs has begun a study on the standing orders. The committee could be asked to include our petition rules in their review of the effectiveness of the standing orders. I would contend, Mr. Speaker, this is a more appropriate avenue for consideration of this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
La motion M.
Motion M428.
It's sponsored by our colleague, the member for Burnaby Douglas. Request that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to recommend changes to the standing orders and order conventions governing petitions so as to establish an electronic petition system. But the motion only invites this committee to consider different kinds of electronic petition systems and conventions and to report its findings to the House within 12 months. So I don't understand what my colleague just said. We are not limiting the authority of the committee. We are not infringing about it. We are only, if we accept this motion, doing the job that this House should do and bring an idea that is accepted in many parties. My own party suggested that many times, and propose to have a study on this idea. Le caucus libéral.
The Liberal caucus supports this motion and congratulates its author. We approve of it because we agree with the principle of e-petitions and also because the member for Burnaby Douglas has the wisdom not to ask the House to pass this measure before it has been carefully studied by committee. And this is in full respect of the committee and the House. In principle, any well-designed measure relying on new technologies to bring Canadians more in touch with their Parliament is desirable. For centuries, the rights of free people have included sending petitions to governments. Modernizing this right by updating it with today's technological possibilities, according to the current rules of the Canadian Parliament, would allow Canadians to send petitions to their member. If they include at least 25 signatures, the member could submit it to the House of Commons. The government is obliged to respond within 45 days. With this traditional way of petitioning the House, M428 would add a more modern way to do so. What the member for Burnaby Douglas is proposing is that the content of all certified electronic petitions, including a minimum number of signatures, and he suggested a figure of 50,000, be sponsored by at least 5 members in order to be the subject of a debate in the House of Commons. The debate would not result in a vote as such, but would bring members to discuss the subject more in depth. The principle is laudable, but the details are important. The committee must study this in depth.
Consider the number of signatures required. What is the optimal number to avoid frivolous petitions? Why should electronic petitions trigger a take-note debate, while traditional petitions generate a legal requirement for a government response? These debates would be time-consuming for the House, so it is all the more important not to load its schedule with frivolous petitions. The motion puts the onus of a minimum of 5 MPs to be the guardians of the seriousness of the petition. And it sounds good for me, but it is assumed that they will refuse to table frivolous petitions. We need to be sure of that because we need to be honest with ourselves. Many MPs table any petition they receive from their constituents even if they do not necessarily support the views expressed by the petition or do not believe that the petition is very relevant. An MP who believes in a petition should be tabled is unlikely to be a good judge of what is and is not frivolous. We may also think that it would be good to ask that these 5 MPs will not come from the same party. Although if one day we have a House with only 2 parties, the government and the opposition, this idea may be dangerous, because then the government will veto any petition that's good enough for the government. Aussi, le comité aura...
Also, it would be in the interest of the committee to study the experiences of other parliaments and governments who have gone down this road before them, including the National Assembly of my province.
House for electronic petitions to be submitted to a MNNA, would then forward them to the National Assembly Secretary General, who in turn decides if it is in order or not. If it is in order, the Secretary General puts the petition online on the Assembly's website. The Secretary General also decides how long it will remain online to collect signatures, with a minimum of 1 week and a maximum of 3 months. In the United Kingdom, the originator of a petition must register it with a particular department. This acts as a check against frivolous petitions. The petition is then online for up to 1 year. If it reaches 100,000 electronic signatures, it becomes eligible for debate on the floor of the House of Commons. The Backbench Business Committee is responsible for scheduling any debates on e-petitions. The committee will not allow debate on any petition that deals with the matter before the courts or if the topic has recently been debated in the House. In the United States, WhiteHouse.gov recently opened a new petition site named We the People that allows Americans 13 years and older to create any signed petitions online. There are 2 thresholds for the petition to cross. Once a petition reaches 150 signatures within 30 days, it becomes publicly searchable on the website. If the petition reaches 100,000 signatures within 30 days, the White House will generate an official response.
In sum, we will have to carefully determine the terms and conditions that are appropriate for electronic petitions. But the principle is a good one because it would give a new path for Canadians to express themselves to the government. And this government is the most closed and secret of our history.
The government has been excessively secretive, opaque, and dismissive of the rights to information. Indeed, the government has repeatedly refused to provide Canadians with details of its spending plans, even regarding huge spending items such as the F-35. It refused to give the Parliamentary Budget Officer the information to which he is entitled under the Parliament of Canada Act. Scientists and other government experts who are funded by taxpayers are no longer allowed to speak freely and publicly about their work, which is important for all Canadians. This censorship has recently been extended to government archivists who are now prevented from speaking at conferences. Access to information has never been so thwarted. It takes longer and longer for Canadians to receive responses to their ATIP requests when they are not simply denied. And more often than not, those responses are heavily censored. 10 years ago, 66% of ATIPs were answered in 30 days. Now it is only 55%. The Commissioner, Suzanne Legault, has said that budget cuts in departments seems to be slowing down response times and that systematic and unacceptable delays are eroding Canadians' right to know. The governing party is forcing committees to sit in camera, out of sight of the public, for important debates. The government is making improper use of omnibus budget bills to alter acts of Parliament that have little to do with the budget, and so on and so on.
In conclusion, M428 should be studied in committee, not only because this is a meritorious initiative, that will establish a new means of communication between the people and the Parliament, but also because we have a government that is excessively secret and distant. When we are confronted with a government that puts up barriers between itself and the people have to have new neighbors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. Honorable député de Notre-Dame.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honour of rising in this House to support Motion M28 with pride, the result of the initiative of my friend and colleague, the member for Burnaby Douglas. And I want to thank him personally on behalf of my constituents for his excellent work on this subject and for his vision of the future of Canada. Motion M428 is intended to introduce an e-petition procedure to the House of Commons as well as the existing paper petition procedure. This initiative is intended to revitalize democratic procedures at the federal level and follows the logic of more openness for access to institutions for Canadian citizens.
In fact, our country is now facing a crisis of confidence by the public with regard to its institutions. Canadians are overall unsatisfied with the operation of democracy in our country. This is shown in general discontent towards various institutions. First and foremost would be the Senate. And we see that this also demonstrates itself through record low levels of voting, particularly by young people and minority groups. In fact, abstention rates are alarming. Voter turnout for 18 to 24-year-olds in the federal election in 2011 was only 39%, 20 points lower than the national average for all 8 categories, as shown in a report by Elections Canada. Canada is currently suffering from a democratic deficit. Some sectors of the population are underrepresented, first and foremost young people, but also cultural and linguistic minorities. In fact, their opinions are often marginalized, and citizens have lost control of the parliamentary agenda to interest groups. In fact, access to the agenda goes through a very complex and onerous procedure associated often with submitting a petition before the House of Commons. So there are existing procedures, above all, through a paper petition, but it's insufficient and it doesn't ensure that we can make sure that the public's voices is heard. I and my colleague from Burnaby Douglas, whose bill I'm talking about today, believe that the electronic or e-petition is a first step towards ensuring greater equality, justice, and the inclusion of people in the democratic process. The introduction of an e-petition procedure at the federal level would be both a simple and concrete reform, and the implications would be immediately visible to the public. In fact, the issue is an important one, and we can see that this would help to ensure real democracy in the 21st century with openness and transparency. We believe it's essential to strengthen current rights by taking advantage of the opportunities provided by technology. The internet is now part of the daily lives of Canadians, but it's currently underused by our institutions. Young people are literally born with a computer in their hands, and it's essential for us to adapt our political practices to the current reality. It's our responsibility to seize this opportunity and to use the internet as a real democratic tool to make a e-petition procedure possible within the House of Commons. There would be a positive impact to this, both symbolically and practically. On the one hand, the ties between the elected officials and the people they represent would be strengthened through the simplification of this access to the parliamentary agenda. The e-petition is one of the tools that would help to restore confidence by the public in our institutions and ensure the proper functioning of democracy in Canada. The e-petition would also increase the opportunities for Canadians to have their voices heard. In fact, we're not talking about replacing the paper petition process that's currently in effect with a e-petition only, but rather to add this as an additional tool to give a voice to underrepresented groups, particularly young people and cultural and linguistic minorities. And my colleague from Oxford had taken a position earlier. I think it's quite unfortunate, even shocking. He criticized the fact that this motion suggested that a debate could be held in the House with some people, and this would lead to a debate on any question whatsoever. But if he thinks that Canadians want to talk about any old thing, then I think he's not necessarily properly representing his constituents in the House of Commons.
That the risk of this bill could be to overwhelm the parliamentary agenda with a flood of irrelevant or airy-fairy petitions. However, if I stand before you today, it is to reassure my colleagues and fellow members of Parliament concerning the impact of such a measure on our institutions. Our goal with the motion M428 is indeed to establish a rationalized procedure of electronic petitioning in Canada. To do so, we intend to draw our inspiration from some national and international examples of successful implementations of electronic petitioning. On the one hand, specific modalities of implementation will presuppose two conditions for an electronic petition to be presented to the House of Commons. First, a threshold of 50,000 electronic signatures, and second, the necessity for at least 5 MPs to sponsor the petition. The benefit of such limitations will result on only relevant petitions being actually debated by the MP. On the other hand, electronic petitioning has been tried and tested by a variety of actors at a variety of levels. Wherever it has been applied, it constitutes a breakthrough for democracy. First of all, in foreign countries. For instance, in the United Kingdom, electronic petitioning is successfully applied since November 2006. But also in Canada, where electronic petitioning procedures are already used by the province of Quebec. Finally, non-profit organizations and democracy watchdogs such as Open Media or Lead Now recently conducted promising experiments concerning electronic petitioning at the national scale based on the international success of organizations and activist networks such as Avaz or Change. Nevertheless, Open Media and Lead Now ultimately faced the impossibility to submit their e-petitions to the House because of their electronic nature. To conduct, I want to insist on the urgent necessity to reform our institutions in order to restore the confidence of our citizens of Canada. Levels of dissatisfaction concerning the way democracy works and operates in Canada are getting higher every day. Simply said, Canadians are frustrated by the lack of transparency, accessibility, and accountability of this Conservative government. MPs from the NDP, including myself, are convinced that such a reform requires a deep modernization of our institution procedures. Our first concern is to ensure the reintegration of the Canadian youth and underrepresented groups in the democratic process. It is our duty to provide our citizens with every opportunity to take part in the democratic life of our country and to express their opinions. It is also our duty to ensure equality and justice in terms of democratic participation by opening and facilitating the access to political processes as much as we possibly can. As members of Parliament, the demands of the people have to remain our main focus when setting the parliamentary agenda. Adopting an electronic petitioning procedure at the federal level will constitute a first step to put those words into actions. Moreover, I share the belief with my colleagues of New Democratic Party that the conditions are met for such a measure to be successfully implemented in Canada. Indeed, we now have the necessary insight and a sufficient number of examples of application of e-petitions at the national and international levels to draw our inspiration from. We are fully aware of the benefits and criticism pertaining the electronic petitioning and possess enough empirical data to set appropriate limitations. In a sense, methods of citizens' participation through e-petition do exist and have been tested and approved by others. The only thing left is for us to incorporate them in our institutional framework so that Canada's citizens can make a better and proper use of electronic petitioning. To that matter, we are deeply convinced that Canadians are ready and willing to appropriate these new ways of expression. A study conducted in March 2013 by polling institute Angus Reid showed that 80% of Canadians are in favor of electronic petitioning. I sincerely hope we all share the feeling of emergency concerning current situation in Canada, as well as the belief in the necessity to react as quickly as possible. I also hope to convince all the members of the potential of the motion M428 in terms of restoring the confidence of Canadians in our democratic institutions. Of course, the New Democratic Party and I intend to take consideration of the fears and reservations of our fellow MPs, and as a result, call for a debate on the question on committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in today's debate on motion M428, sponsored by the member for Burnaby Douglas on electronic petitions. And I know that my colleague has a keen interest in the role of Parliament and its members, and an awareness of the experience of other jurisdictions with electronic petitions. And I want to emphasize our government's commitment to a strong role for Parliament. And all members know that our government's first act after forming government in 2006 was to pass the Federal Accountability Act, which made comprehensive reforms to the way Ottawa does business. And as a result of this unprecedented legislation, government accountability has been strengthened, including accountability to Parliament, and our government has continued with further actions to promote democratic reform and open and transparent government. Turning to motion M428, the first part of the motion would instruct the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to recommend changes to the standing orders and other conventions governing petitions as to establish an electronic petition system. The second part would require the committee to consider, among other things, the possibility of a debate in the House outside sitting hours when a threshold of signatures is reached. The committee would have to table its report within 12 months of the motion being adopted, and under the terms of the motion, the committee would be required to include recommended changes to the standing orders and other conventions to implement an electronic petition system. In other words, the motion requires that the committee's report leads to the implementation of an electronic petition system for the House. Our current petition system is set out in Standing Order 36, which is based on the principles of representative democracy and the fundamental role of the individual member of Parliament. It is widely used, and about 2,000 petitions were presented by members in 2012. The rules require that petitions must be certified correct by the Clerk of Petitions before they are presented. House rules specify that at least 25 Canadians must sign a petition using the proper format, including a statement of grievance and an address to the House, to the government, a minister, or a member of the House for a response. Members table petitions on behalf of constituents as a routine practice, and it is recognized that members may not always agree on the views in the specific petition. Following the presentation of the petition, the government must respond within 45 calendar days. Now, I believe that our current system functions effectively, the system is transparent, and Canadians are able to tune into our proceedings to see what petitions are being presented. Or they can view a list of petitions presented in the House, debates or journals of the House. Mr. Speaker, as we consider motion M428, it is helpful to note that the experience of other jurisdictions that have already embraced this type of system. Most jurisdictions have a petition system similar to our current approach and appear to be satisfied with that approach. Some jurisdictions have recently implemented electronic petition systems as part of their legislature or as part of their government's operations. In 2011, the United Kingdom House of Commons authorized electronic petitions, and petitions with at least 100,000 signatures can have a debate in the House or in Westminster Hall, a parallel chamber to the House. And in 2012, the United Kingdom had over 25 hours of debate on electronic petitions with at least 100,000 signatures. To date, these debates have included national issues such as health care and pension increases, as well as special interests, such as eliminating welfare benefits for convicted 2011 London rioters, heart surgery at a local hospital, and eliminating the Badger Call. The United Kingdom's experience suggests that while electronic petitions could theoretically increase the participation of citizens in the petition process, they can also be used by orchestrated special interests to force their issues onto the parliamentary agenda. Similarly, the We the People electronic petition system established by the White House in the United States, whereby petitions with at least 100,000 signatures are publicly recognized, has been used to advance such topics as the Star Wars-inspired Death Star and the deportation of a CNN journalist. And as a result, some commentators have suggested that electronic petition systems can undermine the representative democracy by recognizing or debating divisive or frivolous issues. I would ask members whether they would want to create an electronic petition system if this were the result in Canada. In addition, the creation of a new electronic petition system and the addition of extra sitting hours to the House to debate petitions with a high number of signatures would be costly in a time of fiscal restraint. And furthermore, the requirement to put in place a process to verify thousands and thousands of online signatures could have a tremendous cost and prove to be quite onerous. The member for Burnaby Douglas has said that the electronic petitions would also, and I quote, empower citizens to communicate their concerns to the elected representatives and to have an opportunity to set the agenda for debate in Ottawa. And of course, as all members know, each day Canadians have many options for contacting their individual member of Parliament or the government. Members are regularly present in their constituency. We all have staff in both our constituency offices here in Ottawa or in our constituent to help constituents with their requests, which often come through email or other electronic means. I would ask members whether an electronic petition system would really improve our ability to serve our constituents. And as mentioned earlier, motion M428 presupposes an outcome for the work of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which would undermine the principle that committees are masters of their own affairs. It is one thing for the House to instruct a committee to undertake a study, but this motion oversteps the principle that committees are masters of their own proceedings. Mr. Speaker, now I sit as a member of the House Procedure and House Affairs Committee. It is a good committee, and one of the reasons that it works so well together is that, at least in general, the opposition parties and the government tend to work collaboratively rather than being confrontational. There are times where we cannot find agreement, but this tends to be the exception rather than the norm, and oftentimes the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is able to come up with solutions that all parties can agree on. Unfortunately, this motion does not allow for that type of solution. In fact, the motion prescribes the committee's resolution before the committee has had the opportunity to research the issue. I would ask the members whether they want to support a motion that will reduce the independence of House committees and the ability of members of committees to manage their own affairs. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the idea of electronic petitions may be novel to some, as on the surface it purports to increase constituent interaction with members of Parliament. However, international experience suggests that many countries who have considered this issue, and many of them have decided not to implement this type of system, and that such a system is open to abuse by special interests. And in addition, the new electronic petition system would be costly at a time when, at least on this side of the House, we are trying to save taxpayers' money rather than spend it. And the wording of the motion would undermine the principle of House committees being masters of their own affairs. Mr. Speaker, before I finish, let me add that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is examining the standing orders, and one of the issues that the committee could decide on is to review the effectiveness of our petitions approach, and if there are areas of improvement needed, we could discuss that when we look at that larger study. However, for the reasons I've stated, and there have been many of them, I am not prepared to support the motion at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Victoria, advise him that he will have about 7 minutes before time expires for debate on this hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm so very, very pleased to rise today and speak in the strongest terms possible in support of the motion M428 by my colleague, the member for Burnaby Douglas. He has been a leader in Her Majesty's loyal opposition in trying to come up with measures to improve Canadian democracy and to renew it. This is but one of the many examples that one could cite, and I salute the member for his concern for revitalizing Canadian democracy. And Mr. Speaker, this measure, which seems so small, such a small step, is definitely a step in that direction. Canadian democracy needs renewal. I say that because it's a shocking statistic that Canadians aged 18 to 24 in the last federal election only 39% of those voted. Yet you look around at people in that age demographic, Mr. Speaker, and you see how plugged in they are. They are truly the digital generation. And yet this tool that would revitalize the democracy for that generation may not be passed if I understand what my friends across the way are saying. What does this motion do? Well, it simply says, let's give to the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs the opportunity to examine this and report back in no more than 12 months. It's a measure that has been looked at elsewhere in Parliament over time, and it's been used, as the member has stated and others have stated, in other democracies around the world. It's part of the American democracy at many state levels and, of course, at the White House, as we were told. Quebec has had that as a feature. The United Kingdom has had as a feature. My friend, the member for Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatobit Valley, spoke about the potential cost of such a measure. And of course, that's something that ought to be considered and I'm sure will be committed. But what is the value against that cost of a more engaged population, a population particularly of younger Canadians who seem so alienated, sadly, from our democracy? That, I say, is a value that you cannot put a price on. And this is a tool, and an important tool, in that direction. The same member spoke about the Accountability Act in glowing terms. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is about accountability. And I know from experience of working many years ago with the Justice and Solicitor General Committee, where the current Minister of Justice was a backbencher serving on that committee. I was a consultant, and we came up with 100 recommendations to improve the accountability measure that was called the Access to Information and the Privacy Act. Mr. Speaker, those recommendations have never seen the light of day, despite the fact that they were the subject of unanimous approval, an effort to greater transparency that has been lost. The Accountability Act, to quote Hamlet, is full of sound and fury and signifying nothing, unless measures of this sort are taken in conjunction with it to put meat on the bones. Now, I know that there are other members of the Conservative backbench who support initiatives of this sort, who are strong in favor of moving us toward a more accountable democracy, a more transparent democracy, and I salute the member of Edmonton St. Albert as one of those, although I understand he's no longer a member of the Conservative caucus, perhaps because he still believes in the accountability of which the member for Cumberland, Colchester, and Muscatobit Valley spoke of. Now, I was going to salute my colleague, the member for Burnaby Douglas, for going to the trouble of spending the money to get a survey to find out whether Canadians care about this. And I'm pleased that over 81% strongly support it or support an initiative of this sort. That, I think, is telling. That, it seems to me, is telling. Remember, Mr. Speaker, that all we're saying is give it to the committee, let the committee have a look at it, and come back to Parliament with ways to make it work. My friend said that it talked about frivolous petitions like Star Wars and the like that other jurisdictions have encountered. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that parliamentarians here are going to be able to figure it out and make it work. We are practical, pragmatic people. Canadians will make this work because we want it to work, because we need to find ways to engage our youth. We talk about marginalized groups that are strongly in support of this, many, many groups. That's critically important, but I'm focusing my attention on the ways we need to engage the youth, because I'm very concerned about the functioning of our democracy going forward. And this is the digital generation, as I say. They need to have tools of this sort to make it work. I'm so pleased that my friend pointed out the support of people like Preston Manning and Ed Broadbent. If ever there were parliamentarians from across the spectrum who both have spoken so passionately in favor of this, from both sides of the aisle, if you will, from both sides of the political spectrum, it's it seems to me indicative, demonstrative of the support that initiatives of this sort are getting and will get from Canadians of all political stripes. I have worked with the Canadian Taxpayers Federation as part of the Freedom of Information Privacy Association, of which I had the honour to serve, and they are strongly in support of this measure because they believe, like the Conservatives say they believe, in accountability. I also see Lead Now. which has done so much to promote environmental responsibility in British Columbia and, of course, across the world, across Canada, they too have said very clearly that they fully support bringing electronic petitions to Parliament as, quote, it will help strengthen the voice of Canadians and enable them to reach decision makers more effectively, close quote. And I salute them in particular, Mr. Speaker, because they have been so effective in particular in engaging the youth of whom I've spoken before. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of Parliament to examine this carefully and fairly. It's only an effort to get it to the committee to do the job required. It has already built-in mechanisms, so we won't have frivolous petitions as a consequence. It will help engage the youth of Canada and, as I say, restore democracy, renew democracy, particularly for those young Canadians who have lost hope in our system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
period provided for the study of private members' business now being expired. It is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate as second reading of Bill C-56, Combating Counterfeit Products Act.
Before we resume debate, I need to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Debate. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here we are again debating another bill that was put under time allocation. The irony in this instance, Mr. Speaker, I mean, we're at 44 or 45 times now. The irony in this instance is that this is actually a situation where if the government could have had an agreement with the opposition to actually speed the debate of this bill so that we would in fact be using less of the House's time than it took to bring in a time allocation motion, vote on a time allocation motion, and then provide a full day of debate, because we in the NDP do want to see this bill go back to committee where it can be approved, so we will be supporting it at second reading. But again, Mr. Speaker, we had time allocation brought in before the Minister for Industry, the person presenting the bill, had even spoken to the bill. We had not even had one full speech in this House, a speech by the member for Simcoe Grey, where she spent half of her speech laughing at jokes being told to her by other caucus members. So we didn't even have one full speech before time allocation was brought in. And, Mr. Speaker, I say humbly that this is not democracy. This is not how Parliament is supposed to work. We are supposed to have the opportunity to have fulsome debates in this House on the various issues that are brought forward. And C-56 is an important issue. So, Mr. Speaker, it's an act to amend the Copyright and Trademarks Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, which is otherwise titled the now Combating Counterfeit Products Act. It's my honour to rise today to present the lead-off speech on Bill C-56 for the NDP and the official opposition. Normally, our industry critic, the member for La Salle-Mort, would be leading us off on second reading comments on this bill, and our critic had planned to give herself remarks on Friday when this bill was supposed to come up for debate. However, of course, again, because of time allocation and the government playing games, we're here Wednesday evening instead of Friday, again preventing certain members of Parliament from participating in this debate in the way that they would like to. So, Mr. Speaker, in their rush to introduce yet more record-breaking time allocation motions, and as I said, we're at 46 now in this House, the Conservatives rescheduled all the House business this week. And as the NDP's Deputy Industry Critic, it is indeed my privilege to address this bill on behalf of the official opposition. This is a bill the NDP takes very seriously, as opposed to, as I mentioned, it would appear the Conservative government, because this bill was presented originally in March. Didn't come up for debate until the end of May. And, Mr. Speaker, recommendations for this bill were made in a committee report in 2007. They were made in 2009. And then, again, more recommendations from the Industry Committee in an intellectual property study that was done earlier this year. And it's taken the government a really long time to start bringing these forward for implementation. So, of course, Mr. Speaker, we have yet to have a full speech by the Minister for Industry on this bill. What we have had, and even then, if it wasn't going to be the Minister, you would think maybe the Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Edmonton Mills, Woods Beaumont, but no. Yes, we do in fact have me giving a full speech on this bill, but Mr. Speaker, when the government presents a bill, the government is supposed to justify why they're bringing that bill forward. They have yet to do that and have already implemented time allocation. So I thank the member for Pickering Ajax for his interjection there. Ajax Pickering. They're both one in the... Well, Mr. Speaker. So instead, what we had was the Parliamentary Secretary for Human Resources and Skills Development getting up and presenting a very short speech on this bill, where, as I said before, she spent a lot of the time laughing, and it didn't seem to be taking the bill seriously. It was so bad, in fact, that the Speaker had to interrupt and ask if she was able to continue. Now, I mention all this because it seems to speak to the Conservative government's, again, contempt for Parliament and to their continual practice of introducing legislation that could never be properly implemented because their budget cuts make it impossible. There are many cliches we would use, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives keep putting forth pieces of legislation that are either empty shells or just cherry-picked from among the many recommendations that we need to implement to have solid pieces of legislation. Rules and regulations that perhaps can't be enforced because of those budget cuts, because they might mean that no one is there to enforce them. Recent examples include, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-51, the Witness Protection Act, which the Conservatives put forward without the funding in place to make many of its provisions actually meaningful. And another bill, C-54, which makes changes on how we deal with people deemed not criminally responsible. However, it downloads the responsibility for the mental health care onto the very provinces that are having their health care budgets slashed, again, by this Conservative government. And, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-56 is another example of the Conservatives playing the shell game they so like to play. Legislation that on the one hand imposes some good rules and on the other hand, through the budget, cuts jobs of those that are supposed to be enforcing these new rules. And I'll come back to that point later in my remarks, Mr. Speaker. Let me say up front, again, that the NDP will be supporting this bill on second reading so that it can be sent back to committee and we hope fixed to maximize its impact. However, Mr. Speaker, this would indeed be a first at our committee to actually see recommendations and amendments that we bring forward at committee. If they were actually to be voted on and passed by the Conservatives on the committee, that would be groundbreaking, Mr. Speaker. So, this bill dealing with counterfeiting and copyright infringement is important for both Canadian businesses and consumers, especially where counterfeit goods may put the health and safety of Canadians at risk. We will support this bill so it can go back to committee for further study, and we want to make sure we maintain the necessary balance on copyright and trademarks. For instance, Mr. Speaker, this bill gives ex officio powers to our border officers, which the NDP has been calling for since 2007. However, it's very difficult to see how this will be implemented when last year the Conservatives slashed $143 million in funding to CBSA, which further reduced frontline officers and harmed our ability to monitor our borders. CBSA expects to lose several hundred frontline officers by 2015. It's also important to note that the government has, in the past, refused repeatedly to take a balanced approach to copyright. The NDP believes that intellectual property requires an approach that strikes a balance between the interests of right holders and the interests of users and consumers. Mr. Speaker, I'll now take a few minutes to explain some of the details of this bill. So Bill C-56, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act, amends both the Copyright Act and the Trademark Act, and its purpose is to strengthen enforcement of copyright and trademark rights and to curtail commercial activity involving infringing copies or counterfeit trademarks. This bill adds 2 new criminal offenses under the Copyright Act for possession and exportation of infringing copies and creates offenses for selling or offering counterfeit goods on a commercial scale. It creates a prohibition against importing or exporting infringing copies and counterfeit goods and introduces some balance to that prohibition by creating two exceptions. The first, for personal use, so items that are in one's possession or baggage, or two, for items in transit. It also, as I said, grants new ex officio powers to border officials to detain infringing copies or counterfeit goods, a significant policy shift, as until now, border officials are required a warrant before seizing infringing copies or goods at the border. Now, it also grants new ex officio powers to the Minister of Public Safety and border officials to share information on detained goods with the right holders so that they can actually see what's being brought in and take measures themselves to combat that counterfeit and trademark infringement. And that is important, Mr. Speaker, because the businesses themselves do a great job of trying to protect their own products, and seeing what is coming into the country illegally and what products that are counterfeited can give them ideas about how to combat that counterfeiting better for themselves. It widens the scope of what can be trademarked to the features found in the broad definition of sign, including color, shapes, scents, and tastes. Now, Mr. Speaker, measuring the problem of counterfeit goods and copies in Canada and its corresponding impact on the economy is difficult. New Democrats nevertheless support dealing with counterfeiting, especially where health and safety concerns are at stake. As I've mentioned, it remains unclear to me and to many others how the CBSA could implement these enforcement measures in the face of the cuts from Budget 2012. The United States and many industry groups have long called for border measures on counterfeiting, and it remains important to continue to be vigilant to ensure that intellectual property laws balance the rights and interests of right holders and those of consumers and users. The government has long been aware of the difficulties in measuring the scale of counterfeiting for copies and goods in Canada, a challenge that was identified in a 1998 OECD report on the economic impact of counterfeiting. Part of the difficulty results from the clandestine nature itself of counterfeiting. Much of the data is estimated and based on actual seizures, which is anecdotal, or comes from industry itself, in which case the collection methods may vary or be unavailable to assess. In 2007, the Industry Committee report on counterfeiting recommended that the government establish a reporting system that would track investigations, charges, and seizures for infringing copies and counterfeit goods as a means of collecting data. A recent Industry Canada report published this year notes that it is still difficult to obtain a precise estimate of the market for counterfeit and pirated goods in Canada. And why, Mr. Speaker? Well, because, again, the government has delayed bringing this legislation forward, and even now that they have not put provisions into this bill to actually implement those measures that I just spoke of so that we can start collecting more robust data so we can more accurately determine the economic impacts of counterfeit and trademark infringement in Canada. So, as I said, much of the information in Canada comes from statistics about actual seizures. Industry Canada notes that the retail value of counterfeit goods seized by the RCMP increased from $7.6 million in 2005 to $38 million in 2012. In 2009, the OECD estimated that the international trade in counterfeit goods and infringing copies could be valued, Mr. Speaker, at up to $250 billion US. That is a mind-boggling number, Mr. Speaker, that there would be that many counterfeit and trademark infringed goods that are traveling around the world, and that, law-abiding companies are losing out on much of that revenue. Now, the same study also reiterated previous calls for better information. We know anecdotally that counterfeit products can pose risks to the health and safety of consumers, and that's whether we're talking about counterfeit electrical components or unsanitary stuffing in goose-down jackets. And I mention unsanitary stuffing in goose-down jackets, Mr. Speaker, because when we were at committee, we had many different Canadian businesses and organizations come in to present before the committee, and one such company was Canada Goose, which is certainly a Canadian success story. And Canada Goose brought with them some counterfeit Canada Goose jackets that they had collected. And, Mr. Speaker, the things contained within these counterfeit jackets would make your toes curl. Things like there being feces in the lining, that feathers were not being properly treated and sanitized before being stuffed in the jackets, and certainly they weren't goose down. They weren't coyote fur. Many different animals were being used, and it's very unfortunate to see just how difficult it was, though, on the surface to detect these jackets as being counterfeit, because when you put a real jacket next to a counterfeit jacket, they looked identical. It wasn't until you would actually take a microscope to it or start pulling the jacket apart that you would actually start to see that one of these jackets was indeed counterfeit. Another organization that came before us was HoC Canada. And they were talking about the last Olympics we had here in Canada and about professional sports jerseys. And professional sports jerseys, they've been finding through studies that they've conducted and at the Olympics that sometimes in professional sporting events, up to 70 to 75% of the actual jerseys that were being worn at these games were indeed counterfeit. So consumers themselves are unwittingly buying illegal and counterfeit products when they're trying to support their sports teams. At the Olympics in Vancouver, there were many stops and arrests made of individuals selling counterfeit goods of Olympic paraphernalia and products. And it is a growing problem, Mr. Speaker, because there is a financial incentive there. There is money to be made in counterfeit goods. And we certainly have a responsibility to try to stop as much of it at the border as we can, and indeed for the stuff that gets into the border, to then deal with it here and hold the appropriate people responsible. Because in many cases, it's, as I said, very difficult for consumers to detect whether, in fact, they're buying a legitimate product or not. However, vigilance, Mr. Speaker, is also important, and anyone who has any concerns about a product they're buying, they should go to the manufacturer's websites. They should contact people in law enforcement if they think they bought something illegal. There's many things that they can do in order to try to prevent these crimes, and indeed to make sure that the products they're buying are indeed legitimate. Now, as I was saying, dealing with counterfeiting is important to both Canadian businesses and consumers. It's especially important, as I said again, where counterfeit goods put the health and safety of Canadians at risk. Yet again, it remains unclear how the enforcement regime being proposed by Bill C-56 will be resourced. This bill would add significant new responsibilities to the duties of border officials during a time of significant budget reductions. Budget 2012, the Conservatives imposed $143 million in cuts to CBSA, reducing frontline officers and further reducing our ability to monitor the border. Now, this year's, and this is interesting, Mr. Speaker, this year's CBSA report on plans and priorities alone indicates a loss of 549 full-time employees between now and 2015. Now, when we have more trade and more goods and more people crossing the border, we're going to, at the same time, be cutting frontline officers? Makes absolutely no sense, Mr. Speaker. So, under C-56, customs officers will be asked to make highly complicated assessments on whether goods entering or exiting the country infringe on any copyright or trademark rights. Such an assessment for infringing copies would include, for example, consideration of whether any of the exceptions under the Copyright Act would apply, something courts themselves often struggle with. New Democrats want the CBSA to be adequately funded to implement this bill without compromising the other responsibilities of protecting Canadians and our borders from things like drugs, guns, and other threats, Mr. Speaker. The United States has lobbied for stronger enforcement measures in Canada for counterfeit and pirated goods for many years. In 2012, in the 2012 Special 301 Watch Report, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative stated that the U.S., and I quote, continues to urge Canada to strengthen its border enforcement efforts, including by providing customs officials with ex officio authority to take action against the importation, exportation, and transshipment of pirated or counterfeit goods. In its June 2012 report on counterfeiting in the Canadian market, the Canadian Intellectual Property Council, a subgroup of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, identified counterfeiting as a barrier to competitiveness and specifically recommended that customs officials have ex officio powers. The Canadian law be amended to bring criminal and civil sanctions for counterfeiting and piracy, and that enforcement officials be encouraged to seek strong remedies for infringements. And, Mr. Speaker, I do think it bears saying that many of those requests that the United States have made are indeed in this bill. And providing ex officio powers to the CBSA in order to track and monitor and confiscate copyright and trademark infringed goods are terribly important to our long-term safety. Now, in its recently tabled report, Intellectual Property Regime in Canada, the committee recommended border measures that we support, including providing appropriate ex officio powers to customs officials, civil and criminal remedies for trademark and counterfeiting, allowing customs officials to share information with right holders regarding suspected goods, and all members of the committee agreed that consumers acting non-willfully should not be subject to excessive fines. New Democrats on the committee, which I'm a member, filed a dissenting opinion which called on the government also to consult with consumer groups as well as industry groups in an effort to combat counterfeiting and piracy, and called for border officials to receive appropriate authority to do their work while respecting civil liberties and due process, and for the CBSA to be adequately funded to combat counterfeiting without compromising its other important responsibilities to protect Canadians and defend our border. And with that, I will wrap up, Mr. Speaker.
Right on time. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed hearing from my speech of my honourable colleague from Scarborough Southwest, with whom I sit on the Industry Committee of the House, and where we've heard some of the things that he's talked about. One of the things he didn't mention was airbags. And some testimony we've had, it suggested, in fact, that there are counterfeit airbags that come into Canada, and sometimes those airbags underinflate and don't do anything to protect the person, and sometimes they can be so heavily inflated that there's too much pressure. I mean, so that when they actually are activated, the label on the steering wheel actually can pierce a person's heart, as they've proven with tests, thankfully not with real people, obviously. But so that's an example of the kind of danger, the hazard that these products that come into Canada can present to Canadians. So I want to ask my colleague not only about whether he thinks we need to have a better an education process in addition to this bill to educate Canadians, but also is he concerned about the fact that the government with this bill would allow goods to arrive in Canada and then be shipped to the U.S., for example, or to another country without being stopped or examined in the way that this bill suggests.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my good friend on the Industry Committee for his hard work on the committee as well. And he brought up, of course, airbags, which is a health and safety issue. Of course, when a car gets into an accident and airbags deploy, it's to keep people safe. So it really does demonstrate the challenges that exist potentially for border officials to actually monitor and track what's coming into the country. Certainly any good that's coming into Canada should be subject to a potential inspection and seizure, because we don't want to be unwittingly as a country contributing to problems that are going to happen in other countries because of counterfeit goods. Not only does the public need education, Mr. Speaker, but if we are giving these new powers to border officials in order to be able to seize these goods, they have to be able to identify them. They have to be able to run tests, for instance, on airbags or other products. We have heard some really, of course, troubling stories in the United States where military procurement has been impacted by counterfeit goods that are ending up in military planes, even in civilian planes and other areas. You know, these counterfeit goods could have catastrophic impacts and loss of human life. And certainly we do not want to be receiving those goods, nor do we want to be receiving those goods and then shipping them elsewhere. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we should certainly be looking at all the goods that cross into our borders, whether they're leaving here or not.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague, particularly where he referenced the U.S. 301 watch list that, and their comments that are being put on Canada and our trade policies and our counterfeit policies. I'm interested in this because in 2009, a special advisor to the now Treasury Board President, Zoe Addington, met with U.S. officials, and according to their notes, she said that in the contrast to messages from other Canadian officials, if Canada is elevated to the special 301 priority watch list, it will help the Government of Canada's ability to enact copyright legislation. So what that cable tells us is that the present Treasury Board President had his officials in Washington saying, put Canada on the most notorious watch list, along with outlying countries like Yemen and North Korea, for being considered basically bandit country, undermining our trade interests because they thought it would help pursue an agenda in Parliament. And I find that absolutely shocking. The Computer and Communications Industry Association in the United States, who represents the largest software organizations in the world, actually went to Washington on Canada's behalf. We didn't have any support from this government, who were actually undermining our trade interests, to say that the use of the special 301 provision unrelated to the adequate and effective protection of relevant rights delegitimizes the 301 process because they're using it for policy ends. It said that it was completely unacceptable that they were targeting Canada, and said that in many respects Canada's laws are more protective of creators than the United States. This was before our present copyright bill came in. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, how can you take a government seriously that would actually undermine our trade reputation internationally and say to our largest trading partner, put us on an outlier list along with North Korea and Yemen because it'll help us pursue a copyright agenda? I find it shocking that they would undermine our trade interests like this.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, once again, we have what I guess I would call an instance of policy-based evidence, where the government went and actually sought to gain evidence or create evidence in order to justify a potential policy. Another way of saying it in this instance would be they tried to create a crisis so that they could ride in and fix it. Now, where have we seen that kind of strategy before, Mr. Speaker? We saw it with John Snowballin, a former education minister in the Mike Harris government in Ontario. And of course, who were main components of that same government? The current Treasury Board Chair, the current Minister for Foreign Affairs, and the current Finance Minister. They were all integral to that strategy of creating crises and then riding in to try to fix them. And again, we have an instance where they actually sought to have us put on this list so that they could then justify policies that were being brought forward. But what's absolutely ridiculous about this was that was in 2009. In 2007, there was an industry committee report and there were recommendations made. They could have moved forward then. And we had all-party agreements on many of the aspects. A bill could have been brought forward then, years before this happened, which again shows the ridiculous nature of sometimes the things that this government does, just like imposing time allocation on this bill. We could have had an agreement that could have saw us fast-track this bill, but instead the government comes down again with time allocation. They waste an hour on that, and then now we're going to spend the whole day, next day debating this bill when we could have, in fact, have reached an agreement and moved on quicker, Mr. Speaker, so that this bill can get back to committee where myself and the Liberal member who spoke earlier and the other members of the committee can actually study the bill and come forward with more recommendations.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his excellent speech tonight. He's well informed, and we can see that he's working very carefully on the Industry Committee. I wanted to raise a point that he mentioned, and I'd like to hear a bit more about it, and it's the fact that we are against counterfeit products, and we have to find ways to counter them, but we have to also ensure that the Canada Border Services Agency has the resources to find these products and make sure that they don't come across the border. They have to be able to see them before they can determine whether or not they are counterfeit products or not. So can he expand on that a little bit and talk about the means that the CBSA has at its disposal to really work on this problem?
Honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Merci. J'aimerais.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And certainly, if we're going to give more responsibility to border services, we have to ensure that there aren't cutbacks in that area. Right now, there's $143 million in cutbacks that were imposed on them in the last budget, and even the CBSA is saying that they're going to lose 560 full-time jobs. So how can we give them more responsibilities, more education, and give them more to do at the same time? If they are 546, in fact, fewer, we have a huge territory in this country. There are many crossings. There are ports as well that are expanding, so we need more resources, not fewer, to ensure that they can do the job that they have to do now. If we're giving them even more to do, we have to give them more resources. It costs money to keep our country safe.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this debate and speak to this bill, C-56, which is a significant bill, even if there are problems with it and the possibility of improving it. I think it's worth discussing. There are several issues that I think the government members should really recognize as being problematic, and I hope that they'll do so at committee. I hope that they will accept that there will be significant amendments.
The fact, as I mentioned in my question to my honourable friend from Scarborough Southwest, the fact that this bill does not cover goods in transit. And I'm sure that our American neighbours would not be impressed with the fact that if a counterfeit shipment travels from Asia to Vancouver, for example, and then is transshipped to Los Angeles, it would not be seized here. We're saying that's your problem. We're not going to take any responsibility for it. That's not, I think, what we would ask of them in return. And it's something I think that needs to be fixed. And also, of course, as legislators, we shouldn't simply be ramming through flawed legislation just because the government has a majority. And what we see here, in fact, is a bill that has sat in the order paper for 3 months now since it was introduced. The government hasn't moved it an inch since then. It hasn't brought it forward till today, near the end of the session, when the government is bringing forward, I think, for its 45th or 46th time today, time allocation or closure, when it's trying to rush through a whole series of bills, having the House sit till midnight for the last 4 weeks of the session, and not really giving any of these bills the kind of consideration that they deserve, and not allowing for the possibility that any of them might really be improved in committee. I mean, as my honourable colleague said, when was the last time we saw the government side actually accept an amendment from the opposition? And that is worrisome. There are also questions, Mr. Speaker, about who will bear the cost of seizure, storage, and destruction, particularly when it comes to small businesses who are affected and are concerned about products that are counterfeits of what they produce coming into the country or affecting their copyright. So I hope we'll get some clarity on these issues as this legislation is under consideration in the brief period we're going to have. As well, I have heard concerns about the increased powers that will be given to border officers without any oversight from the courts. And we have to keep in mind, as my friend said, that this is at a time when last year the government cut $143 million from the Canada Border Services Agency and therefore there's less ability there to actually do the kind of job, and you're giving them more to do the job they have, and they're giving them much greater responsibility and a very complicated responsibility in assessing which goods coming in may be counterfeit or in breach of copyright and which ones are not. We need to make sure that this legislation does not result in illegal or illegitimate seizures, and violations of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We also have to ensure that border officials receive the proper training they require to deal with these very complicated matters. Sometimes, it's a question of what's copyrighted and what isn't, and we know from the discussion we had on the copyright bill last year that for even the courts that can be complex sometimes. So to ask our border officials to do this without much training, without giving decent resources to CBSA to do that training, I think is unreasonable. And what is the point of adding? How's it going to work effectively if we're adding to their workload on the one hand while reducing their resources on the other? These officials do a tremendously important job, and we need to give them the tools they need to be able to do that job. Mr. Speaker, people like Professor Michael Geist, who's an expert on these issues and chairman of Internet and e-commerce law at the University of Ottawa, are raising copyright issues around this bill. Some voices, granted not a lot of them, but there are some, who even argue that this legislation may be a backdoor way of bringing back ACTA. And I don't think it is. I think there's very little in this bill that relates to that, but I appreciate those concerns and respect them, and we should examine those concerns and hear from witnesses on topics like that at a thorough examination of this bill in committee. So it's clear that there are many issues which, as members of Parliament, we have a duty to carefully examine in relation to this bill. And that's why I think it will require that thorough assessment when it goes to committee that I speak of. And I hope the government does not simply employ its usual bully tactics of ramming through another bill just because it can. That's wrong, and they know it, Mr. Speaker. I also hope that we take the time to hear from many voices who support this so-called Combating Counterfeit Products Act. Of course, we have to wait and see. The proof is in the pudding when it actually gets into effect to see how well it does that. I think it will have some positive effect, but I think it will work better if it can be improved at committee. Recently, I met with members of the Mechanical Contractors Association of Canada and the Canadian Institute of Plumbing and Heating, who wanted to discuss Bill C-56 as part of their Parliamentary Awareness Day. And they, in fact, made some very coherent arguments in favor of this legislation. I think most, if not all, members of this House would agree with them. C-56, of course, amends the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act to add new civil and criminal remedies and new border measures in both acts in order to strengthen enforcement of copyright and trademark rights and to curtail commercial activity involving infringing copies and counterfeit trademark goods. Because we see, for example, whether it's hockey sweaters or radio parts, all kinds of things, for instance, the jackets my friend talked about, that come in and look like the real thing but aren't really. That's why it's important to be aware of this and to deal with this, and it has an impact on our economy, on jobs in Canada. We ought to be mindful of. This would also amend the Trademarks Act to, among other things, expand the scope of what can be registered as a trademark, allow the Registrar of Trademarks to correct errors that appear in the trademark register, and to streamline and modernize the trademark application and opposition process, all of which is positive, Mr. Speaker. And as an aside, I wish that we could see similar kinds of measures to examine the question of official marks, which are very problematic, and the idea that you can have a group, for instance, within a province that is an association of one kind, for instance, some kind of profession, or an association, for example, in this province, of people who are massage therapists. They were given an official mark for Canada. And the idea of these marks is they can apply all across the country. So you could have two groups in Nova Scotia of massage therapists. If one of them gets approved by the group in Ontario, and the other one doesn't, and only one of them gets to use certain phrases that go along with that official mark. And that makes no sense at all when the first group was only limited to one province. So there's a need to examine and to amend the official marks legislation as well. Our caucus recognizes the health and safety risks to Canadians, as well as the detrimental effects to the economy posed by counterfeit goods entering Canada. We believe this bill does need to be amended, but we think with a little cooperation from the government that can be achieved at committee. The Liberal Party recognizes the need to provide new enforcement tools to help strengthen Canada's existing enforcement regime for counterfeit goods. My colleagues in the Industry Committee will recall seeing the counterfeit Canada Goose jackets we heard about a few minutes ago and hearing what are put in the horrible stuff that can be in these fake jackets. They certainly aren't the kind of thing that are going to keep you warm in the deep freeze of Canadian winters, Mr. Speaker. We've all heard stories of counterfeit circuit breakers being installed in government buildings or faulty Christmas tree lights causing house fires. Counterfeit products that are dangerous for Canadians. To give you an idea how widespread this problem is, consider the fact that 1,800 cases of counterfeit electronic parts, apparently made in China, have been discovered in U.S. cargo planes, helicopters, and other military aircraft. Yes, military aircraft. Imagine what that's like, and how scary that is if you're operating one of them, particularly in a place where there's conflict or where you're in danger, to have that kind of situation. So this is a very big issue for government, for businesses, and for consumers. In fact, speaking of consumers, counterfeit drugs, pharmaceutical drugs can be an issue. Drugs that are either improper, the doses are too low, or it's the wrong material entirely. So that's pretty scary as well. For example, in April, the RCMP, provincial and local police, conducted an operation at a flea market in Hamilton. This is an example of counterfeit issue. And they seized about $100,000 in counterfeit goods, if you can imagine, including designer purses, jeans, sunglasses, and DVDs. Now, we don't think of all of these as endangering public safety or health, but they certainly have an impact on jobs in Canada. Overall, the retail value of counterfeit products seized by the RCMP has increased over fivefold from 2005 to 2012, from $7.6 million to $38 million. This is just the estimates, of course. The Liberal Party believes that Canadian businesses must be protected to ensure the well-being of the domestic enterprises, the health and safety of Canadians, important, of course, to protect the jobs of Canadians and the integrity of the Canadian economy as a whole. We'd like to see a robust public education program regarding the possession, production, distribution of counterfeit goods. We'd like to investigate and further study the challenges with which the Internet and e-commerce pose as a loophole to the seizure and reduction of the presence of counterfeit products, because, of course, what we're talking about with the borders is seizing shipments. When things are coming in one at a time by mail or UPS or what have you, it's a much more difficult thing for our border services to deal with. And, of course, with the current government's ongoing deficits, we really question how the Conservatives will fund this new prevention and investigative system, particularly with the $143 million cut to CBSA last year. Border officers are by no means copyright experts. They'll be given new and increased powers that are not overseen by the courts, which may lead to illegitimate seizures, and that is certainly a problem and violations of the Charter of Rights. We also believe that small businesses should be exempted from the costs that are imposed by this bill. There are several areas in which concerns, other than those I've mentioned, have been raised. With the increased number of seizures due to increased powers being given to border officers in the RCMP, how will the government fund these such extensive investigative and legal operations, particularly in view of the cuts that I've talked about? Should genuine or non-counterfeit products be seized and destroyed, how will the government compensate companies and individuals? How will the government determine whether importers of counterfeit products are aware these products are counterfeit? And why are there no provisions for counterfeit goods being transshipped through Canada? Bill C-56 does strive to reduce the presence of counterfeit trademark goods being sold and distributed in Canada by providing new enforcement tools. The bill will bolster Canada's enforcement regime at the border and domestically, and it will address negative impacts of counterfeit goods by giving border officers the authority to detain suspected commercial shipments and contact rights holders. It will allow Canadian businesses to file a request for assistance with the CBSA in turn enabling border officers to share information with rights holders regarding suspect shipments. Those are valuable and worthwhile things, especially if people have the resources to do it. It will provide new criminal offenses for commercial possession, manufacturing, or trafficking of counterfeit trademark goods. It will provide legitimate owners with the new tools to protect their rights and take civil action against infringers. It will create new offenses for trademark counterfeiting, and it will provide better tools to investigate commercial counterfeiting. So, Mr. Speaker, I will close by saying that while we support the intent of this legislation, and we'll support it at second reading to have it sent to committee, we support where it wants to go, we think it needs to be improved, and I hope my honourable colleagues will be open to amending and improving this bill at committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Tabiquek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Halifax West for his comments on this bill. And it's a very important bill, and he brought up some of the very good things in it with respect to the trafficking of goods and the pirating of goods. And one of the things that he did comment about was the payment for and compensation for goods that have been seized, or the storage or the destruction of those goods. And I guess when he's talking about it in the context of the government being open to amendments, Section 4407 of the bill does talk significantly about the cost, and that the license holder is the person who's responsible for the cost, and then they're able to be compensated if, for example, the court action deems that they were seized legitimately. So I'm just wondering what in there is missing in that compensation of those costs that he sees that is not in 4407 now.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the question, my friend from New Brunswick. The concern I have, frankly, is that we're talking about small businesses often that don't have the wherewithal to have the kind of legal representation that they might need to have at the court hearings that might lead to that, or to fight for the compensation that they're looking for. And I think we want to make sure that they're protected and that they're not going to face undue costs associated with these measures. We heard at the industry committee from larger businesses that were happy, in fact, we're prepared to take the cost on of the storage and destruction of these things. But I think the concern I have is what is it going to mean for smaller businesses, and I think that's something we should hear about, frankly, at committee. And if my honourable colleague is right that it won't impose a cost on those smaller businesses, let's hear about that, and let's have some witnesses who can actually speak to that. Thank you.
Question et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech, my colleague who is always he works hard on committee. I'd like to speak to him about the dangers of counterfeiting in Canada, products that aren't necessarily not up to the same standards of quality, products that are not up to the standards in place in Canada. I'd like him to speak a little bit more about the dangers that this can present for Canadians with regard to objects and goods that are counterfeited. And we don't have the means to stop them from being on the market. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. It's a good question. I think it's a necessary question. It's part of the education of Canadians to, for example, if you go somewhere to get your car repaired, let's say, there is the possibility that the brakes, for example, that will be installed to replace your other brakes can sometimes be counterfeited brakes. So you can imagine what can happen. I already talked about problems that can happen with regard to cars, but brakes are a good example because everybody knows the importance of having good brakes that meet the appropriate standard. And if somebody has obtained counterfeited brakes that won't work the way they're supposed to, then it is obvious what the danger is to the public. This is a possible situation. I also talked about medication. Drugs can come into Canada and be sold into Canada, and they may not be the right drugs that meet the same standards. And so it's very important to ensure that we have measures to monitor this. Questions and comments?
Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his thoughtful remarks. He mentioned the unlikely chance of any amendments being made to this bill, but I'm wondering, notwithstanding that, as in the past, no bill gets amended that the government presents, I'm wondering if he could highlight 2 or 3 of the most important things that he thinks need amending. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Guelph for his question. One of the things that I've mentioned that I think is important that be amended is the question of transshipment. I think we do have a responsibility when things arrive in Canada, even if they're not staying here, to find out, try to deal with those if we think that there are counterfeit goods. That's important. I think it is quite the appropriate thing to do, and expect the same in return from our neighbors, particularly our neighbors to the south, who we deal with, so often in trade. There are a number of other measures that I mentioned that I think we ought to be dealing with, and but for example, I talked about the need for an education program that I don't see coming from this government. And of course, my honourable colleague is right that we haven't seen from this government a lot of interest in allowing amendments to pass from the accompanying opposition, because they seem so convinced that the bills they have come in perfect form. They arrive in Parliament fully formed, the absolute perfection, arriving from the departments, in fact. Now, to me, that isn't what Parliament ought to be about, and I think that the government ought to recognize that having criticism, being attacked sometimes is part of the democratic process, and while it's not pleasant, it's necessary, and it's important to have the consideration by Parliament of a bill, even if at times it gets partisan, but to allow that debate to happen and to draw from that possible ways to improve the bill. And I talked about, I think, about 5 different ways during my speech this bill, I think, could be improved. So while I think it's doubtful, while I recognize that recent experience doesn't give one much basis for a lot of hope, I still retain some hope, some sliver of optimism that perhaps the government will consider amendments that come forward at committee.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague and his hope that the government is actually interested in improving bills. Unfortunately, they seem to have decided that they are, like the First Vatican Council, infallible. And I was with my colleague during the copyright study, where there were numerous problems identified in that bill that could have been fixed for the benefit of Canadians. And the government stood in this House, told Canadians, if there are amendments, we'll listen to amendments. What they didn't say to the continuation of that is, yeah, we'll listen to them and we'll turn every single one of them down. And we saw in that bill how they had not thought through the issue in terms of students with perceptual disabilities, how they'd be unfairly victimized by the digital lock provisions, and that they could actually fix the digital lock provisions so that blind students and students with other perceptual disabilities would be able to get the most out of their education. And the government decided to ignore that despite the overwhelming evidence that they were simply targeting a small group of students who should have been able to access the works. I asked my honourable colleague, given the track record of this government, their refusal to listen to the most reasonable amendments, if he thinks that this bill will be another failed journey by this Conservative Party.
Well, member for Halifax West, you have about a minute to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank my honourable colleague from Timmins, James Bay, for his question. I think it's an excellent question because while I'd say I hold a sliver of optimism, if he were to say to me there's no basis for that, I'd have a hard time arguing with him that I had a strong basis for my optimism, because I do, like him, recall not just the Copyright Act in this discussion, but we've seen so many other bills whereby when they've been considered in committee and amendments have not been considered really seriously by the government. So I do recall that discussion about Copyright Act, and particularly about digital locks and what it would mean for people with perceptual disabilities. That was a great concern of mine. But I can recall other amendments that were brought forward that, in my view, would have actually helped the government achieve what it was trying to do. And it still wouldn't agree to them because they weren't their own amendments.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the second reading of Bill C-56, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act. Counterfeit goods hurt our economy. They undermine innovation and the integrity of Canadian brands. They threaten economic growth and they threaten job creation. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, they threaten the health and the safety of Canadians. The bill before us takes important steps to modernize Canada's intellectual property legislation to address counterfeiting. I would like to speak to the impact this bill will have on those who have created a copyright work or invested in a registered trademark. I would then like to demonstrate how our measures will protect Canadian consumers and their families while targeting commercial counterfeiting. Bill C-56 introduces changes in 4 key areas: border enforcement, greater civil tools to enforce intellectual property rights, reduced red tape burdens on rights holders, and improved criminal offences. These are all worthy objectives and deserve our support, as it sounds like we are achieving tonight. They will help protect legitimate businesses from unfair competition by those who minimize costs and maximize profits through counterfeiting. It is difficult to obtain a precise estimate of how big a problem counterfeiting truly represents in Canada, Mr. Speaker, but the rights holders are often reluctant to report that their products are being counterfeited. They are concerned that their brand image will suffer as a result. But the RCMP calculates that between 2005 and 2012, over 4,500 cases of IP crimes were investigated in Canada. During that period, the retail value of counterfeit goods seized by the RCMP increased 5-fold from $7.6 million to $38 million. Sales of counterfeit items represent lost income for a legitimate rights owner for a genuine product. Given that many incidents of counterfeiting are not reported, we can assume that the actual cost in lost sales to rights holders is much, much more. But counterfeiting costs the legitimate rights holders in other ways, Mr. Speaker. It costs in terms of the effort to maintain customer relations with consumers who may be dissatisfied with the quality of a product, not realizing that it was not produced by the legitimate rights holder. This also has a cooling effect in terms of innovation. It makes the right holders more reluctant to invest in the development of new innovative products if they know that their research will only serve to enrich others who will knock off cheap counterfeit versions of their products. The counterfeits have no R&D costs. They have no advertising costs. And they are piggybacking on the investments made by legitimate rights holders. And it costs in terms of giving serious and organized crime a foothold in the marketplace. According to Interpol, the profits are so high in counterfeiting that it serves as a magnet to those who seek ways to finance other criminal activity, including drug trafficking, human smuggling, and robbery. Some people may believe that counterfeiting is a victimless crime. But, Mr. Speaker, this is clearly untrue. Over the years, many honourable members have devoted their time and knowledge to studying the challenge of counterfeiting. I'd remind the House that both the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology and the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security studied this problem in 2007. Again, last year, the Industry Committee called witnesses to testify about the impact of counterfeiting and other intellectual property issues. I'm sure that honourable members are attentive to the table of our committee's report in March on Canada's IP regime. It makes several recommendations regarding counterfeiting and piracy of trademarks and copyrights. The committee recommends, for example, that legislation should introduce both civil and criminal remedies for trademark counterfeiting. The bill before us creates such a regime, Mr. Speaker, both civil and criminal remedies. It provides right holders with expanded civil causes of action. Holders of registered trademarks will be able to stop counterfeit goods earlier in the supply chain before they reach the market. Under the current system, rights holders can pursue civil action only if the offender has sold or distributed a counterfeit product. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the manufacture or possession of counterfeit products is not against the law. Under Clause 21 of the bill before us, a person shall not manufacture, cause to be manufactured, possess, import, export, or attempt to export counterfeit goods. Clause 21 also addresses the increasing phenomenon of counterfeiters shipping the knockoff products separately from the counterfeit labels. The practice is to attach the labels at the last minute so as to avoid detection. Under the bill before us, right holders can pursue civil remedies against those who manufacture or ship labels intended to be later attached to those counterfeit goods. The committee report calls for a combination of civil and criminal remedies. On the criminal side, the bill would ensure that selling, distributing, possessing, importing, or exporting counterfeit goods for the purpose of trade will be prohibited and subject to fines and possible jail time. In addition, new criminal offenses for possessing and exporting pirated goods for commercial purposes will be added to the Copyright Act. Mr. Speaker, in its report on Canada's intellectual property regime, the Standing Committee recommended that customs officials be allowed to share information with rights holders regarding suspected goods. The bill grants Border Service officers the authority to search for and detain suspected counterfeit goods and to inform trademark owners of the detention. Under the current regime, a rights holder must obtain a court order to stop a suspected shipment. Under the current system, they must know, among other things, that counterfeit goods are coming from a particular location in an approximate time period. And they must also provide enough information to identify the goods as required by court. There are many ways in which this system is inadequate for rights holders. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the rights holders knows that goods are coming from a particular factory, but cannot identify when or how. Perhaps the trademark holder does not gather enough evidence to convince a court to act. And perhaps the Canada Border Service Agency encounters suspected counterfeit goods, but under the Customs Act does not have the authority to take action or notify a trademark or copyright owner in the absence of a court order. Perhaps the right holders does not know that a shipment is coming, and under the current regime, the trademark holder remains in ignorance. In each of these cases, Mr. Speaker, enforcement at the border is not an option. This bill before us remedies that situation by granting border service officers the authority to detain suspected counterfeit goods on their own initiative. It also facilitates detention through the request for assistance system. Through this system, rights holders will be able to provide Canada Border Service Agency with information about their copyright or registered trademark, as well as contact information. The Border Service Officer will use this information to help identify and detain suspected counterfeit goods and will have the authority under the Trademark Act or the Copyright Act to detain them. Through the consequential amendments to the Customs Act contained in this bill, the Border Service Officer will then have the authority to contact the rights holders to share relevant information regarding these goods in order to determine whether the goods are indeed counterfeit and that the rights holder will have the option of pursuing civil action. In other words, the CBSA will be able to provide the rights holder with limited, necessary information that will help in a civil case. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us gives the rights holder, the CBSA, and law enforcement the tools required to crack down on counterfeiting. As a result, we will reduce the damage that counterfeiting inflicts on the Canadian economy, including reduced sales for legitimate business and lost tax revenue for governments. I would also like to draw the House's attention to the impact of the bill on consumers and the protection it affords to individual Canadians. The legitimate businesses whose products have been copied illegally are not the only victim of counterfeiting. Mr. Speaker, because the counterfeit products forego safety regulations, certifications, and quality controls, the consumer who purchases them has also been victimized. For example, purchasers of counterfeit pharmaceuticals have no way of knowing whether the active ingredient is the required dosage for their prescription. Purchasers of counterfeit batteries do not know that the product may be prone to explode or to leak. Purchasers of counterfeit children's toys may be putting children in danger of choking hazards or toxic paints. Purchasers of counterfeit electronic items may be buying products that could ignite or explode. Consumers have become the victims of counterfeit products in many different ways, Mr. Speaker. But today I would like to remind the House that it is in no way the intention of this bill to victimize them any further by confiscating products that they have purchased for their own personal use. Let me remind the House of where the laws governing counterfeiting are made stronger and clearer. Under the current law, there are many gaps in the ability to go after counterfeiters in either the criminal or the civil courts. There is no action that can be taken for goods that have not yet reached the marketplace. An individual is not violating a trademark owner's rights by manufacturing or importing counterfeit goods that will be sold. It is possible to import counterfeit goods to sell in Canada. It is possible to have a warehouse full of trademark infringing goods to be sold in the future. And it is possible to make counterfeit goods to sell in Canada or counterfeit labels that will be put on those goods. Presently, it is unlawful to sell counterfeit goods on the street or in a store. It is also unlawful to sell goods with a mark that might be confused with a registered trademark. This bill will close any loopholes by giving trademark owners the ability to stop counterfeit goods at all stages of the distribution chain, from manufacturing to retail sale. It also creates a civil action for selling or offering for sale labels or packaging that are to be applied to counterfeit merchandise. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear that these provisions are designed to target the commercial operations of counterfeiters. They provide federal agencies and rights holders with tools to confront criminals who gain commercially from the sale of these goods. We believe that the best way to stop illegal counterfeiting is to crack down on the commercial counterfeiting, which is at its very roots. The measures apply only to those who knowingly possess counterfeit goods for commercial purposes. They are not targeted at the private, non-commercial activities of individuals. They are not designed to prosecute individuals who have purchased counterfeit or pirated products. We're not going after individuals who may own a pirated DVD or a counterfeit watch bought from a sidewalk vendor. Counterfeit items found in an individual's luggage for personal use will not be seized by border service officers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the bill provides a specific exception at the border for individuals who happen to have counterfeit or pirated goods which are intended for personal use as part of their personal baggage. This exception is in no way intended to encourage the personal use of counterfeit goods, but it protects Canadians and enables border service officers to focus their attention on the root cause, which is the commercial abuse of trademarks and copyright that is a growing problem in Canada and around the world. Mr. Speaker, I expect that the new civil and criminal measures included in this bill will give rights holders and law enforcement the tools they need to bring commercial counterfeiting cases before the courts. This will raise the profile of the problems that counterfeiting have created in Canada's economy and the health and safety risks they pose to consumers. The measures in this bill are designed to help federal agencies and right holders target their efforts to confronting criminals who gain commercially from the sale of these goods. Many Canadians regard buying counterfeit goods as unethical. Our committee was told this in industry committee meetings throughout the past quarter. However, some see it as a victimless crime. But awareness is growing, and I believe there will be significant public support for reducing the damage done to Canadian jobs and the health and safety risks to consumers that are caused by these counterfeit goods. I would remind the House that the bill before us responds to many of the recommendations made by the committee. It enables border service officers to help them detain counterfeit items and to share limited information with right holders. It introduces new civil and criminal remedies for trademarking counterfeiting and copyright piracy. It grants an exception to consumers who bring across the border counterfeited or pirated goods for their personal use. It provides additional criminal offences and tools to strengthen Canada's enforcement laws. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents an important step in the government's ongoing efforts to create the marketplace framework laws, including intellectual property laws, that foster innovation, jobs, and economic growth in Canada. I would ask honourable members to join me in protecting Canadian consumers' health and safety and protecting the work of innovative Canadian entrepreneurs and the jobs they create. I hope all honourable members will join me in supporting swift passage of Bill C-56. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend. He's obviously spent some time, maybe a great deal of time on this issue. There's a very specific question I have for him, that the bill intends to create ex officio status and powers for CBSA members at the border. Does his government contemplate adding training for such powers? Because as we know, detecting copyright material is not necessarily always so easy as it seems. There's subtleties that often end up in courts, and courts also struggle with this and in fact employ experts in this field. With the ex officio status of CBSA members at the border in real time, with the dramatic cuts the government has already made to the CBSA, some 550 full-time equivalent officers have been removed by this government. That's the latest CBSA numbers, border officials. With less resources, is the government planning a training program or something to allow the members that do remain, as they intercept these goods, and to be able to determine if the goods are in fact counterfeit? Because if just writing laws is the only plan, then it would be easy. But writing the bill only matters if you actually have the power to implement the law. And with diminished resources at the border, I'm wondering if he's able to provide the House with any update or any plans the government has to actually get our officials up to the status and training level that they'll be able to actually do the job that the bill requires them to do.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and it's a good question. In the countless hours that we spent hearing witnesses at committee, it was very evident that training and specialized development of officers' skill sets at the border was a tremendous gap in the process. While it's not in the bill, I fully expect, and to my honourable colleague from Halifax West, I expect that at committee that is something that will be refined by amendment if necessary, but clearly border officers, in order to identify the products coming across our borders, are going to have to be well trained. They're going to have to know how to spot those products, and that will be an integral part, in my, from my perspective, of implementation of this bill.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, when this government was a minority government, they often received and accepted reasoned amendments. In fact, I'm reading an article here where the current Minister of Immigration and Citizenship accepted reasoned amendments proposed by the then Liberal critic for citizenship and immigration, Maurizio Bevilacqua, but somehow now that doesn't happen anymore. And I'm wondering, I've listened to the member from Don Valley West who was here when the member from Halifax West gave his remarks. He offered some very, I think, reasoned and sound amendments. And both he, I, and the member from Timmins James Bay expressed concern about this government's absolute unwillingness to, frankly, inability to accept reasoned amendments. Would you tell me, sir, through the Speaker, of course, that you'll entertain these amendments, or are you telling us that this bill is perfect, absolutely perfect, in its current form?
Members to direct their comments to the chair. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did hear the comments from the honourable member from Halifax West, and clearly transshipment, education were critical elements of his concerns. And I'd like to state, Mr. Speaker, that this committee, Industry, Science and Technology, is a committee that, from my perspective, as a relatively new member, works very, very well. It's a committee that I think respects the opinions of those on opposite sides and works in a more harmonious environment in order to achieve positive results. So I would say that when we get to committee with this bill, we'll have a good opportunity to address these issues, and I think that reasonable amendments with reasonable discussion will be well considered. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I've heard a number of NDP members in debate on this bill suggest that the government has cut 850 positions from the Canada Border Services Agency. I don't know whether or not this is, I would hope to believe that this is being said out of ignorance rather than mendacity, Mr. Speaker, because it's reflective of, I'll call it a misunderstanding that is often amplified by the NDP. They should understand that in collective bargaining agreements, typically for every one position that's actually being removed, 3 people are, quotes, affected. That is to say they're given a notice, so they're given an option that they could find employment elsewhere. This is a management technique that is used to ensure minimal impact on individuals. But at the end of the day, typically, let's say of the 850, I want the member would just listen to me, I'm making a reasonable point, that of 850 people affected or notified, typically about 250 to 300 would actually positions would actually be taken away. So I wonder if the member would agree with me that in fact, even after those 250, 300 positions in CBSA are removed, that with the 900 additional CBSA officers hired by this government, that in fact there is a net enormous increase in the manpower of CBSA.
Member for Don Valley West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his comment, and I think a very reasonable and a good point is that we are still dealing with a net gain of CBSA officers at the border. And clearly, when we talk about this bill and all that it's going to accomplish, and Mr. Speaker, let me just tell you a couple of the things to reiterate from my presentation. This is going to give border officers the authority to detain suspected commercial shipments and contact the rights holders. It's going to allow Canadian businesses to file a request for assistance with Canadian Border Service Agency, in turn enabling border officers to share information with rights holders regarding suspected shipments. We are going to have well-trained CBSA officers working within the force that exists today, and clearly, Mr. Speaker, very capable and able at achieving the objectives of this bill.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always fun to watch Conservatives try and do math. If you look at the CSB, the Border Services, out of their own planning and priorities, they're cutting $143 million. So if they're cutting $143 million, but they think they're going to create all these fictitious new rules, the issue that we've heard from rights holders all along, what we've heard all along from the rights holders, boy, he's a cranky little man over there, isn't he? We're talking about the cut of $143 million. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, when I talk to rights holders and they say there's all kinds of knockoff goods sitting at a mall and they call the police say, well, deal with it yourself. So we're being told that they're going to get special training. Well, we don't see anything in budgets for special training. They're going to have to decide what's the difference between an exception under the Copyright Act and what's a bootleg product. So with $143 million in cuts to border protection, what's that going to do while they're also having to deal with drugs, while they're having to deal with guns, while they're having to deal with the counterfeit goods that are coming across the border? I mean, we can have all the fiction and talking points from the little guys in the PMO that are coming over, but these are the cuts that they're being faced on the front lines.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding from what I've heard that the agency will be able to work well within its revised budgets and will meet the needs of the bill as presented. But, Mr. Speaker, let's just recall that, as my honourable member, our honourable colleague mentioned, when he talks about shipments being left on in parking lots and calling police, etc., and all of the things, this is old news. This bill was just newly presented. This is going to fill gaps that we need filled, and this bill is in fact, I think, going to meet the demand of supporting business and commerce in this country in a way that we haven't seen before. And I fully encourage my friends opposite, join me in supporting this bill, and let's see what happens in committee.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yay! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it is an extreme honour to rise in this great House representing the people of Timmins James Bay and to speak their concerns. I'm very pleased to speak to this bill tonight on the issue of dealing with counterfeit goods. And I think this is the kind of work that we really need to do in Parliament. The issue of the threat of counterfeit and bootleg goods is a major issue for economic innovation. It is certainly the question of intellectual development, of technologies, whether it's even in the mining sector. I know in my region when we were concerned of Falconbridge, the great former Canadian company that was taken over under this government's watch, but there was a time when there was being concerned it was going to be taken over by a foreign state-owned enterprise, and one of the concerns was the intellectual property. Falconbridge was a company that had developed exceedingly progressive development for dealing with ore bodies. These are issues of people being able to, other interests being able to take the intellectual property and actually undermine Canadian innovation. So the dealing with issues of knockoffs, of counterfeit, of products that are coming in that are unsafe is very important, and we have to deal with it at the border. We have to put this in context, though, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what we're actually talking about. Because we're talking about copyright, we're talking about trademark, we're talking about bootleg, but we're also talking about generic, and we're also talking about competition. And it's important that we are able to differentiate between the criminal knockoff elements and the bootleg products and actually efforts where certain rights holders will claim counterfeit or claim copyright infringement because it's actually a threat to their economic business model. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the fascinating things about innovation is that today's corporate best citizens were yesterday's pirates. Probably the best example, the most militant when it comes to taking on piracy is Hollywood, the Motion Picture Association. They have incredibly strong lobbying efforts in the United States, and the United States will certainly be more than willing to twist the arms of any of their allies around the world if it's seen threatening Hollywood. Well, Hollywood, they didn't go out to California, Mr. Speaker, because the weather was nice. The market was in the East. The reason Hollywood was set up was because it was actually beyond the jurisdiction of the Thomas Edison Corporation that had the copyright on the motion picture cameras. So they went out to Los Angeles because they were in basically free country there. They were in sort of outlaw country. So Hollywood set up outside the jurisdiction that the Thomas Edison Corporation couldn't get them on the infringement that they were actually stealing the intellectual property. And so Hollywood developed. It's an interesting story. John Philip Sousa tried to stop the development of the roller piano because the roller piano was seen as a threat to the livelihood of live musicians. Now, once that was set up, and we don't have roller pianos anymore, but the American Publishers Association, Music Publishers Association, denounced the development of the gramophone because the gramophone then would actually undermine the need for roller pianos. So the people who are the pirates who were taken away from live musicians were then threatened by the development of the record player, because all you had to do was buy the record player. You didn't have to worry about the copyright that was being paid to the publishers. And then radio came along, and then the record industry went after the radio industry and said, well, they're stealing our intellectual property. And in fact, it was actually quite accurate because between 1928 and 1931, the sale of recorded music dropped by 90% in the United States. Part of that was certainly the Depression, but the other was the technological threat that was posed to the music industry now. So they were faced with two options at that time. One was to try and shut down the commercial use of radio. The other thing that they actually figured was that they would remunerate the artists for what was being played on the air, and the record industry rebounded. It was interesting, in the 1930s, they also invented FM radio. And FM radio was certainly much superior to AM radio, but for about 40 years, Congress did not push forward the development of FM radio because RCA had bought up all the licenses for AM stations, so it was seen as a threat to the business model of RCA. So whenever we're looking at these issues, we need to understand, and this isn't to in any way not take the issue of counterfeit seriously, but what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker, is the complexity of the issue that's going to face our people at the border. And I'm very glad that we're going to have laws that deal with this at the border, because this is where the shipments are coming across. But we're asking our border guards to actually be able to differentiate at times between very complex issues, and sometimes there are competing interests. For example, we had a landmark case in the United States under the DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, between two garage door openers companies. Now, I think it was the Chamberlain Group who had invented a garage door opener. And if you lost your garage door opener, well, you were stuck. You had to buy the whole new system. And then Skylink Technologies came along and said, we'll make you a generic garage door opener. Well, that was considered a bootleg product. And it went through the United States court systems. And it was interesting because the U.S. had very, very heavy protection for intellectual property. But if you look at what U.S. courts have ruled on intellectual property, it's very similar to Canada, very similar to France, similar to Europe. It's the balancing act between innovation and sometimes things that are seen as economic threats and actual economic innovation. That in Bonito Boats Incorporated versus Thundercraft Boats Incorporated, there was a unanimous court decision by famous Justice O'Connor that said, from their inception, the federal patent laws have embodied a careful balance between the need to promote innovation and the recognition that imitation and refinement through imitation are both necessary to invention itself and the very lifeblood of a competitive economy. 2 years later, Justice O'Connor repeated similar views when he's in the Feist Publications Incorporated versus Rural Telephone Service Company. He said, it may seem unfair that much of the fruit of the compiler's labor may be used by others without compensation. But as Justice Brennan has correctly observed, this is not some unforeseen byproduct of a statutory scheme. It is rather the essence of copyright. So what we're hearing there might seem somewhat contradictory in that copyright is not just a protection to the creator, but it's also a limitation on the rights of the creator to say that an innovative economy is going to develop through imitation. This goes back from the beginning in 1841. Lord Macaulay, during the copyright debates, referred to the people that they were trying to actually bring laws in. He called them the knaves who take bread out of the mouths of deserving men. So the people who were actually ripping off the books and selling them cheap on the streets of London, because it was the book wars at that time. But Lord Macaulay also said it was important that they weren't just going to create monopoly rights for a small clique of book owners, because the development of the English identity would not be possible unless they opened up the market, that they had to create enough of a space to allow the innovation and the proper remuneration to the creators. But they could not create a simple monopoly right that would limit future competitors, today's pirates who are coming in and wanting to get into the market. Now, I'm not using the word pirate, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that we're defending the people who are doing bootleg products and bringing in unsafe products. What I'm talking about here is the need for us to also recognize that when you have trademark and you have counterfeit and copyright protection, you are going to have conflict that go through the courts between some of the upstarts and some of the big players, because it's not in the interest of the big players to ever have competition. And we have to make sure that that happens. And so when we're looking at our laws, we want to ensure that they happen in a form that we can differentiate. I mention this again, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of this will be dealing with at the border, where there will be a lot of judgment calls being made. And I certainly think it's important that we are giving our border officials the ability to seize the goods at the border that need to be seized. It's funny, Mr. Speaker, when I look at this government's record on standing up on intellectual property, they've been a little less than competent, I think. We have a number of examples. You know, in 2006, the famous member for Bose, December 2006, he was meeting with the U.S. Ambassador David Wilkins. This is according to what came out in the WikiLeaks documents. And that he promised him that our copyright legislation would be just in line with the United States, and even promised to show the legislation to U.S. officials before it was brought to Parliament. Now, of course, that would have been an extremely terrible breach of the privilege of the members of this House. But fortunately, the member for Bose never got the chance, because he went and lost other documents at his girlfriend's house, so he went back to the backbenches. So that little incident didn't happen. We're being told that we need this legislation because of the U.S. 301 watch list. In the 301 watch list is their special trade list for countries that are far beyond the norm, the outliers. The countries that are on the 301 watch list are like Yemen and North Korea. These are the countries that they say are beyond the laws of intellectual property, the countries where bootleg products and corrupt practices are the norm. And so, in April 2009, the special assistant to the now president of the Treasury Board, Zoe Addington, who was the director of policy for the minister, met with the U.S. trade officials. And again, this comes to us thanks of WikiLeaks, that she said, in contrast to the message from other Canadian officials, if Canada is elevated to the special 301 priority watch list, it would not hamper, it would even help the Government of Canada's ability to enact copyright legislation. This is staggering. We have the right hand of one of the key ministers of this government tell American officials, put us on the most notorious watch list, as though none of the intellectual property standards in this country are legitimate at all, that we are a complete outlier. So what does that do for Canada's international trade reputation? Here's a government that tells Canadians, and they're always in the House, they don't have much to show for it, but they're always promoting their trade agenda, and yet they're going down to our #1 trading partner and begging them to put us on an international watch list as an outlier country. And guess what? A couple of weeks later, Canada was added to the 301 list as a country that could not be trusted because of its abuse of intellectual property. Now, Mr. Speaker, you didn't hear a peep from this government standing up for the Canadian industries who are actually trying to work in the United States and trying to work in Europe and to defend the fact that we did have intellectual property rights and that we did respect intellectual property. No, this government was promoting us as an outlier. And it was interesting, the Computer and Communications Industry Association, which represents the biggest intellectual property groups in the United States, the Googles, the Yahoos and that, they went before the United States Trade Representative to give a special hearing, and they were speaking up for Canada. There was no Canadian representation representing us, but we had the Computer and Communications Industry Association saying that the very legitimacy of the U.S. 301 trade watch was actually being put in obvious question by the dubious plan to have Canada listed as an international outlier, and said that the attempt to use trade policy to force through domestic policy was fundamentally flawed. Mr. Speaker, this is what we've seen again and again with this government in terms of again, continuing on in intellectual protection. Remember the famous iPod press conference? That was the present heritage minister and, again, the president of the Treasury Board, the one who was going down and begging the United States to damage our trade reputation. They went and they stood at this mall, and they were tilting at windmills. It was Don Quixote and Sancho Panza raising their fists for consumers, saying, we will stop that dreaded NDP iPod tax, the $75 tax. I think they meant the $21 billion NDP iPod tax or whatever it was, and that we would never allow this iPod tax, this job-killing iPod tax. And they stood out there like two ridiculous figures doing this dance while all the people at the mall were saying, what are they talking about? And what they were talking about was the fact that Canada's long-standing levy on cassettes, on CDs, blank CDs, which was seen as a model around the world for allowing some manner of remuneration to artists for the massive amount of copying that was going on, that this was actually considered an extremely progressive step. So what they were talking about, and I met with the Copyright Board, I talked with them, I knew what they were looking at. There was no such thing as a $75 job-killing NDP iPod and carbon tax. No, they were talking about a $3 levy on a $200 iPod that would have gone into the fund for artists, because we know there's all manner of copying going on. Out of that fund, according to the Copyright Board, it would have created a $35 million fund for the artists to actually be able to continue their work. And we see how the entertainment industry in Canada and North America has been devastated by the development of digital culture. This is not against digital culture, but the market has not been able to recover. So we need new models in terms of establishing the incredible arts community. But we had these two ministers doing this song and dance of deceit. over this $75 tax that they were calling it. And you know, at the time, nobody believed it, Mr. Speaker. The Edmonton Journal said that the New Democratic Party's position on the levy was, quote, perfectly reasonable, and that the industry minister then misrepresented its contents, and that this bill was, that what the NDP's position was a thoughtful and it upholds basic Canadian values. The National Post, now I have to say this, the National Post said, quote, the government's nonsensical boo hiss, no tax response is just plain dumb. Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, we didn't know just how dumb it was when they turned around and put, wait for it, what did they put on the iPod? They put on a tax. They put their own iPod tax on. Oh, yeah. So, boo hiss dumb. How dumb can you get if you're going to stand out there, you're going to get your two key ministers to do this ridiculous song and dance to defend consumers while you're undermining the rights of artists and taking $35 million out of the recording industry that is promoting Canadian entertainment, and then you turn around and you put an iPod tax on. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has failed on some key areas in terms of intellectual property. So I'm glad to see that we're going forward right now in dealing with the issue of counterfeit, and I hope that they're going to actually be able to see through some of the problems in terms of ensuring that we have the resources. I'd like to follow up on my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley who had asked a very straightforward question. If they're cutting $143 million from border security, how are they going to be able to deal with the counterfeit and bootleg products that are coming in? Because I talk to rights holders and they tell me, you know, when we go to a mall in Toronto and we see piles of bootleg DVDs and CDs, who do we call? The RCMP. They don't have the resources. Toronto police aren't going to do it. So what it creates is instead it creates a culture where the rights holder is forced to go to litigation. Now, if you're a big player, you can go to litigation, but if you're a small player, it's very difficult. So if you can't stop the product, if you're not going to seize the product, if you're saying, well, you can go to litigation, it is a recipe that puts the rights holders continually at a disadvantage. So I would like to think that within this House we can work on a bill that will ensure that there are the resources to seize the products that need to be seized, but that we're not getting caught up in inter-battles between rights holders as to what is legitimate and what's generic, because we have also seen in Europe where medicines have been seized and said they were counterfeit. When they weren't counterfeit, they were generic. These are important things because they actually become parts of trade disputes. So our frontline officers are going to have to deal with this. Now, that being said, Mr. Speaker, in the Democratic Party, we want action on the bootleg goods that are threatening not just the health and safety, but the innovation of our economy. But it is going to be the balance because, as we say, going back through the copyright and trademark infringement laws across the world is the issue that we need to have balance. And unfortunately, when you see the word balance in the dictionary, if you were looking up antonyms, you might see the Conservative Party of Canada. So what we need to have here is, out of the work of all the committee members in this chamber, is to ensure that we have the right balance and then we have the resources and the tools so that if we say we're going to be serious about dealing with the counterfeit and bootleg products that are undermining our economy, that the police and the appropriate authorities will have the powers to deal with it as it comes through. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the members' comments on this very important issue and the substance of it. Just returning to, I guess, his last point, which has been raised before, it's a legitimate question as to whether or not the responsible agency, the CBSA, has adequate enforcement resources to interdict counterfeit goods. It is an important question. What I was simply trying to put on the record before is the full factual picture rather than a torqued and spun picture about CBSA resources, which were represented a budget of $1.06 billion in 2005, but to 2012 had grown by 27% to a budget of $1.835 million. So even after the economies that the member has mentioned, which are real, after reductions, there will still be a net increase in the budget of CBSA of about $260 million since 2005, since this government took office. So that's a net real and absolute increase in fiscal resources, about a 26% increase in the number of full-time equivalents at the CBSA. Yes, there will be a reduction. I think I'm just trying to confirm the number. I think it's in the range of about 300 actual positions, but that will still mean a net increase of over 2005 of about 600 full-time equivalent positions at the CBSA. Now, I think the member raises some very legitimate points. I'm just trying to ensure that the debate on the question of resources is based on fact and not spin.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate hearing from my honourable colleague, and I certainly appreciate hearing from his numbers. Unfortunately, what we're seeing whenever we talk to anybody dealing with the border are the cuts. And the fact that we have more and more issues. As Canada's border, the trade, is particularly between the U.S. and Canada, the amount of vehicles coming over. So when we're looking at a $143 million cut, we're talking about frontline workers here. And that has been the issue that's been raised again and again. And we're not just talking about counterfeit. We're talking about guns. The former mayor of Toronto, not the one that's hanging out in Rexdale all the time, but the former mayor of Toronto, who was actually involved internationally with the American counterparts about the gun trade, was again and again and again talking about the rise of gun violence in Toronto being from the products that are being able to be brought in across the border because they aren't being examined. So I appreciate my honourable colleague, and we all have a stake in this, regardless of parties. We all have a stake in dealing with the counterfeit culture at the border, and we also have a stake in dealing with the criminal activity that happens there, and we need to make sure that they have the resources necessary.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Timmins James Bay for his remarks because he raised several important aspects to this. Now, we're debating numbers, I think, here, so I'd like him to speak to the doublespeak of the Conservatives. They seem to be able to speak out of both sides of their mouth at the same time when it comes to numbers. On the one hand, they announce cuts that will supposedly bring along a balanced budget, but they announce cuts, and on the other hand, then we get the kinds of answers they're giving us. They say, no, these aren't cuts. What's going to happen, in fact, is that we're going to do more. There's a net increase even. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this. If they are going to spend more and hire more, then why, then, are they saying at the same time, are they telling us that they're going to tighten their belts and bring the deficit down to zero?
Timmins James Bay.
Well, thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague. Well, what he's seen is typical right-wing economics. They're the same people who rack up the deficits. They rack up the outrageous spending. They have magic numbers that they're going to bring it all back down. They're going to rationalize. They're going to find savings. I think their great line in the last number of years is, we're going to stop the gravy train. So I'm sure when they put Doug Ford into the Rob Ford and his brother into the Senate, they'll be able to help us stop the gravy train in the Senate. But it's the same set of magic numbers that they're always dealing with. I think they said in Toronto they found $1 billion worth of savings. It's a similar kind of math that I'm hearing from this government on a weekly basis. So I certainly think the Fords are well equipped to come into the Senate with the Conservatives. They got the same kind of mathematical skills.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honourable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quite pleased to be able to rise and also put a question to my colleague, who's a hard-working colleague on the committee that I chair. But today my question is about the bill before us, C-56. Earlier, I put this question to my other colleague, but I would like to put the same question to my colleague from Timmins, Jay Baines. I would like to know where the danger lies in counterfeit goods, the danger to health and safety. Our Liberal colleague referred to the airbags in cars, for example, referred to various dangerous counterfeit goods. So I'd like him to speak to how counterfeit goods affect the safety of Canadians who are consuming or using these products that supposedly meet Canadian standards, but in the end turn out to be counterfeit and don't meet those Canadian standards.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issues are very serious, and I think part of it is this new globalized world where we have allowed our manufacturing sector to be dismantled and shipped off to all manner of sweatshops and that. And I go into all the dollar stores and I see all these products that are coming in. The ability to create bootleg products and move them in en masse has become very easy. So the fact that the wiring might not be proper and it may be put in a child's room, the fact that there are ladders that look just like a North American ladder, but they may not meet the standards. These are the issues, but it's also because we're dealing now with a much larger globalized economy where our manufacturing base has been moved offshore where we don't have the ability to ensure basic standards are met. And it's not just in the creation of counterfeit goods. We see with the horrific death toll in Bangladesh from the products that are being sold in Loblaws and your independent grocer, all those cheap clothes that are being made and sold, and lives are being lost doing that because there are no oversight provisions. We've given up. It's not we've lost, we gave it away, our ability to maintain an effective and good manufacturing sector. So along with the cheaper prices, we're actually bringing in, the devil comes in with it. And we're leaving it to our border guards to try and find that out. They're not going to be able to get through it, and it does put people at risk.
Question et commentaire. La députée de
The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his remarks and ask him a question. Mr. Speaker, it's quite easy to imagine how vast the problem is. There are big businesses that have systems that can protect them, but there are international safety standards that can't necessarily always be met. There are many small businesses that had to close their doors because of counterfeit goods that ended up competing with them. So big businesses are protected, but the small businesses have a harder time. They can be purchased over the internet. They're coming into our country in huge quantities. They just put their logo on, and all these items come in. And it represents billions and billions of dollars of losses in taxes, for example, and duties. So I'd like our colleague to speak to this.
James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm better equipped to speak about it in terms of what it's done with our entertainment industry. When we make Canadian films and they're already being knocked off and sold, the effect on the artists is incredible because there isn't that much of a margin. I think that was the story of Good Cop, Bon Cop, that one of the makers of the film said people were going door to door selling knockoff copies. It's serious what's happening. But unfortunately, with the kind of borders that we have, the porous nature of the economy, the ease of making imitations, now in the world of 3D printers, who knows what's going to happen next. What it forces is the rights holder is forced to go to litigation. And that's very, very difficult, especially if you're going for litigation against a company that's set up in Asia. How do you even know where that bootlegger is? That's a real problem. There was a young woman who created an amazing design, and the next thing she knew, it had been ripped off and it was on handbags. Well, how did she get recompense? She couldn't, because the handbags were created out of, say, Taiwan or another country. She had created the artwork here. They were being sold around the world. The ability of a single artist to get strength, to get support, just doesn't exist. I think there's a real need, especially for the small innovators, in that to have some kind of ability to have whether it's an agency or a group that can actually advise them so that it stands up for them, because it is affecting the innovation, particularly at the small business level and the small artist level.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And I'm delighted to rise today. It's a privilege to speak in support of Bill C-56, Combating Counterfeit Products Act. You know, one of our government's top priorities has been to help build safer communities for all Canadians. And now, more than ever, safe communities and economic prosperity go hand in hand. And that's why our government has a robust agenda in place to disrupt fraud and to ensure those who engage in these illegal activities face severe penalties. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we passed, for example, Bill C-59, so that criminals convicted of white-collar crimes can no longer be released from prison after serving only 1/6 of their sentence. Similarly, counterfeit crimes are becoming more prevalent and are a tangible threat to our economy that undermines innovation and the integrity of Canadian brands. It's not so simple as when your aunt or your cousin goes to China or Taiwan and buys a knockoff watch or knockoff purse or buying something similar out of a trunk of a car in Toronto. That's only the tip of the iceberg. Counterfeiting threatens economic growth and job creation, as well as the health and safety of all Canadians. And with this legislation, Speaker, we are standing up for Canadian businesses and consumers to ensure that they do not become victims of counterfeit crime by vast criminal organizations. Now, Bill C-56 deals with counterfeit goods and the ability of our border services and law enforcement officials to take on this steadily rising problem. By counterfeit, we mean fake replicas of an original product. More specifically, it is an unauthorized reproduction of goods that are protected by a trademark. Now, by registering these rights, the trademark owner is protected against the unauthorized use of the intellectual property. That means any reproduction of the intellectual property owner's trademark is protected by Canadian law. Copies produced without the consent of the copyright holder are commonly known as pirated goods. And, Speaker, let me be crystal clear. Counterfeit goods are illegal. However, until now, rights holders have not had a strong recourse to do anything about the theft of their intellectual property. The ability to enforce intellectual property rights and apply penalties on those manufacturing and profiting from intellectual property infringement has not been as comprehensive as is required in today's globalized world. Bill C-56 intends to rectify this. Commercial, large-scale counterfeiting and related crimes pose a very serious threat to the health and safety of Canadians because they involve a vast array of products ranging from clothes to medications to toys, cosmetics, batteries, electronics, books, and multimedia. Now, counterfeiting is on the rise in Canada, as in the rest of the world. These activities used to be localized, centered on high-end luxury designer goods, knockoffs closely resembling legitimate goods. However, this has developed into a worldwide industry much more dangerous than before. This is due to technological process and the increase in global trade. Now, another reason is the perception of some that counterfeiting and piracy are victimless crimes. I assure you they are not. Canadians are often the innocent victims, purchasing goods that they believe to be legitimate and safe. Canadians, however, need to be confident that the products they buy are genuine and safe, that the products they buy will not cause harm to themselves or their families. The harm associated with the trade in counterfeit goods is significant. It not only includes health and safety risks posed by goods of inferior quality, but decreased consumer confidence in the marketplace, lost tax revenue for the government, and lost profits for intellectual property owners who suffer as a result of such infringement. Bill C-56 targets the manufacturers and distributors of counterfeit and pirated products, those who profit from this crime. We're going after large-scale operations, Speaker, that victimize Canadian consumers. Now, our government knows that the most effective way to stop the proliferation of counterfeit goods is by targeting those who create and sell the goods. Bill C-56 is designed to ensure that federal agencies and rights holders focus their efforts on those criminal operations that seek financial gain from the sale of these goods and not the individuals who purchase these goods for personal use. For several years, Canadian businesses and industry associations have been relentlessly recommending changes to Canada's intellectual property legislation to better address the modern practices involved in counterfeiting. Our government consulted and we listened. Most recently, their recommendations were discussed during hearings of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology in 2012, and we are making strides in addressing these needs. We highlight the importance of protecting intellectual property to foster an environment that encourages economic prosperity, innovation, and competition. In the rapidly changing global economy, protecting intellectual property is essential for international trade and overall economic growth, which is critical to ensuring that Canada remains competitive. The RCMP calculates that more than 4,500 cases of intellectual property crimes were investigated in Canada between 2005 and 2012, and the retail value of counterfeit and pirated goods seized by the RCMP increased from $7.6 million in 2005 to a staggering $38 million in 2012, a five-fold increase. Other countries are also reporting an upward trend in both counterfeiting cases and total retail values. Now, this is important. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce is convinced that organized crime groups are involved in counterfeiting in Canada, especially as these crimes see high profit margins and low risks of being caught. Organized crime groups typically use the Internet to acquire and sell counterfeit goods and are mostly involved in distribution operations which are usually rooted from the United States and Asia. The exponential growth in the use of technology, such as the Internet, has increased the often unsuspecting consumer's accessibility to products which may be counterfeit. Counterfeiting is an issue of safety for Canadian consumers, as well as an issue of ensuring economic prosperity for Canadian businesses. We know that there is great profit to be found in counterfeit goods. Sophisticated organized crime groups who are involved in the lucrative sale of illegally produced counterfeit products may subsequently reinvest their products into other illegal activities such as drugs and firearms, which threaten the safety and security of our communities. The legislation before us today will go a long way to enhancing our efforts to combat this serious crime. The best way to stop illegal counterfeiting is to curtail the commercial distribution and sale of counterfeit and pirated goods in Canada. This bill will increase the capacity of the Canadian Border Service Agency to deal with these crimes at the point of entry into Canada. It will give Border Service officers and law enforcement officials to disrupt the availability of counterfeit and pirated goods in our markets. Canada Border Services Agency will now have the authority to detain these goods and alert those companies that invested in research and development to seek remedy in the courts. This will result in diminishing the financial incentive organized crime groups seek when they seek these high profits with low risk. The bill will also help reduce trade in counterfeit goods by providing new enforcement tools to strengthen Canada's existing intellectual property rights enforcement regime, both at our border and within Canada, as well as bolster our existing protections against commercial counterfeiting activities. At the same time, it will ensure robust protection for Canadians who own or travel with items for personal use. In the last couple of years, we have taken concrete action to protect intellectual property, including passing the Copyright Modernization Act. But more needs to be done, which is why this bill is imperative. Currently, a number of Canadian laws protect intellectual property rights. Now, as I mentioned earlier, An intellectual property right generally gives the holder protection against unauthorized use of their product. The Trademarks Act and the Copyright Act allow intellectual property owners, be they individuals or companies, to institute civil proceedings when their rights have been infringed upon. However, these civil proceedings are so difficult, long, and costly that the majority of victims feel it is pointless to undertake them. Bill C-56 intends to change that. It will provide rights holders with new tools to protect their intellectual property rights and take effective civil action against infringers. It creates new offenses for trademark counterfeiting, similar to those already in place for copyright piracy. As well, it will provide new criminal offenses for the commercial possession, manufacture, or trafficking of trademark counterfeit goods and copyright infringement copies. With this bill, rights holders will be able to file what is called a request for assistance with Canada Border Services Agency, which in turn will enable border service officers to share information with rights holders regarding suspect shipments. Border service officers will also have the authority to detain suspected shipments and share information with the rights holders. The bill will also strengthen the Trademarks Act to support enforcement activities and better align Canada's intellectual property regime with international standards. Now, counterfeiting is a very serious intellectual property violation that hurts us and like-minded countries, and Canada has pledged to provide effective legal protection in accordance with the international agreements with our allies, such as the North American Free Trade Agreement. National security and economic prosperity go hand in hand, and protection of our intellectual property is integral to this. Once passed, Bill C-56 will provide new tools to border service and law enforcement officers to enhance the security of Canada. It will reduce the presence of counterfeit goods in Canada, thereby protecting the integrity of our economy, supporting Canadian growth and job creation, and helping to protect Canadians from the health and safety risks posed by harmful counterfeit goods. Now, Speaker, in summary, this new legislation will protect Canadian consumers. It will protect Canadian manufacturers and Canadian retailers, and it will protect the Canadian economy from the health and economic threats presented by counterfeit and pirated goods coming into this country. Now, let me be clear. Our government focuses on what matters most to Canadians, and our government will continue to stand up for Canadian consumers and businesses, ensuring that they do not fall victim to trademark counterfeiting. We will continue to create strong, modern rules to protect our economy and the health and safety of Canadians. The bill before us today is just one more way that we are moving forward with our plan for safe streets and communities, which is one of our key priorities on behalf of all Canadians. This plan focuses on strengthening legislation, tackling crime, supporting victims' rights, and ensuring fair and efficient justice. Today, with this legislation, we are covering off all the bases of this plan. We are strengthening current legislation by introducing new tools for rights holders to protect their intellectual property rights and take civil action against infringers. We are tackling serious and organized crime and closing off one more avenue of financial profit for those who undertake illegal activity. We are supporting the rights of victims, not only those innocent Canadians who buy the counterfeit products, but also those rights holders whose trademark rights are illegally infringed. And we are ensuring fair justice by giving rights holders the ability to pursue civil action. Speaker, now is the time to implement legislation that will definitively address this issue. I therefore urge all members of this House to support the bill before us today and work towards its expeditious passage. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. All of a sudden, this is a priority for the government. It's the last minute, it's the last hour of this session, and all of a sudden here we have a bill from the government. And according to this member, this is a priority. Oh, and we have to pass it very quickly. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I really don't understand. The Minister of Industry tabled this bill on the 1st of March 2013. So why wait? Why wait for so long before there's any debate on the bill here in the House of Commons? And that for a study in committee.
Honourable member for York Centre.
My goodness. My goodness, Mr. Speaker. You know, you got to really hand it to the NDP. You know, they, on the one hand, complain and about the lack of action on behalf of this government. When we do act, they also complain about the lack of action on behalf of this government. You know, Speaker, on this side of the House, we remain focused on what matters most to Canadians. And safe streets and communities and jobs, growth and long-term prosperity and the protection of intellectual property and trademark are important facets of a growing economy that we have here in Canada. And let's not forget that we have over 1 million net new jobs have been created since July of 2009. That is by no accident, Speaker. If it was up to the NDP, we would be taxed and we would be spending our way to the way Greece is now. Instead, we are here in Canada enjoy great prosperity. We enjoy great prosperity thanks to the leadership of our Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, and our great Finance Minister, our great Prime Minister and our Finance Minister. Speaker, Canada has a lot to offer the world, and under the leadership of our current Prime Minister, we are offering that leadership and model for efficiency and economic.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And although we believe that this is going in the right direction, we understand the concerns that are out there. I mean, I remember when for a while it was Hilfiger. I'm sure a lot of people remember that. And people used to say, hey, I got a good deal on this Hilfiger item. And it turns out that it was a knockoff. So we understand that that type of legislation needs to be updated, and we need to have a better direction and a stronger legislation. However, if I look at Smart and Bigger and Featherston HoC, they're barristers, solicitors, patent and trade agents. They talk about this specific legislation, and they say how important it is to pass it. But they also say, but not without significant improvements, particular to the proposed border measures. And then they go on to say that there should be robust debate and appropriate amendments before passing such a bill. So this government decides that they're going to table this on March the 1st, and all of a sudden they turn around and they say we're going to limit debate. I mean, these are professionals, and they say there must be robust debate. So will they give time for this legislation to go through the proper channels without any further limiting of debate? And will they make the appropriate amendments? And will they be receptive to appropriate amendments? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for York Centre.
Speaker, this bill has been debated, it has been debated, and it has been debated. In fact, it's getting quite shrill, as you can hear. But let me just say, this bill was before we had consultations before the Industry Committee. Our government has consulted widely on this issue. The time to act is now. For the NDP, they always have time. Our government is a government of action. We know what is important to Canadians. We recognize our international obligations under G8, and we recognize our intellectual obligations and trademark obligations under treaties we have signed with other countries. This is important to Canada to remain competitive. This is important for Canadian manufacturers so they can protect their trademark and intellectual property. I don't know anything about the Hilfiger incident that she was talking about because I don't hang around in those kind of circles where people are buying illicit products. But let me tell you something. It's important for this government as we remain focused on what matters most to Canadians, to protect Canadian industry so we can have a robust job creation in this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening with great attention to the speech of my colleagues. The counterfeit products are harmful for Canadians and their families, businesses, and our economy. They are a real disease, but not in the same way that is interpreted the disease from the NDP. So they deceive consumers and decrease confidence in the marketplace. They are often of poor quality and are dangerous to the health and safety of Canadians. So, finally, they disrupt markets, lead to tax revenue for government, and we are losing a lot of taxes, and raise the cost of legitimate Canadian business. So, my question to my colleague is, how will this bill help reduce the trade in counterfeit goods?
York Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for that very thoughtful question. And, you know, he hit the nail on the head. Counterfeit goods, and I mentioned this during the course of my speech, are not about buying a pair of counterfeit Hilfiger jeans or about buying a knockoff watch. These goods we find them in our automobiles, we find them in our prescription drugs that we buy through the internet. Not only are they dangerous to our seniors, to our children, to people who drive automobiles, but not only that, but they take away jobs, which I know the NDP doesn't care a whole lot about in job creation in this country. They also don't believe in paying their taxes, so they don't really care that the government's losing out on tax revenue because they don't pay them anyways. But let me just tell you, the NDP has got to get their head out of the sand, and I see the House Leader over there shaking his head. I can hear it all the way over here. But let me just tell you something. Job creation on this side of the House is important to our government, and that's why we have created over 1 million net new jobs since July of 2009. And we believe in protecting Canadian manufacturing, the Canadian economy, and that's why Bill C-56 needs swift passage.
Questions and comments. I see the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask my honourable friend about the way in which he sees C-56 and working in relation to what are known as parallel imports. We're not talking about materials that were illegal where made, but where copyright has been accessed. There has been a Supreme Court decision on this matter. And the way in which the Act has been drafted leads experts in this area to be concerned that parallel imports may fall into the ambit of this Act and be treated as criminal activity when in fact they aren't. And I wonder if my honourable colleague has any comments.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Well, Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that question. It's a very good question. And in terms of parallel imports, when the bill will appear at committee stage, there will be a robust discussion. And I would encourage the members of the opposition to discuss the issue of parallel imports. I know there was a court ruling on it, and it's something that the bill doesn't speak to directly, but it's something that should be discussed at committee stage, and I look forward to a robust discussion at that point from members of the committee.
We have time for a very short question and response. La députée de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know what the member opposite is insinuating when he says he's not part of this circuit where people buy knockoff Tommy Hilfiger. What kind of arrogance is this? What does he mean by that exactly?
York Centre.
You know, Speaker, if it's arrogant that our government is passing a bill to protect jobs and trademark and copyright in this country, I take great umbrance to that question. And I got to tell you something, that we on this side of the House I remain focused on what matters most to Canadians, and that's jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. And it's through trademark and copyright protection that will protect our manufacturers and create jobs in this country, which is important to us. We know it's not important to members of the opposition.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I've indicated, we are attempting to manage the affairs of this House by consulting with all parties and members to see if there are ways we can accommodate everybody's desire to participate in the debate. And based on those consultations, I'd like to propose the following motion for unanimous consent that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, on Thursday, June 13th, 2013, A, during government orders, the House shall consider the second reading stage of Bill S6, an act respecting the election and term of office of chiefs and councillors of certain First Nations and the composition of council of those First Nations, followed by the second reading stage of Bill S16, an act to amend the Criminal Code, trafficking in contraband tobacco. B, when the House resumes debate at the second reading stage of Bill S16, no more than 2 members of the Conservative Party, 10 members from the New Democratic Party, 2 members from the Liberal Party, and the member for Richmond Arthabaska may speak, after which every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is demanded, the vote shall be deemed deferred to Monday, June 17th, 2013, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. C, if the proceedings at the second reading stage of Bill S16 are not completed before the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, the House shall continue to sit for the purpose of completing the proceedings. D, after 6:30 p.m., no quorum calls or dilatory motions shall be received by the Speaker. And E, upon the conclusion of proceedings at the second reading stage of Bill S16, the House shall take up adjournment proceedings pursuant to Standing Order 38.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? There is no consent. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I think, Mr. Speaker, as a result, it's apparent, and I must advise that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Orders 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill S16, an act to amend the Criminal Code of trafficking in contraband tobacco. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage.
Sure, the House appreciates the notice by the Government House Leader. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, it's the 11th hour when this government is losing its mind because of scandals, and we have a bill tabled before us by the Minister of Industry. It's a great honor for me to be able to discuss it tonight, given that I am the official opposition critic for industry. The Conservatives who brag about being such good economic managers and allies of industry and economic growth have let languish the only bill in recent memory that involves industry and wants to attack the problem of counterfeiting, and now they want to have it passed as quickly as possible. What's so urgent? What do they have to hide? What are the real reasons that underlie this sudden interest for Bill C-56? Do they want to change the channel? Do they want to detract attention from this government's mismanagement? Or is it pressure from trade partners who have finally woken up the Ministry of Industry from his lethargy? Because Canadians and the people of La Salle-et-Mar have completely lost confidence in this government. They don't believe that this government is up to governing.
Distrust this government. They feel they have something to hide. Actually, Mr. Speaker, they feel that the Conservatives are not fit to govern. Eh bien, c'est en tant que porte-parole.
Is that, as official opposition critic for industry and representative of my constituents in La Salle-et-Mar, that I rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-56, which amends the Copyright Act, the Trademarks Act, and other legislation, and that has been called an act to counter counterfeiting.
Following the tabling of this bill on March 1st, the NDP got to work. We met with many stakeholders. They are unanimous in recognizing the importance of an effective fight against counterfeiting and believe that Canada must have the means to do this. They raised many questions regarding the application of this bill, C-56, and have expressed doubts about the government's real willingness to conduct an effective fight against counterfeiting. Because once again, the Conservatives have used this legislation in a misleading way. Not that the wording of the bill is misleading, but the actions of this government go against an effective fight against counterfeiting. And that's the first point I want to raise. To combat counterfeiting at our borders and in Canadian ports, you need resources, human resources, as well as financial resources. So we fail to understand how this bill can be applied when the Canada Border Services Agency is subject to cutbacks of $143 million, not only in its front line, but also in the intelligence section, which is crucial when you're talking about fighting illegal trades, such as counterfeit goods. We're talking about the loss of over 549 full-time jobs by 2015. Moreover, we found out that the Minister of Canadian Heritage wants to interfere in the legitimate negotiations of customs aid officers and doesn't seem to understand how this undermines labor relations. The RCMP's budget and resources have also melted away like snow in the sunshine. As we say, you have to walk the talk. In the case of the Conservatives, that's rarely the case. The NDP recognizes the importance of countering counterfeiting, particularly when it comes to counterfeit goods that could imperil the safety or health of Canadians, that could endanger them. Despite the lack of data, we recognize that there is an impact on Canadian industry. We denounce the cutbacks at the Canada Border Services and the RCMP, who are, I repeat, the front line of the fight against counterfeiting. The government's lack of action is my second point. The Conservatives, once again, dragged their feet, and the cutbacks that we've denounced are a demonstration that they're not serious about fighting counterfeit goods. This problem was raised many times in the past decades. There was a report tabled in 1998 about this subject. So this has been raised over the years, and once again, recognizing the impact of this problem on Canadian industry and on Canadian consumers is an important point. So let me get back to the more recent past. In 2007, a report by the Industry, Science and Technology Committee entitled Counterfeiting and Piracy Are Theft stated the impact on Canada's economy of counterfeit goods. This report contains 16 recommendations, and in its minority report, the NDP had 2. Many of them were simply shelved, despite the fact that the problem has continued to be raised by many stakeholders in industry and among our trade partners, and even Canadian consumer groups. Moreover, during the examination of intellectual property by the Industry Committee, which ended in 2012, many stakeholders deplored the lack of action on this topic, and I quote, "Since 2006, we've been campaigning for more resources to be given to border officers so that they can block the passage of counterfeit goods at the border. That was Martin Lavoie during the hearings. He is the director of the Association of Manufacturers and Exporters of Canada. The Minister of Industry, as I mentioned, tabled this bill in the House on March 1st, 2013. And since then, it's been radio silence about this bill, and now here it reappears at the last minute, the last hour of this parliamentary session. Oh, excuse me. We heard at 12:26 a.m. on May 30th a rather pathetic speech by the Parliamentary Secretary to Human Resources, who was laughing and couldn't control her laughter, which demonstrates how seriously this government takes this issue. The third point I want to raise is the lack of probing data on the problem of counterfeit goods in Canada. I can only denounce once again the cutbacks that have taken place at Statistics Canada, cutbacks that continue to hurt. I'm not the only one who wants to raise that. The stakeholders that we met with during the committee hearings raised it as well. Canadian industrial leaders, business people, exporters, manufacturers, small and medium-sized businesses need those statistics, these snapshots of our economy. They're not the only ones who need it either. We all do as parliamentarians in order to make decisions that are informed. If we don't have statistics that give us a clear view, not only of this year, but of trends that we've seen over the past decades, those trends can be projected to the future, and that allows us to have a true picture of the situation of Canada's economy, the situation of employment, prosperity, innovation, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, probative data allow parliamentarians and bureaucrats an opportunity to come up with policies that are not based on anecdotal evidence, but that are truly based on solid evidence, reputable evidence, based on recognized scientific methods. That's what's happening here with counterfeit goods. We know there's a problem. We know there's been seizures. We know that throughout the world this problem has been raised, but unfortunately it's extremely difficult to figure out the magnitude of the problem as well as the best way to attack it. So let me continue. A lot of data is put forward, but it's difficult, as I said, to evaluate the methods with which they were gathered. They're not always based on scientific evidence that could enlighten us about the seriousness of the problem. Anecdotal evidence feeds the debate, but does not give us an idea of the amplitude of the problem. And we're talking on the international scale here. That's why it's very important to have that data, not only for Canada, but also worldwide information. This was raised, just a moment while I find this document. This was raised many times. We have some data that we could share with you, with our audience tonight. A large part of the information in Canada comes from statistics on actual seizures. Industry Canada points out, and I quote, the retail value of counterfeit goods seized by the RCMP has risen from $7.6 million in 2005 to $38 million in 2012. What we'd like to know is to have a more detailed portrait of this. In 2009, the OECD estimated that international trade in counterfeit goods and copies could be valued up to $250 billion. The same study reiterated appeals for better access to information and denounced the lack of data. Isolated testimony that counterfeit goods could be risky for health and safety of consumers. For instance, counterfeit electrical components. I think that mentioned. Unclean fill for a down-filled vest. I can confirm that. We heard testimony from Canada Goose, and I saw what this kind of jacket looked like and the material that fills it. So once again, I want to reiterate that the NDP supports this bill, C-56, especially when it comes to counterfeit goods that can be harmful to health and safety. But in addition, such goods endangers the good name of the Canadian company. I don't think you can be any more Canadian than a company called Canada Goose. So we do recognize the importance of fighting effectively against counterfeit goods. So let me get back to the Industry Committee and its 2007 report, because it was asking that the Government of Canada establish an annual report system in order to obtain statistics on the effectiveness of Canada's system for enforcing intellectual property rights. It included what should contain the number of investigations, the number of charges made against counterfeiters, and convictions in criminal courts, the number of shipments of counterfeit goods seized by the CBSA, the country of origin, approximate value. So the question I have is, has the government acted on that recommendation? That would provide us with the data we could base our decisions on. The lack of probing data complicates our task, everyone's task, be it investigators, officers at the border, and legislators who are addressing the problem, but it makes it difficult to find the means to effectively fight counterfeit goods. We think that by having proper data, a good picture of the situation, we'd have a good opportunity to implement effective measures.
56, the Combating Counterfeit Product Act, amends both the Copyright Act and the Trademark Act, and its purpose is to strengthen enforcement of copyright and trademark rights and to curtail commercial activity involving infringing copies of counterfeit trademark good. This bill adds 2 new criminal offenses under the Copyright Act for possession and exportation of infringing copies and creates offenses for selling or offering counterfeit good on a commercial scale. And I want to stress that because that's an important point in the bill. It creates a prohibition against importing or exporting infringing copies and counterfeit good and introduce some balance to that prohibition by creating 2 exceptions. And that's the first exception is for personal use. Like, let's say somebody is crossing the border, having in their possession or their baggage something they bought and didn't know it was counterfeiting, so that doesn't touch the people that for personal use. But we want to make sure that we study that closely at committee to make sure that this exception is solid. And also the second exception, and it is an important one, is for items in transit control. That means items that are just transiting in Canada but not passing the border. So it's not necessarily in Canada, but in transit control. Grants, that's another point, grants new ex officio powers to borders officials to detain infringing copies or counterfeit goods. And that's a significant policy shift because until now, border officials required these private rights holders to obtain a court order before seizing infringing copies or goods. So that's an important change. Again, an important change grants new ex officio powers to the Minister of Public Safety and border officials to share information on detained goods with rights order. Also, it widens the scope of what can be trademarked to the features found in the broad definition of sign, including color, shape, sense, taste, etc. While the granting of ex officio powers to custom officials has been a recommendation of the Counterfeit Report of 2007 and reiterated by stakeholders, two main issues were raised with this provision in C56. Firstly, the Canadian Anti-Counterfeit Network, first recommendation in one of their reports, stated again to provide the RCMP and the Department of Justice or border official, they didn't mention that, but I think that's what they meant, with adequate financial and human resource to effectively address counterfeiting. These are industry representatives. They are stating that. On the other hand, Dr. Michael Geist from Ottawa University raised the issue of the complexity, and I think my colleague from Heritage and Ethics, who studied extensively C11, can attest to that. The complexity of detecting copyright infringement and also raising the question of changes in court oversight. And I cite Dr. Geist. While officials are not intellectual property experts, the assessment includes consideration of whether any of the Copyrights Act exception may be applied. These determinations are complex. Courts often struggle with this issue, and so on and so forth. So Dr. Geist, industry, and a lot of stakeholders, while I met them on consultation with my NDP colleague, raised a lot of issues regarding this bill. Alors, je vais faire ma petite
So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, in closing, I want to reiterate that the NDP recognizes the importance of controlling counterfeit products that could endanger the health or safety of Canadians. We acknowledge that there is an impact on Canadian industry. It's a negative impact. We denounce the cutbacks of frontline workers who fight counterfeit products. I sincerely hope, Mr. Speaker, that the government will take the importance of this bill seriously in committee, as well as the recommendations that arise from it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Saanich Gulf Islands.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend for a very important presentation. I was particularly interested in the reference that she made to the concerns of Michael Geist, a renowned expert in these areas and concerned about copyright. I wonder if she could expand on that and suggest what changes she'd want to see made to the bill.
Député de La Salle-et-Mar.
Honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will respond to the question And I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. It allows me to get back to the points he raised. What he was raising is that the human resources on the front line must be in a position to detect the counterfeit goods. But in addition, there are exceptions that they have to be able to recognize. And there's the question that's been raised. How are they going to do this? In addition, I'd like to point out that if the resources simply don't exist and that priority is given to counterfeiting and resources are allocated to fighting counterfeit goods, what's going to happen to the other types of problems that these officers are supposed to address? So that's why I mention the importance of walking the talk.
Comments. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. It's very interesting that the government decides now to speak about this bill and to speak about its agenda. But I'd call this panic. I wouldn't call this any sort of program or agenda. I mean, if there's a problem at the borders, then we need to support people who work at the borders. If there isn't enough funding and if there are a lot of goods coming in, we can't do that. But it's the process the government's using now that's really bothersome. At the last minute, all of a sudden, they decide this is a priority. At the very end of the session, after almost 8 years that they've been in government, now all of a sudden they're panicking. Now all of a sudden it becomes a priority. And we have 2 or 3 hours of debate, no amendments, and the government says, this bill is perfect as it stands. So my question is this. Is there anything to show that this government may have a plan for the industrial sector here, for the industry? That's really at the heart of this debate. What are we going to do to support our industry here so that we can be competitive in the world as it is today? Because this isn't a plan. This is just panic. Member for de la Salle-et-Mar. That's a very good point, Mr. Speaker. There are many stakeholders, industry stakeholders, many people I've met, and they need to know what is going to happen. They need predictability. They need a long-term view. See, for industry, things don't just wrap up in 2015, even if this government does. As I said, Mr. Speaker, this bill has been sitting here since March. Now, I think it's a priority because I spoke to people who are affected by counterfeiting. We started preparing for this. We've been preparing for a long time for this bill. And this is completely lacking in respect for Canadian industry. We have people who are innovating, who own intellectual property, who want to be able to protect it, who don't want it to be counterfeited or infringed upon. And it's only now, all of a sudden, that the government shows up at the last minute with a bill that it wants to pass as is, when there are legitimate questions, when it has to be considered in committee. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for all her good work. She just stated that she's been preparing for months and months because she thought that this was a priority for the government. But actually what we saw was that it was at the bottom of the list because here they are bringing it in at the last minute. It's one of the last bills that are being debated here in the House. So for a priority, it doesn't seem actually too important. So I'd like to know what she thinks about the abilities of the CBSA to act. The minister has played various number games with us, has claimed that they will be able to do more. His argument was that in 2005, there was about $1 billion. In 2012, there was $1.8 billion or so. And with the cuts, we're now at about $1.3 billion. So his logic was that, well, it's higher than 2005, therefore we haven't cut. This is the Minister of Immigration. Many ministers have the same sort of reasoning. But if the amount in 2013 is higher than in 2006, they're saying that then it amounts to there having been no cuts. But we know perfectly well that departments have been cut, and they're being asked to do more with less. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that, about what they'll be able to do if this bill is passed, because they'll have more responsibilities with less resources. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. That's a very good point, and this is actually an opportunity for me to raise one of the recommendations that we made when we were considering intellectual property. One of the NDP's recommendations at the time, when we were studying intellectual property, was that border officers be able to have what they need to do their job while respecting, obviously, civilians and civilian procedures, but that the Canadian Border Services Agency have enough funding as well in order to be able to tackle counterfeiting without compromising its other significant responsibilities that involve protecting Canadians and defending our borders. So that's the point that we were trying to raise at the time. Now, Canadian industry and Canadian trade partners have raised the importance of effectively tackling this problem. But our question is whether or not the Conservatives support that, if they support effective combating of counterfeiting in the way that Canadian industry is asking. Because we need our businesses to be able to innovate, and if they're going to innovate, then they have to be able to own intellectual property. They have to be able to obtain patents. They need protection. And so it's very important for them to have that protection so that they can innovate and so that they can make the most of their good ideas. And we know that our domestic industry can have great ideas and can innovate, but this government doesn't innovate. It just sits back. It doesn't plan. It improvises, actually, rather than innovate. Thank you.
Resuming debate. À la prise de débat. The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Here. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to the second reading of Bill C-56, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act, and to bring attention to the attention of this House, firstly, to the risks presented to Canadian consumers by commercial counterfeiting, and secondly, to the problems that this creates for businesses that employ Canadians. Not that long ago, consumers did not need to worry about the risks and dangers of counterfeit products. The term counterfeiting itself was generally associated with making false currency, and few people had even heard of intellectual property crime. Then over time, things began to change, Mr. Speaker. Counterfeit T-shirts or brand-name replicas showed up in flea markets. Travelers from abroad returned home with supposedly brand-name watches bought at cheap prices from a street vendor. Yet within a few days, the watches stopped working or the bands left colored stains on the wrist. Supposedly, brand-name luggage or footwear was bought at such bargain prices that it seemed too good to be true. And it was. Generally, these products fell apart in very short order. Today, Mr. Speaker, Canadian consumers are wiser and more wary. Sadly, we're increasingly exposed to counterfeit goods in our domestic market, and Canadians and Canadian businesses have been victimized and hurt. Today, the problems imposed by counterfeit products extend far beyond the breakdown of a cheap wristwatch or a pair of shoes. Today, counterfeiting can pose a range of very serious health and safety risks to consumers. Today, fraudulent reproductions of many trusted trademarked or copyrighted products infiltrate the legitimate market. Every day, counterfeit products enter Canada, from electronics and electrical components to automotive parts and machinery, from batteries and toys to perfume and pharmaceuticals. Mr. Speaker, the level of sophistication of counterfeit products has increased, along with the range and diversity of products which are counterfeited. On the one hand, some counterfeit operations may not be sophisticated at all, where the RCMP reports instances where counterfeiters simply went through dumpsters at construction sites to recover used and discarded circuit breakers. They repackaged these and sold them as new. However, other operations are very sophisticated indeed, where dangerous items are made in large quantities for sale to Canadians who may not know the origin of the materials in the products that they are buying. For example, investigators intercepted a package at a Vancouver postal authority. It led them to a warehouse that contained 15,000 counterfeit pills, packaged in blister packs. The estimated total value of these seized counterfeit drugs exceeded $1 million. At this same warehouse, the investigators also seized clothing and accessories that had been labeled with counterfeit brands, which threatened the production of and the work of our own Canadian innovators and workers. The resale value of these counterfeit goods was estimated to be in excess of $5 million. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that counterfeit products have become more sophisticated. In addition, the production and supply chain that has also become more sophisticated, as well as the method of importation, which has also become more sophisticated. Some counterfeiters ship the counterfeit labels separately from the products to avoid detection. Once in Canada, the labels are then affixed to the finished products. Mr. Speaker, shockingly, counterfeit labels are not only limited to brand names, but also to the safety certification labels. These are labels which consumers trust to show that a product meets certain industrial standards. Knockoff labels that purport product testing and certification by the Underwriters Laboratories or the Canadian Standards Association. These labels are meant to deceive the consumer into believing that the product meets Canadian safety standards. In fact, electrical equipment that carries a false CSA label may pose hazards to the unsuspecting consumer through malfunction, fire, or electrocution. Mr. Speaker, the falsification of safety certification labels clearly demonstrates some of the risks that consumers face when they buy a counterfeit product. But there are many more examples. In the past 3 years, the number of RCMP investigations involving counterfeit pharmaceuticals has more than doubled. Counterfeit pharmaceuticals have already caused a death in Canada. In 2006, a woman from British Columbia bought medication from an unlicensed pharmaceutical website that purported to be Canadian. The medication was, in fact, manufactured overseas. It had been contaminated with toxic metals during its production, and the woman subsequently died. Last year, the RCMP investigated another case of counterfeit caplets that purported to be bee pollen. They actually contained carcinogenic substances that were banned for sale here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, there are many examples of how counterfeit or pirated products have victimized the people who have purchased them, whether through the health and safety risks that I've outlined or the inconvenience and monetary loss of buying products that do not live up to the standards of the brand. Counterfeit products make it more difficult for consumers to trust the marketplace. The bill before us represents a major step forward in protecting consumers from counterfeit products and counterfeit services. It gives the enforcement authorities and rights holders the tools that they need to crack down on counterfeiters. Rights holders can submit a request for assistance to the Canada Border Services Agency, or CBSA, to provide information to border service officers about their brand and products. With this information, border service officers will be able to contact the rights holder when commercial shipments that are suspected of containing counterfeit products are detained at the border. The rights holders can then launch civil proceedings. In fact, rights holders can seek civil remedies for the manufacture, distribution, and possession with intent to sell counterfeit goods, instead of waiting until those goods are put up for sale in the marketplace, as is currently the case today. As well as these civil remedies, there's also new criminal offenses in the Trademarks Act for which law enforcement agencies can lay charges: selling, distributing, possessing, importing, or exporting counterfeit goods for the purposes of trade will be prohibited. Let me emphasize the phrase, "for purposes of trade," Mr. Speaker. This is important because this bill will not target individual consumers who knowingly or inadvertently bring back a counterfeit product to Canada for personal use. Border Services officers will not seize a private iPhone suspected of containing pirated copies, nor will they seize a suspected counterfeit wristwatch or a handbag. In fact, the bill contains a specific exception at the border for goods intended for personal use, as part of the traveler's personal baggage. Therefore, this bill before us, Bill C-56, targets counterfeiters who make a business of importing and exporting knockoff products. Now, Mr. Speaker, many may ask, where is the harm in cheap products? However, Canadians recognize the dangers of purchasing counterfeit items. Last year, Microsoft Canada commissioned a survey. This survey revealed that 84% of Canadians said that they did not knowingly purchase a counterfeit product. Less than half of the consumers surveyed felt that they knew how to identify counterfeit and genuine products. And 71% of Canadians agree that counterfeit goods are harmful to the economy. Mr. Speaker, it's clear from these survey results that the Canadian public agrees with this bill and has a strong interest in and a growing understanding of the problems posed by counterfeiting. Again, 71% of Canadians agree that counterfeit goods are harmful to our economy. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to draw the attention of members to the problems that large-scale commercial shipments of counterfeit goods create for the businesses that employ Canadians. Indeed, we are seeing significant support for the measures in Bill C-56 from innovative Canadian entrepreneurs and creators who are the most impacted. Mr. Speaker, in a globalized economy, strong, modern marketplace framework rules protect innovation. In a knowledge-based society, this is particularly true of the laws governing intellectual property, or IP. Intellectual property covers a broad range of innovation, and I will focus my remarks today on trademarks and copyright, the protection of which are at the heart of Bill C-56. Over the years, this government has taken important steps to update IP laws to keep them in line with the demands of the 21st century. Honourable members will recall that last year we passed the Copyright Modernization Act. Since then, many of its provisions have come into force as of last November. As a result, I'm proud to say that Canada has now implemented a responsive copyright regime that balances the needs of content creators and users. The bill before us today would update Canada's IP enforcement regime governing trademarks and copyright, and will provide new tools to strengthen the protection of these rights. It will give rights holders the tools that they need to work with law enforcement authorities to protect their intellectual property at the border and domestically. Counterfeiting threatens Canadians' health, safety, and economic well-being. It's not a victimless crime. Over these past months, the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, chaired by the Honourable Member from Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale, heard from many witnesses as it prepared its report on Canada's intellectual property regime. That report was tabled in March 18th, Mr. Speaker, and I recommend it to anyone who seeks a better understanding of the IP regime in Canada. During the hearings, the committee learned about the impact that counterfeiting has had on the competitiveness of Canadian businesses and the Canadian economy as a whole. Honourable members can imagine what impact a low-quality counterfeit product could have on a customer who has paid for what was assumed to be a high-quality and genuine product. One can imagine how difficult customer relations might be when dealing with a consumer who has bought a product in good faith and found it to be not up to the company's standards. Certainly the counterfeit product would damage the reputation of the brand, Mr. Speaker, as well as the store or the company selling it. This makes both the company as well as the consumer a victim of counterfeiting. The integrity of our economy is threatened when consumers are exposed to counterfeit items and as a result lose confidence in the marketplace. It leads to reduced revenue for the rights holders and therefore reduced growth, reduced incentive to invest and hire, and reduced incentives for the creation of new innovation. I repeat, commercial counterfeiting carried out by criminal organizations is not a victimless crime. A company like Canada Goose Incorporated makes a concerted effort to combat counterfeiting, and its website gives tools to help potential customers determine whether the product they are buying is genuine. But, Mr. Speaker, as the committee's report outlines, some companies prefer not to draw attention when counterfeiters knock off their products. The chair of the Canadian Anti-Counterfeiting Network told the committee that having a name associated with a counterfeit product may damage the market for some products. So some companies do not want to tarnish the image of their own brand. Although some businesses can be reluctant to sound the alarm about their products, there's been a marked rise in the number of counterfeiting cases that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have documented. They estimate that between 2005 and 2012, the value of counterfeit and pirated goods seized has increased five-fold, from $7.6 million to $38 million. Last year, for example, there were 726 occurrences of intellectual property crime reported by the RCMP. Some 45% of those cases involved apparel and footwear. Another 20% involved piracy of audiovisual and copyrighted works. 9% involved consumer electronics, and a further 9% personal care products like toothpaste, shampoo, soap that Canadian families rely on to be safe and healthy. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us will give the RCMP, the Canada Border Services Agency, and the rights holders the tools that they need to combat and curtail counterfeiting. Under the current system, Mr. Speaker, a court order is required before border service officers can seize commercial shipments of counterfeit products. The Entertainment Software Association of Canada pointed out that this, in effect, requires a rights holder to know beforehand that goods are about to be smuggled across the border. As you can imagine, this would be difficult. Under the bill before us, however, if rights holders suspect that shipments of counterfeit goods may be crossing the border, they need only send the CBSA a request for assistance with information to help identify their brand. The Border Services officers will have access to information needed to identify, detain, and refer suspected shipments to rights holders. The rights holders can then pursue the matter civilly with the courts. Mr. Speaker, the bill also provides a new criminal offense for the commercial possession, manufacture, or trafficking of trademark counterfeit goods. The rights holders community has welcomed this bill, Mr. Speaker. For example, Canada Goose Incorporated has said the strengthened border measures will play a vital role in protecting jobs for Canadian manufacturers, as well as unsuspecting consumers looking for bargains from those who would do them harm. The Entertainment Software Association of Canada said equipping border service agents with the necessary tools to seize counterfeit products will help take a bite out of this ongoing problem. Protecting IP is critical to the Canadian economy, especially for content industries like ours, which depends on talent, imagination, and creativity to generate returns. The Canadian Anti-Counterfeiting Network said, counterfeiting has grown into a criminal activity that supports everything from organized crime to terrorism. That is mainly because in the current landscape, the risk of getting caught is low, while the profit margin is extremely high. With this new legislation, the risk assessment will begin to change. Mr. Speaker, this is just some examples of the support that has come from businesses and business organizations. Finally, I'd like to quote from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Speaker, the collective businesses say, and I quote, "We urge all political parties to support the bill and to ensure the speedy passage of this important legislation." Mr. Speaker, I could not agree more. Canadian employers and law enforcement are working to prevent the damage and harm caused by commercial counterfeiting to Canadian lives, our economy, and Canadian jobs. Let us do our part in this House. I urge all honourable members to join me in supporting the swift passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Vancouver South for her speech. I think that she has presented the impact on Canadian industry and employment very well. And my question is this. What will the government actually do to combat this? She spoke to the role of the border officers and the new role that is being proposed in this bill for border officers. So how does she expect what does she expect the government will do in order to make sure that this isn't simply a new role in words, but that it's actually a new role? And what will the government do to provide the CBSA with the appropriate means to tackle counterfeiting, as well as the appropriate means to be able to play that expanded role?
Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And indeed, that is the whole purpose of Bill C-56. It will give the government and the CBSA, as well as the RCMP, the tools that they need to seize and detain counterfeit goods, as well as to protect, therefore, Canadian businesses, innovation, and jobs. So I would like to ask the honourable member, what would the opposition do to support Canadian lives, health, economy, and jobs? Will she support this bill?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her comments. And one of the statistics that we've been talking about is the value of this, globally, and for counterfeit goods, sometimes $250 billion. I've seen also estimates maybe somewhere between $300 to $400 billion a year in counterfeit goods, of which a significant, 10 maybe to 20% of that is actually organized crime. So I wonder if the member could comment with respect to how a bill like this helps us to start to identify issues like that and get at some of the organized crime elements behind counterfeit goods.
Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you for that very good question. Specifically, the bill will give border officers the authority to detain suspected shipments and contact the rights holders. It will allow Canadian businesses to file a request for assistance with the Canada Border Services Agency, in turn enabling border officers to share information with rights holders regarding suspected shipments. In addition to this, it will provide new criminal offenses for the commercial possession, manufacture, or trafficking of trademark counterfeit goods. CBSA has reported that the RCMP has noticed an increase in 5-fold of seized products, which has had an impact of $38 million in 2012. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I thank the member for her speech. It was quite clear. I'd like to inform her, if she doesn't already know, that in Italy, when there is counterfeiting
even the tourist is arrested in front of the door of a store, be it Prada or some other company. We're not at that point here yet, thank goodness, but we know that our small businesses and manufacturers have suffered a great deal from the loss of jobs due to counterfeiting. There are a lot of companies that are in the garment trade, Chlorophylle, Canada Goose, other companies that have a good reputation here. And we know that counterfeiting is easy, and copying is easy. These products are not necessarily made here. They come through the border by ship, by truck, by van. The member talked about denouncing people to try to catch fraudsters who come through the border with vans and trucks full of counterfeit goods. But is that enough? When the services are being reduced by $143 million at the border services, how can they do more with less? I have trouble understanding that philosophy.
I thank the honourable member for that question. And Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say that the reason that the bill provides a specific exception at the border for individuals importing or exporting counterfeit trademark goods is because the border services officers are not going to be targeting or looking at individual personal, perhaps inadvertent purchases of these counterfeit goods. They're going to be looking specifically at organized crime. And organized crime groups, as we know, use the profits from counterfeit goods to support a litany of other crimes, including drug trafficking, firearms smuggling. And this bill will provide the RCMP with new tools to combat this threat posed by counterfeit goods, and when there are grounds to believe that there are links to organized crime, not to seek and to detain individuals, which is going to be a higher impact in terms of the border services officers. They're going to be able to go after organized crime and not individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to get back to the question of resources. She answered part of my colleague's question, but not the one about resources. And the fact that the bill as it stands, when adopted, will give additional responsibilities to border officers. So how can these officers do their jobs without the resources when we have these cutbacks to the tune of $143 million and 549 jobs? So I'd like her to answer that question. I haven't heard her about the lack of resources that is the case right now and that will be made worse by the additional responsibilities.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
I thank the honourable member for that question. And in fact, I actually have some friends that are border services officers. And as some of us know, perhaps who have traveled a little bit and come across the border, we have actually increased the limits of what travelers can bring back to Canada. So in fact, the border services officers currently are not looking for small amounts of goods that people are bringing in, nor are they looking for individual use of baggage or even counterfeit items. This realigns their work. Bills like this has realigned the border services officers' work so that they can in fact focus on crime and on organized crime and shipments such as guns and big shipments of counterfeit goods and harmful products to Canadians. So in terms of resources, Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond by saying that many border services officers are very happy, in fact, with the realignment of their tasks, that they are actually fighting crime as opposed to just, being there to process people. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And she still didn't really respond to the issue about resources. I mean, the fact of the matter here
is that this government has actually reduced funding in an area that should be in enforcement. So we can put all of the legislation that we want forward, but if we don't put the resources, nothing is going to come of it. So let's be clear, only a quarter, 26% of RCMP investigations and seizure of counterfeit products were potentially harmful to consumers in 2011, but yet as this amount has been rising, the RCMP have indicated that they just didn't have the resources. Canada Border Services don't have the resources either, because this is a government that's also cut in those areas. So in 2005, even the RCMP had indicated then that they didn't have the proper resources. So again, if she could please answer the question as to whether or not this government will invest in the RCMP and in Canada Border Services to address the issues of enforcement.
The honourable member for Vancouver South. You have about a minute.
I thank the member for that question. And very quickly, that member should know that we have an additional 3,000 more RCMP and 900 more CBSA officers because of our economic action plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to tell you that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Sherbrooke this evening. So, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a number of issues that have surfaced. Obviously, once again, I'll just say this bill, C-56, is called the Combating Counterfeit Products Act, amends both the Copyright Act, the Trademarks Act, and its purpose is to strengthen enforcement of copyright and trademark rights and to curtail commercial activity involving infringing copies or counterfeit trademark goods. And it sounds pretty comprehensive. A couple of things that have surfaced by our party, and I'd just like to reinforce them again. We believe that dealing with counterfeiting and infringement is important for both Canadian businesses and consumers, especially where counterfeit goods may put the health or safety of Canadians at risk. So that's a good thing. We need stronger enforcement to make sure that that doesn't happen. But this was mentioned in the last interchange of ideas and questions, and it's been a theme that we've pursued this evening. It's difficult to see, though, how a bill like this will be implemented when last year the Conservatives slashed $143 million in funding from CBSA, which further reduced frontline officers and is harming our ability to monitor our borders. And I don't quite understand, Mr. Speaker, the idea that we're increasing the task, and it's a good one for our border service officers, but at the same time, there are fewer people to do the job. Now, I visited border services or border crossings, and I know these people work flat out. They have a tough job as it is. If we decrease their staffing, it's inconceivable to see how this particular bill or this particular legislation could be enforced. And I think that's a question I would submit that needs to be discussed thoroughly at the committee stage or in further discussions. Donc, Monsieur le Président, il est difficile.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to measure the problem of counterfeiting and copies in Canada and its impact on the economy. We on this side of the House nevertheless support the fight against counterfeit products, particularly where health and safety concerns are at stake, as I just mentioned. We have to figure out how CBSA can implement these coercive measures in light of the cutbacks provided in Budget 2012. The United States, as I imagine you know, and industry groups have long been demanding border measures regarding counterfeit products, and it's important to continue to be vigilant to ensure that intellectual property laws strike a balance between the interests of rights holders and those of consumers or users. So what we're seeking is a good balance between the two. The government has been long aware of the difficulty of measuring the magnitude of counterfeiting and copied merchandise in Canada. This is a challenge that was identified in a 1998 OECD report entitled The Economic Impact of Counterfeiting. This is due to the clandestine nature of counterfeiting. Counterfeiting is clandestine by definition. A large part of the data includes estimates based on actual seized products, isolated testimony, or data from the industry itself. But, Mr. Speaker, in the 2007 report by the Standing Committee on Industry regarding counterfeiting, there were recommendations that the government implement a reporting system that would allow for follow-up of investigations, charges, and seizures of counterfeit products and merchandise as a way to collect data. It was pointed out in the recent 2013 report that it's difficult to obtain a specific estimate of the market for counterfeit or pirated goods in Canada. Now here, Mr. Speaker, the NDP believes that the fight against counterfeiting is important for companies and for Canadian consumers. This is particularly important when counterfeit products can imperil the health or safety of Canadians, and yet we still don't know how the proposed implementation regime in C-56 will be funded. This bill would add significant new requirements on the duties of border officers in a period of budget constraints. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2012, the Conservatives imposed cutbacks of $143 million on the CBSA, which reduced the number of frontline officers and further reduced our ability to monitor our borders. According to the Plans and Priorities report of the CBSA, this year 549 full-time jobs will be lost by 2015. Mr. Speaker, this is something very important. 549 jobs lost by 2015. So, if we lose 549 positions and try to increase the workload and give further duties to the remaining officers, it remains to be seen how we're going to implement this bill. Moreover, under this bill, officers will have to proceed with very complex evaluations to find out whether goods entering or leaving the country violate copyright or trademark. That's not easy, Mr. Speaker. It's not like looking for an object. You find the object or you don't find it. This is more complicated. It takes longer, in my opinion. Such an assessment for counterfeit copies could consist in, for example, examining whether one of the exceptions provided under the Copyright Act is applicable, a determination that even courts find difficult to establish. The New Democrats want the CBSA to have the financial resources that are sufficient to enforce this bill. Mr. Speaker.
That we've been trying to make here, Mr. Speaker, is that it's difficult to imagine, and I'll repeat this again, that if you have new responsibilities that are even more complicated with the new technology, and there should be actually, instead of cutting back resources, there should be additional resources of trained personnel added to the border services to deal specifically with this rising problem. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, that the Industry Committee recently conducted a study on intellectual property that in part examined these issues. Businesses testified in favor of increasing border measures to tackle counterfeit and infringing goods. And in its 2013 report, Intellectual Property Regime in Canada, the committee recommended border measures including providing appropriate ex officio powers to customs officials, introducing civil and criminal remedies for trademark counterfeiting, and also allowing customs officials to share information with rights holders regarding suspected goods. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Leader of the House to the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my friend, my co-British Columbian. He mentioned resources, because we've seen a $145 million budget cut in the 2012 budget to those same officers that this government is counting on, those border officials who are meant to catch all these contraband goods. You can't impart more responsibilities and more work on fewer people and expect better results, particularly when it comes to something like border security. This applies not just to contraband goods, but all the other illegal weapons that come into Canada. So, as somebody who often deals with border issues to the south and the interior of British Columbia, how important is it that we actually staff, train, and resource those border outposts, particularly the ones that have lower traffic, some of the smaller posts? Because these are often the places where illegal contraband makes its way, illegal weapons make their way into Canada, particularly if the smugglers know that the government is cutting back on resources, cutting near $150 million from the budget this year, and the CBSA's own planning and priorities document, the Conservatives can invent their own numbers, but the CBSA own planning documents say there is a net loss of 450 full-time equivalent positions out of their services this year. That's not the NDP talking, that is the CBSA. So invent all the numbers that they want on the Conservative side. Resources are being depleted in last year's budget cuts and this year's. So my question is to my friend, particularly for those smaller outposts that face significant challenges, what do further cuts, further depletion of resources mean in terms of the effectiveness of legislation like this?
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad our House Leader called me his friend. He's my friend, too. I think I'll answer in general, first of all. What I'm noticing was a lot of us have noticed that there is this, sometimes it's overt, sometimes it's not so noticeable, but there's an attack on our civil service, on our public servants who are trying to do the very best they can with limited resources. Instead of increasing resources, we're cutting back, and often, as the case here, we're losing positions. And we've seen the results of some of this in the food industry with a whole scandal that happened at XL Foods. I would like to also tell my colleague that I visited one of the border crossings in my riding, and I saw what they do, for example, how the border agent explained to us what they do when a transport truck comes in and what they look for to look for smuggled items. And they do a thorough kind of search. They look at the mirrors. They look where there could be a false tank. It's really quite sophisticated and quite thorough. So I'm wondering what would happen at that particular border crossing if one of those agents was dropped, if there was one person that wasn't there, and yet they still had to do that work, and at the same time have other responsibilities which are more technical and sophisticated in nature. So it doesn't add up, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister for Citizenship and Immigration.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to introduce some facts rather than fiction to this question of resources for the Border Services Agency, which is an important question. I agree with the premise of the last question from the member for Skeena, that resources are necessary to enforce the law, which is precisely why, since taking office, the current government has increased the budgetary allocation to the CBSA by 27%, by an increase of $387 million, and has increased by 26% the number of full-time equivalent personnel at the agency. Mr. Speaker, it is true that with that huge increase, that will be offset by a relatively modest decrease, but the net effect is that when all of those changes are implemented in 2015, there will be significantly more, my estimate about 15% more border services agents then than there were a few years ago, and significantly more resources, both in real and absolute terms. So I would just like the member to comment on the fact, could you help to explain to me how, when the estimates, the public accounts, the CBSA, planning and priorities, all of these public documents indicate higher resources, why the NDP maintains that there have actually been cuts? I just don't understand why they're making that up, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his question and comments. I'd like to say this, that we've seen the same type of comments in agriculture. And, you know, being told that there's more resources allocated in agriculture to research and to other areas. And at the same time, when we've talked to people on the ground, those people representing the workers, we found that there actually are cuts, and we've been told specifically what cuts there are in certain areas. So I suspect the same thing might be happening here, that on the one hand we have figures that are being presented by the government, but on the other hand we have other numbers that don't coincide. So perhaps what needs to really happen once this is discussed at committee is to really determine what exactly are the figures that are there by talking to people on the ground.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak to Bill C-56 today on behalf of Sherbrooke. This is an issue that is important to me, since the Sherbrooke region, the whole eastern townships, are very close to the border with the U.S. So this is something of concern to me, as it is for my colleague for Compton Stansted, who's listening to this right now, and who probably has the same views I do. Stansted received a visit from the Minister of Immigration recently, when it was revealed that that was quite the sieve. So that was after the revelations that we got about illegal immigrants, but it's just as true when it comes to counterfeit products. The more our borders are easily penetrated by people who are ill-intentioned, by criminals, the worse that is for our country. So as member for Sherbrooke, I'm very concerned about the situation at our borders, since we are very close to the U.S., just 30 minutes away. So in passing, I wish to congratulate and thank my colleague for La Salle-et-Mar, who has worked hard on this file and continues to do so, and is fascinated by this issue and her job in general. And she will represent our position during the committee hearings and consideration. Let's hope that will happen soon, because as was mentioned earlier, the government is handling this at the last minute. Apparently this is their last priority at the end of this parliamentary session. So it's hard to believe them when they say, yes, it's a priority to us. Well, why wait so long? The bill was tabled March 1st, 2013, and now we're told just today that it's a priority when the session is almost over. So much for these pious wishes from the government. So anyway, we will support the bill at second reading. As you know, it's a long-expected bill. It's been discussed for many years now. I think that the talks go back to 2007, and talks with the U.S. as well, which is an important player in this whole fight against counterfeit goods. It's also essential for our country, because this is our trade partner, a major trade ally, as you know, Mr. Speaker. It's important for companies and Canadian consumers to fight counterfeiting, especially when these products can imperil the health and safety of Canadians. That's a very major point that I mentioned earlier when I put a question to my colleague for Halifax West, who had mentioned certain products in cars, products that may be counterfeit, and that does certainly endanger the lives of Canadians who go to the corner garage to get their car fixed and could end up with counterfeit car parts that do not meet the standards required by Canada. They could end up with brakes that do not comply with standards on airbags, for instance. So that's truly important in the sense that it can endanger the safety and lives of Canadians who think that they are using a product that does respect the standards in place, and then realize that they were manufactured in a counterfeit way. That is, ill-intentioned persons attempted to copy an existing product, and such products are not the safest on the market, as you can imagine. In addition, there's the question of resources. All evening, we've been debating C-56, and I also mentioned in my questions to my colleagues the lack of resources at the Canada Border Services Agency. The minister and most of the members who've spoken are trying to play with the figures, saying since 2005 the total budget has increased, but in 2012 it will be reduced a bit, but since 2005 it's a net increase. So they're playing with the numbers here, but the real figure is that in 2013 there will be less money available for the agency. That's a fact. That's a figure that's easy to find. The Minister of Immigration reminded us that since 2005, this means that it's actually an increase, but the reality is that the agency will have less money this year than it had last year. That's clearly a cutback. If we look at inflation since 2005, well, you know, if governments compare expenditures by the Liberal government to that of the Conservative government in 2013, they'll say it's an increase. But if you look at the rate of inflation, the increase in funds provided to the departments and agencies is lower than the rate of inflation since 2005. So, quite obviously, any manager knows that when the costs, spending increases and the budget does not follow this increase in costs, that is in fact a lower budget. That's quite simple arithmetic. And the government doesn't seem to understand that when they talk about this increase from Liberal days until now. That's a whole other debate. As part of all the Conservative cutbacks. But it just shows you that given this bill, which gives extra duties to CBSA officers, they're asked to exert more powers and be more aware of counterfeiting, but they're not given the necessary resources to do that job. And that's something that was pointed out by many people since this bill was tabled. So to sum up, for our listeners, the bill adds 2 criminal offenses under the Copyright Act regarding the possession of counterfeit goods or offering these on a commercial basis. It creates new criminal offenses for counterfeit trademark goods, packaging, or labels. But there are 2 exceptions, that is for personal use, article in the possession of an individual or that he or she has in his luggage, and there's also the exception for things in transit. I will explain that later if time allows, but obviously this bill seeks to combat crime, and quite often it's criminal groups, organized crime, who decide to make money through counterfeit goods. So often it's organized crime that's involved in that kind of trade. So this is not a bill that will directly attack ordinary citizens who may inadvertently possess or buy such counterfeit goods. It also gives the border officers new powers to seize such goods. It's an important change in policy because there used to be a need for a warrant from the courts before seizing such goods. So that's a request that we've been hearing since 2007, that is giving these powers to the border officers. You're telling me that my time is up, Mr. Speaker. I will close by saying that unfortunately the bill gives new responsibilities to the border officers but does not give them the matching resources to do that job. They're asked to do more with less. And for the NDP, we find that practice unacceptable. When you increase somebody's responsibilities, he has to have the resources to do that. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Tobic-Matakwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his comments and his speech, and he brought out some very good points of this bill. Just a couple of questions. The Minister of Citizenship and Immigration just recently made his comments that net there is an increase in the border guards since 2006, and I've seen that. I have 9 stations in my riding on the main border with New Brunswick, so I kind of know what the challenge, and they've done a lot of hiring in the past number of years as well. But also would he acknowledge that part of the existing role that these border officers have is to seize and hold goods. They do that from a commercial standpoint most days as well, but also to reflect of new systems like e-manifest and others. By using technology, that we can use our resources more efficiently, and just because these might be a new role, it doesn't necessarily translate that you need new resources.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. That brings me back to the starting point of my speech when I said that the government was playing around with the figures most of the time. Comparing 2006 to 2013, whereas, as the member just mentioned, since 2006, there's been a net increase of the number of employees. But if you look at the facts, in 2013, there will be fewer employees than in 2012. Of course, if you compare it to 2006, 6 years or 7 years ago, of course, there could be a net increase. But in fact, there's a net reduction since 2013 and 2012. So he can play with the figures all he wants, but the facts are clear. In 2013, there will be fewer resources than last year.
And yes, perhaps there is a more efficient way to do the work. And I know the government is looking for more efficient ways to do its work. When you're working with taxpayers' money, obviously you have to be as efficient as possible so that there's the least waste as possible. But I don't think we can keep comparing the numbers in the way we are. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Sherbrooke for his speech. He also comes from an area where there is considerable innovation. There's the University of Sherbrooke, a very innovative university, and many businesses are also located in that area. I'm sure There are many in mine as well. There are many businesses that are innovating, that have ideas that are worth putting into practice, and they also benefit from owning intellectual property. The World Border Services Agency published a report on this, and they were formulating various recommendations on the important characteristics of model legislation for the purposes of protecting intellectual property. And we raised these recommendations when the industry committee was looking at this. When there's a patent on an idea, well, that's a part of the innovation chain. And in their report, they said that there has to be efficient protection of intellectual property at the border without infringing upon trade in legitimate goods. And we also have to make resources available in order to be able to intervene. The ability to intervene depends on resources that are available. I'd like him to comment on the points that were raised by an international border agency. The honourable member for Sherbrooke, you have 35 seconds. 35 seconds. Okay, well, I would like to thank the member for her question. Yes, in fact, we have a lot of innovation in our riding and in Sherbrooke. And it's very important that the government invest in innovation. Sherbrooke and businesses elsewhere in Canada have to be able to innovate in order to remain competitive globally, whether it has to do with the manufacturing sector or any other sector. These sectors have to compete with markets that are becoming more and more competitive themselves. And the only way to be able to compete and survive is to be able to innovate and to be able to keep jobs here as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-56, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to advise this House that my remarks today mark a unique occasion when a member of Parliament can stand in this House and speak on a government bill on important public policy that he or she spent a considerable amount of time advocating for in their life before politics. I spent several years of my professional life as a lawyer combating the rise of counterfeit goods and its impact on public safety and our economy. I'm also extremely proud to now be part of a government moving to address the negative consequences of the scourge of counterfeit goods. I will use part of my time to talk about this experience because I think it's important for this House to hear real-world accounts from the private sector, to hear why this legislation is needed. I hope to show my colleagues that the inaction or delay suggested by my friends in the NDP is simply not acceptable. The member for Timmins James Bay mentioned several times the challenges of litigation tonight in debate, and that's something I'll touch upon because I've led such litigation efforts in this area. Counterfeit goods are putting public safety at risk. Counterfeit goods are impacting economic activity and revenues. Counterfeit goods can lead to job losses for Canadians. Counterfeit goods and the proliferation of trademark infringement, passing off, and privacy have also become some of the fastest growing sources of revenue for organized crime. Mr. Speaker, for many years I was the in-house corporate lawyer for Procter & Gamble in Canada. Not only is P&G a respected global company with branded products that Canadians use in their homes every day, they are also the largest private sector employer in Eastern Ontario. With manufacturing facilities in Belleville and Brockville, Ontario, and head office operations in Toronto, P&G employs thousands in Ontario and makes products in Ontario that are shipped across North America and indeed, Mr. Speaker, across the world. It might surprise this House to learn that every Swiffer pad made in the world was made in Brockville, Ontario, just an hour from here. These are important manufacturing jobs in Ontario.
They're also critically important to the global economy and trade, and jobs like these in Canada and around the world are put at risk with combat or counterfeit goods. It was estimated at the time I worked there that the scourge of counterfeit goods cost P&G close to $1 billion annually in lost revenue. In these challenging economic times, that's $1 billion that's not invested in innovation, investment, or job creation. And this is just the impact on one employer. Multiply that literally by hundreds of companies and employers that sell or distribute branded products across Canada. In 2006, I was confronted with the ugly face of counterfeit goods in my job. And everything I will talk about highlight the excellent work P&G and other companies in the industry did to raise these issues. I should also add that I'm not violating any solicitor-client privilege. I'm talking about publicly known information. While the company had long worked with law enforcement to investigate counterfeit batteries and some isolated personal care products being counterfeited and sold in Canada, a public health advisory from Health Canada on counterfeit toothbrushes led me to devote considerable time and energies to this file. This advisory came about when a Canadian purchased a counterfeit toothbrush at a value vendor and choked on the bristles that came dislodged when they began brushing. For such a seemingly innocuous product, there was a serious risk of health because of the fact that counterfeit goods contain unknown ingredients or materials, they were made improperly, have no quality assurance, and were often manufactured in unhygiene surroundings. Only a few months earlier, counterfeit Colgate toothpaste in the U.S. was found to contain antifreeze. These events led me to create a brand protection team for Canada. I was fortunate to have Rick Kotwa, a 30-year OPP veteran and head of security for the country, to lead our investigative efforts. I was also lucky to have Jennifer Casaban, an extremely sharp regulatory scientist that helped keep public safety and regulatory issues at the forefront of what we developed as a brand protection program. The president of the company at the time, Tim Penner, saw how important this issue was for the company, and he empowered our team to investigate and isolate counterfeit distributors across Canada. Over the next few years, we worked diligently on these issues, and we were truly astounded by the size of the counterfeiting problem in Canada and indeed throughout the world. With the backing of a terrific corporate leader like Tim Penner, P&G spent considerable resources pursuing investigation and litigation against distributors and retailers in Canada, despite the fact that we knew we would rarely be able to collect damages or our costs. The company took a leadership position, like many did, in this fight against counterfeit products. What became clear to me very quickly, Mr. Speaker, was that the laws and regulatory structures in Canada needed to radically evolve to address this new and growing risk to public safety and the criminal activities related to it. So I began to work directly alongside the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Retail Council of Canada, the Food and Consumer Products Council, and the special purpose organization created for this very issue, the Canadian Anti-Counterfeiting Network. I'd like tonight to thank these organizations and their member companies for championing these issues for many years. At these meetings, I got to know many of them, and particularly Lauren Lipkiss, someone who for more than a decade has been a lean, mean counterfeit busting machine and has raised public awareness more than anyone else in Canada on this issue. Thank you to these people, and our government is listening with Bill C-56. The Canadian Anti-Counterfeiting Network released its Roadmap for Change on Counterfeiting and Piracy in 2007, Mr. Speaker. CACN, industry, and employers across Canada have engaged with government in the years since 2007. There have been several years of careful consideration and consultation on these issues at a variety of levels. Our government has listened, and Bill C-56 attempts to address the public safety risks and economic damage caused by counterfeiting. While the NDP continually rise tonight to say that more time is needed to explore or debate these issues, I say that the time to act is now. Mr. Speaker, our government has been listening, particularly to Canadian employers and their industry groups, and documents like the Roadmap, and I want to highlight just a few specific sections from the roadmap that are addressed by Bill C-56. I'll remind this House that the roadmap was released in 2007. The Combating Counterfeit Products Act will provide better tools to investigate commercial counterfeiting and help to reduce trade in counterfeit goods by providing new enforcement tools to strengthen Canada's existing enforcement regime. These are specifically cited as recommendations 1.1 and 1.2 in the roadmap. The Act will provide new criminal offences for the commercial possession, manufacture, or trafficking of trademark counterfeit goods, recommendation 1.4. The Act will create new offences for trademark counterfeiting, equipping law enforcement and prosecutors with the tools they've been asking for to combat this problem. That's recommendation 4.1 from the roadmap. Finally, the last I'll highlight is this Act will give border officers the authority to detain suspected shipments and contact the intellectual property rights holders. They'll be able to do this because these intellectual property rights holders will be able to file a request for assistance with Canada Border Services Agency, in turn enabling border officers to share information with intellectual property rights holders regarding suspect shipments so they can be tracked. This addresses recommendations 6.2 and 6.4, Mr. Speaker. This bill is indeed the culmination of several years of consultations and direct advocacy from Canadian employers and industry groups like the Canadian Anti-Counterfeiting Network and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, amongst others. I've highlighted specific portions of this proposed legislation that have come directly from these consultations. Mr. Speaker, Canadians must know that purchasing counterfeit goods is not a victimless crime. That purse, those watches, fuel criminal activity. Counterfeit goods actually feed criminal networks around the world and is fast becoming the lifeblood for these organizations that in turn bring tremendous harm and oppression to people in Canada and around the world. In the last few years, Mr. Speaker, Interpol has connected directly profits from counterfeit good sales to the funding of terrorism. In 2005, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP declared organized crime to be the primary actor in the field of counterfeit goods sale and distribution in Canada. In 2005, Mr. Speaker, the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, at the Security Prosperity Partnership meetings, addressed this issue as a major economic and public safety issue that fuels organized crime across North America. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to also note in 2006 that the U.S. Trade Representative placed Canada on the special 301 watch list for the 12th consecutive year. That's a trade watch list because the intellectual property rights regime and regulatory structures in Canada were deemed inadequate. I might note that in 2006, that was the 12th year, almost perfectly coinciding with the previous Liberal government's time in office. Our laws and regulations had not been addressed in a generation, Mr. Speaker, and criminal organizations were taking advantage of our weakness, and our trade partners were demanding that we get serious. Bill C-56 is part of our effort to get serious on combating counterfeit goods. Since our government came to office in 2006, we listened to employers, including the CACN and other groups, consulted through roadmap documents and various public groups and forums, and what has been produced is Bill C-56. It's a balanced attempt to update our intellectual property rights regime in Canada. Now, going back to what got me into this area, Mr. Speaker, that Canadian that was fooled into buying the counterfeit brush that steered my career down this path was fooled because the criminals were literally stealing the goodwill associated with Procter & Gamble's toothbrush brand. The intellectual property behind the brand, from the trademarks to the industrial designs, were being used by criminal organizations to trick people into buying shoddy products that had not been manufactured in the way the brand would expect. These criminal groups could then funnel these profits into other criminal enterprises and even terrorist activities around the world. Mr. Speaker, in the last few years when I became aware of this issue, just to talk about a few areas that have scared me literally out of sleep, the dog food crisis years ago in Canada, many believe was fueled by counterfeit ingredients from a Chinese producer. Counterfeit electrical goods have been seized and found by the Canadian Standards Association, not just before being put in homes and hospitals, but after they've been installed, where counterfeiters have stolen the intellectual rights and trademarks that the CSA use in their seal, and that electricians across this country have learned to trust when they install things in people's homes. Electrical goods, Mr. Speaker, are counterfeited. Aircraft and military parts in the U.S. have been found to be counterfeit, not only putting the life of the operators, the men and women in uniform, at risk, but putting people in and around their use at risk as well. This problem is vastly greater than a handbag or a watch, Mr. Speaker. It's public safety, first and foremost, and it's combating organized crime on a secondary level. This bill will give border officers additional tools to work with government partners, Health Canada, the RCMP, as well as intellectual property rights holders, to better ensure that commercial shipments are free from harmful counterfeit goods or from counterfeit labels. Any provenance that does not meet these standards or affect intellectual property rights will be maintained, investigated, and will not be permitted to get out to the Canadian consumer. We also, Mr. Speaker, need to protect intellectual property in Canada to allow our businesses to invest, innovate, and create jobs. The last time, Mr. Speaker, that the Trademarks Act in Canada was substantially updated was in 1954. There are now a wide range of possibilities for businesses to differentiate themselves, and this bill recognizes the new and innovative ways that businesses use intellectual property to distinguish their goods and services from those of competitors. These rights holders are employers, Mr. Speaker, and employ thousands of Canadians across our country. Protecting their intellectual property rights protects jobs. Sounds, scents, holograms, position marks, colors, numerals, figurative elements, three-dimensional shapes, textures, and now even taste are commonplace in the world of intellectual property. This bill will explicitly allow for registration of these non-traditional trademarks, giving them the same level of protection as a traditional mark. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the bill improves the reliability of information found in the trademark register, and it simplifies the overall trademark registration process by streamlining some of the requirements, and removing all impediments to the use of electronic documents. It is important for Canada to have a trademark register that is accurate and up to date. This bill will allow the Canadian Intellectual Property Office, or CIPO, to easily and quickly correct blatant and obvious errors after registration, instead of the intellectual property rights holder having to go through the time and expense of seeking an order from the federal court. While the central focus of this bill is the criminal, civil, and border enforcement measures, there must be a high level of legal certainty that a legitimate owner's registered trademark is valid in order to get the most out of that regime. By streamlining certain registration procedures, this bill will ensure a high level of effectiveness, efficiency, and validity for Canadian trademark owners while saving them time and money in the process. For example, if a Canadian business owner wishes to register his or her trademark that was previously registered in another country, they will no longer need to provide certified copies of the foreign registration as proof. This will save both time and money, as applicants will no longer have to contact the foreign Intellectual Property Office and pay a fee to obtain a certified copy. In opposition proceedings, an applicant must reply to a statement of opposition with a counterstatement that responds to each allegation. With this bill, the counterstatement need only state that the applicant intends to respond to the opposition, thereby lessening the burden on applicants when the opposition is first filed. Rules on registrability of a trademark will be made clearer. A key element in trademark law is that a trademark must be distinctive. That is, it must be capable of distinguishing the goods and services of the business from those of other businesses. This bill will ensure that any trademark that is registered will meet the distinctiveness requirement. Currently, an application for a certification mark, which guarantees that a good or service meets certain standards, must be based on actual use. This bill will allow application for certification marks based on proposed use, thereby harmonizing with the approach taken by other types of trademarks. In 1954, the last time this act was touched, it's difficult to imagine the electronic communication and dissemination of documents would be so prevalent. So the Trademarks Act and its provisions were very much paper-based. This bill removes paper requirements and allows for the filing and handling of all documents electronically. Mr. Speaker, I can't assure this House enough that Bill C-56 is not only critical to the public safety of Canadians, whether they brush their teeth in the morning, feed their pet, or turn on their lights, they need to know that the marks and seals that they've come to trust are legitimate, and that people abusing that trust will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But, Mr. Speaker, we also must recognize by shutting this door to counterfeiters, we are also shutting the door to criminal organizations that have quickly moved in and found the margins and the ability to operate by stealing the intellectual property of Canadian employers, allows them a means to fuel their criminal organizations and activities, including terrorism, Mr. Speaker, that our government spends millions of dollars combating. This bill is a good attempt at getting our regime updated. We've listened to industry, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be pleased to answer questions or comments from my colleagues on this important legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by sincerely congratulating my colleague on his speech. It's good to hear someone who is pragmatic, and it's good to hear someone shed further light on legislation. He's new to Parliament, and I like his candor. And it's good to hear him speak about ideas. But I do have a question, a very topical question. Does he not think, actually, that it's quite unfortunate to have all this theory in front of us that will be difficult to actually implement? And the Minister of Heritage has decided that he can be involved in collective bargaining. What does he think about that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Mention not only for his question, but his very kind comments in welcoming me while I physically sit on his side of the House. I'm not from his side of the House, but I also appreciate my colleagues in all the seats in this place, Mr. Speaker. I think the root of his question highlights the reason why there was such inaction by the previous Liberal government on these important issues at the border and in terms of trademarks specifically. A transition in some of these, in some parts of this Act, including modernizing trademarks law and empowering an intellectual property registry at the border, are going to be substantial changes. The Honourable Member is correct in that regard, but the challenge on modernizing does not excuse us from not acting. So the previous Liberal government spent 12 years, each year Canada being named as a special trade country to watch alongside other countries like China and Saudi Arabia, just because it was difficult. Our government has looked at this seriously in the last few years, Mr. Speaker, and this bill is an important step to update our laws.
In comments, question et commentaire, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend from Durham. It is indeed a treat to have someone speak to a bill for which they advocated before political life. I'm curious about some aspects of this bill, and I wish we had more time to deal with it. I agree it's important legislation, and the goals of the bill are laudatory. But the bill is giving custom officers the kind of powers that we really only see in the hands of judges. Customs officers are going to have to make quick determinations at the border about what's counterfeit, what's legitimate, what might be a parallel import, and they're going to have to do it on the spot, and they're going to have to get it right. And I'm wondering, what are the recourses available to, say, an honest importer whose goods are seized by a customs officer with these increasingly large and, I think, quite complex and difficult responsibilities?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I find that when I'm speaking late at night in this House, she's always joining me in this House with intelligent comments. But as leader of her party, she should really speak to her House leader about her House duty hours. They seem to be potentially that, or she works very hard. It could be the latter, Mr. Speaker. But she's raised a very good issue. This will be a new series of powers, but we're also not dealing here with human crossing of the border. These are esoteric type rights in intellectual property, but they're important rights. And the determination at the border can be made by trained officials using a registry that allows intellectual property rights holders to register their marks. It will also put a new burden of seriousness on importers to get their bill of lading and to get their importation documents correct. I think sloppiness could lead to a slowdown in goods coming in. But being intellectual property and being a border issue, there will always be recourse through our federal courts, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mar.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to thank the member for Durham for a very informative and interesting speech. It makes me regret that the government House leader has imposed time allocation on this very important and interesting discussion and debate. The member said this is a very important bill, and he properly described his work. I was very interested in knowing how Procter & Gamble, for which he used to work, estimated the losses of $1 billion, if I understood correctly, because of counterfeit products. How was this estimated? Is that Procter & Gamble internationally or just in Canada? It would be important to know that. I'd also like him to elaborate a bit. He mentioned a number of times that C-56 is an attempt to solve this problem. So he's casting some doubt on it. Maybe there are things that need improvement, so I'd like him to elucidate that somewhat. Thank you.
For Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from La Salle-et-Mar for her questions and for carefully listening to my remarks tonight. She asked a few things, and I'd be happy to address the first one quickly. The debate has been had, in fact, in many ways. I think she mildly heckled when I spoke, saying 2006 or 2007 was some time ago. Industry have been asking for these intellectual property updates for that long of time. And I think our government has consulted broadly. We've followed a balanced approach that addresses border issues, the intellectual property rights regime, and we've acted. In terms of her question about P&G, it's interesting. All of these things are estimated because counterfeiting really is like an iceberg. you will only see 1/4 of that iceberg above the water, and the rest is below. So estimates were made by the amount of counterfeit goods seized, and approximation that you're not going to catch everything. And I think why I'm saying this is a balanced start is law enforcement, now that we're giving powers, now that we're criminalizing some of this conduct, they will have to, over time, improve their own investigative techniques. Border officials will have to improve their investigative techniques to try and stay ahead of the counterfeiters. So inaction, though, is going to hurt employment. It's going to hurt employers, so we need to act.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Tobique-Matakwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. And it was a very good discussion, and really valued the experience he brought to the debate here tonight. One of the things there's been some discussion about, the Border Services Agency's ability to handle this type of thing, and I just wonder if he might comment that, as he would know, in the bill, there's the request for assistance that's actually received from the copyright owner to CBSA, who then would do a seizure, typically like they would any commercial good at the border, which they're typically used to today. And then it's the copyright owner who is their responsibility to address after they receive samples from CBSA. So to that point, it's not quite like the U.S. regime where there's a lot of training, but can you comment just about how that process mitigates a little bit of the risk for CBSA?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Tobique-Matakwa, particularly for his help in bringing me up to speed as a new member of his caucus. He's identified a couple of critical things that were lacking in our intellectual property enforcement regime, and trademark and intellectual property holders were asking for a registry and asking for assistance. I encountered instances where the border would find a shipment that had a personal care product in the container but not contained on the manifest. And even though there were brands on those personal care products, border officials and law enforcement weren't able to notify the brand holder and weren't able to conduct investigations to really get to the root to where these products were going and what groups were distributing them across the country. These requests and this registry that CBSA will run are exactly what industry and rights holders have been asking for and will be a huge tool to combat this problem.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and as the Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Waterloo, and as a member of the Industry, Science and Technology Committee, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to rise this evening to speak to Bill C-56, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act, here at second reading. Mr. Speaker, the flow of counterfeit and pirated goods crossing our border is of mounting concern. Knockoff goods undermine the integrity of legitimate Canadian businesses and raise their costs. They deceive consumers and often put their health at risk. And they siphon off tax revenue and fuel the growth of organized crime. For all of these reasons, I support Bill C-56, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act, which is one more step in our government's march toward a modern and strong intellectual property regime. For my part today, I would like to look at how the proposed act would promote public safety by fighting serious and organized crime. First, however, let me reflect on the nature of counterfeit and pirated products, why they're so hard to detect, and why they have become such a pressing issue. Mr. Speaker, modern counterfeiters operate in more subtle ways than they did in the past. They often remain out of sight, and their clandestine goods reach our borders unannounced and too often undetected. What's worse, their wares often make it all too easily onto the open market to be sold to often unsuspecting customers and to consumers. Counterfeit goods can take the form of consumer products such as clothes, appliances, and toiletries, household items that we need to be safe, and even health products like medications that Canadians rely on for their families. Frankly, anything that can be produced and distributed for profit. Modern-day counterfeiters have an utter contempt for copyright and trademark laws, for the health and safety risks posed by unsafe or inferior products, and for the lost tax revenue for our infrastructure and essential services, the lost profits for intellectual property owners, and lost consumer confidence in the marketplace. It's disturbing to note this criminal activity is also becoming more common. Between 2005 and 2012, the RCMP estimates it investigated more than 4,500 cases of intellectual property crime in Canada. During that same period, the value of counterfeit products seized by the RCMP skyrocketed from $7.6 million to $38 million. Mr. Speaker, as high as these numbers are, they are only a drop in the ocean. Remember that $38 million represents the value of the seized products. How many other products managed to cross the border? How many more millions of dollars were lost? How many more consumers were put at risk? One fact is clear. Counterfeiting is on the rise, not just in Canada, but around the world. At least 2 House of Commons committees have published detailed reports confirming the growing threat posed by these goods, not only to the Canadian economy, but also to health and to safety. Many of our trading partners have already taken steps to strengthen their intellectual property enforcement regimes. We cannot afford for Canada to be at a disadvantage compared to our peers. We need a made-in-Canada solution that takes account of the key international developments in the fight against commercial counterfeiting. Indeed, for several years, industry associations have been pushing for changes to Canada's intellectual property legislation. And I'm proud to say that Bill C-56 responds to demands for a modern approach to combat counterfeiting and piracy. Once passed, the bill will help reduce the availability of counterfeit and pirated goods in Canada. In so doing, it would protect the integrity of our economy, support Canadian growth and jobs, and help protect Canadians from the health and safety risks posed by harmful counterfeit goods. From a public safety perspective, a successful attack on counterfeit goods also means taking a lucrative source of revenue away from serious and organized crime. To that end, the bill would introduce new enforcement tools to strengthen Canada's existing intellectual property regime, both within Canada and at our borders. It would also bolster existing protections against commercial counterfeiting activities. In this way, we would be better equipped to prevent large shipments of counterfeit goods from entering Canada. By disrupting the distribution of illegitimate goods, we would make it more difficult for organized crime to make a profit. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, the production and the distribution of significant quantities of counterfeit products is not the random work of a few isolated individuals. The scope of the problem and the profit involved would suggest that organized crime is involved. What's the attraction? Organized crime can take the profits from counterfeit goods to support any number of nefarious activities, from trafficking drugs to smuggling firearms. In other words, the profits from all these fake products are buying real drugs and real guns and threatening the safety of our streets and our communities, Mr. Speaker. Our government stands firm in the fight against organized crime. This bill would give the RCMP new tools to combat the threat posed by counterfeit and pirated goods when serious and organized crime is believed to be involved. At the same time, it would not be used at the border to search individual travelers who happen to possess counterfeit and pirated goods for their personal use. I will have more to say about the role of consumers in a few minutes, but first let me provide a more detailed overview of the proposed legislation. Mr. Speaker, it often takes years of hard work and significant investment to develop intellectual property, not to mention the huge effort to turn that property into a brand that consumers identify and trust. Counterfeit goods then don't simply result in lost sales for trademark and copyright owners. They also undermine hard-earned reputations and put the very existence of businesses at risk. Was that 1 minute, Mr. Speaker? No. The proposed legislation would help Canadian businesses protect their brands and works. Currently, if counterfeit trademark or copyright goods are sold in the marketplace, for example, the rightful owners could take legal action through civil courts. Specifically, they could ask for civil remedies for the manufacture, distribution, and possession with intent to sell counterfeit goods. But how do the rightful owners stop these goods from entering the market in the first place? Under current legislation, rights holders must first get a court order to have authorities detain suspicious goods at the border. The amount and specific information needed to obtain a court order can lead to delays that work to the advantage of criminals. Bill C-56 would streamline this system, allowing trademark and copyright owners to submit a so-called request for assistance to the CBSA, providing information to help identify suspicious goods, which will assist rights holders seek civil remedies. These officers, in turn, would share information about the detained goods with rights holders. Armed with this evidence, rights holders could then pursue the matter in the courts, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. This collaborative approach would help take the wind out of the sails of organized crime, Mr. Speaker. Of course, this bill supports the Canadian judiciary system for determining who has copyright and trademark rights, thereby protecting against abuse or misuse of these new border measures. Rights holders would pay the costs associated with the detention of goods, and the proposed legislation would also contain safeguards for information sharing. Importers would also be notified if their shipments were detained and have the right to inspect them. Finally, if the system was being abused, the Canada Border Services Agency could remove a rights holder from the request for assistance process. So there are safeguards, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while the new Act would introduce civil remedies, it would also strengthen our criminal law. Currently, the Criminal Code has limited offenses relating to trademark fraud. The laws primarily target conduct related to forgery of a trademark, possessing instruments for forging a trademark, defacing, concealing, or removing a trademark, and passing off wares or services as genuine with intent to deceive. These offenses, however, do not go far enough. That's why the bill would make it an offense to sell, distribute, possess, import, and export counterfeit goods for the purpose of trade. Offenders would be subject to fines and face possible jail time. In addition, new criminal offenses for possessing and exporting pirated goods for the purpose of trade would be added to the Copyright Act. That would allow the RCMP to seize counterfeit and pirated goods. Mr. Speaker, these provisions were not proposed lightly. But considering that profits from such goods can end up in the hands of organized crime, we need to pursue and prosecute offenders more diligently. And that's why the proposed legislation would provide new powers to investigate commercial counterfeiting. Mr. Speaker, you will note now that I said commercial counterfeiting. The proposed legislation will not result in searches of travelers at the border who may possess counterfeit and pirated goods for their personal use. We know that consumers do not always know the origin of a product they acquire in good faith for personal use. Nor will the government be pounding on the door of law-abiding citizens who may own knockoff DVDs. The proposed new authorities to seize goods and prosecute are intended to be used against those who knowingly bring in counterfeit goods with the intent to sell, rent, or distribute them in the marketplace. That said, I do believe consumers play a role in the fight against counterfeit goods. Canadians are increasingly aware that commercial counterfeiting is not a victimless crime and that knockoff goods do hurt. They hurt intellectual property owners who lose hard-earned income. They hurt law-abiding Canadian taxpayers as commercial counterfeiters don't pay their share. They hurt the entrepreneurial drive that stimulates innovation and fosters new economic growth. And most insidiously, they hurt innocent people through defective products that maim, injure, sometimes even kill. In the end, Canadians pay a truly high price for the fake products these commercial counterfeiters sell, Mr. Speaker. By being smart consumers, all Canadians can help us combat the scourge of counterfeiting and piracy. In so doing, we can all do our part in the fight against serious and organized crime. I would like to close, Mr. Speaker, by putting Bill C-56 into a larger legislative and policy context. This new act is part of this government's ongoing commitment, a commitment I've been very proud to be involved in, to strengthen protection for intellectual property and to ensure our communities are safe. This bill would complement the Copyright Modernization Act, which recently came into force. Together, these two pieces of legislation would create a comprehensive approach to the protection of intellectual property rights. Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure you that Canada is committed to the efficient flow of legitimate goods across our border. We will work with all of our trading partners to ensure that our actions to enforce intellectual property rights do not themselves become barriers to legitimate trade. Our country so depends on the flow of trade. Mr. Speaker, Canada has always been a trading nation, and no more than now. But for all the benefits brought by the global economy, there are associated risks. Faced with an escalating threat of counterfeit and pirated goods, and in response to the calls for action from industry, the government has tabled this bill before the House. I believe Bill C-56 is fair and balanced legislation that helps us tackle the scourge of counterfeit and pirated products while protecting the rights and the interests of individual consumers, travelers, and legitimate business. By passing this bill, we not only protect industry, consumers, and government revenue, but we can also make progress against serious and organized crime. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this House to join me in swift passage of this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague across the way. I know he sits on the committee that deals with many of these issues. A question to him, because we're in a bit of a process part of the year. The government has moved time allocation on average at least once a day, sometimes twice a day, often on bills that we agree with the government, often on bills where we've said we'll guarantee a certain amount of time in the House. So forgive me for being a little suspicious sometimes in terms of the process of the bill that we're dealing with, which we have said in numerous times here from the official opposition that if the resources are granted to the border officials who have to deal with this legislation, then we can actually have some certainty about the goals that are stated in the bill. My question for my friend is this. We asked the library to do a bit of research on amendments that have been considered before the committee. I know my friend is a reasonable person, an intelligent person who's looked at this issue lots. Of all the amendments presented by the opposition in the last couple of years, something on the order of 94 or 96% of them have been rejected, oftentimes out of hand, without any discussion at all. The amendment comes up, it's defeated. There's sort of that process dictation going on. To suggest that 96% of the amendments are not of value is ridiculous. Most of the amendments are based upon what we hear from witnesses. So my question is to my friend, if this is an important issue, as we all agree it is, what openness, what level of openness does exists on the committee in which he sits to deal with this issue, to listen to the witnesses that we bring from all sides, and then to actually try to improve the bill? Because I don't think anyone's suggesting the bill is perfect. Every period and every comma is exactly right. All legislation can use a little improvement, maybe sometimes substantial. What's the level of openness like in his committee? What's the working relationship like with the opposition? Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the Honourable House Leader for the NDP at this late hour of the evening. To answer his question, Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal of openness and collaboration at the Industry, Science and Technology Committee. I think that's one of the aspects of the committee that all committee members enjoy. It was this committee, Mr. Speaker, that studied, as a result of a motion I triggered, I might add, we had a very comprehensive study on the issue of intellectual property. And it was in the course of that study that it was further underscored how important it is to deal with this issue of counterfeit goods. We heard from industry. In fact, we even heard from one of the NDP House Leader's colleagues, the member for Windsor West, who said foreign counterfeiting and intellectual property theft having a significant impact on our manufacturing industries, in particular the tool, die, and mold sectors, as well as the auto and aerospace sectors. Additional measures are needed to intervene to halt the serious economic damage that is occurring. Well, we couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. That's why so soon after our study at the Industry Committee, the government tabled this legislation. This legislation will soon go to committee, and we look forward to further discussion and debate on this particular matter.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Kitchener-Waterloo for his thoughtful speech tonight, particularly his remarks on the impact on business and on brands associated with that business. And I'd like to inform my colleagues here in the House that some of the most iconic Canadian products and brands have been targeted by counterfeit goods. My friends from Quebec would know that Canadian maple syrup sold counterfeit in Asia. My friends from the Okanagan and Niagara, counterfeit ice wine sold in Asia. The iconic blackberry from the members riding in Kitchener-Waterloo, counterfeited in parts of the world. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member is, does he think that an employer like BlackBerry in his riding would appreciate a registry where rights holders can exercise some control in relation to their intellectual property at international borders?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me begin by saying how grateful we are to have the member from Durham now in our caucus and here in the Parliament of Canada. What a very thoughtful question, what a very important question, and a question that really speaks to the crux of this matter, Mr. Speaker. It's so important that we create the conditions in Canada where we can foster innovation. And I think particularly of technology companies, of course, as the Member of Parliament for Waterloo, with companies like BlackBerry. These are companies that invest significant time and money and research and development and resources into globally leading brands and products. And it's so critical that that investment be protected. And the tools to protect those investments are our Copyright Modernization Act and this more recent act to combat counterfeit goods. So we need this act, we need this legislation, Mr. Speaker, to protect the interests of business and to protect the interests of consumers, to ensure that we continue to grow our Canadian economy and create jobs.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really very pleased with the debate we're having, despite the time allocation we have here, because it gives us an opportunity to better understand the implications of the bill, Bill C-56, and I'd like to thank my colleague who sits on the Industry Committee, as I do, and I'd like to hear him talk about the importance of an in-depth examination at the Industry Committee. He mentioned that, of course, it will come before the committee, as was mentioned by one of his colleagues. There will be certain issues that have to be looked at during committee stage. With regard to some questions that were raised during the consultations I held with certain stakeholders in the industry. So I'd like to hear his views about the importance of the role of the Industry Committee in the review of this bill, which is a very important one, as he mentioned. It's important for intellectual property, but also for the protection of industries such as the ones in his riding, as well as in the riding of La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question, and I do appreciate the opportunity to work with my colleague from La Salle-et-Mar on the Industry, Science and Technology Committee. This is a committee that, whether we're doing a committee study on intellectual property or on digital technology, or as we will with this particular piece of legislation, reviewing legislation. This is a committee, I think, that deals with its work in a very open and a very thoughtful way. We had a very comprehensive study on the issue of intellectual property. We heard from a range of businesses on this issue of counterfeit goods, Mr. Speaker. We can take much of that testimony that we heard already and consider that as we deliberate when the time comes with this particular important piece of legislation that's important for families, for businesses, and for consumers in Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Very short question. We don't have a lot of time, about a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when we're looking at C-56, it certainly is a better bill than what we've seen the Conservatives table on previous bills. But I'm just wondering if he can tell me, since the bill basically creates new and significant ex officio powers for border officials, if he can tell me how much money is being invested with the training of these officials, because it's obvious that these are specialized areas. So if he could answer that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo, you have about 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a really good question. But the issue here is not an issue of resources. It's an issue of tools. We have the resources today. CBSA has the resources. They have indicated that they will make this a priority. What we've been missing, Mr. Speaker, is the legislative tools, the authority to deal with the flow of counterfeit goods across our border. And I'm confident that once this bill is passed, that we'll be in a much more effective position to deal with the scourge of counterfeit goods.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond.
Merci. Monsieur le Président. Avant de commencer mon discours, je voudrais mentionner que je vais partager mon temps avec le leader parlementaire du NPD, le meilleur, oui, avec le député de Skeena-Balclay Valley, un des députés qui travaille le plus fort, d'ailleurs, ici en Chambre des communes, qui défend le mieux le droit des Canadiens de tout le Canada. Alors, on est vraiment très fiers de notre leader parlementaire. Et je voudrais mentionner aussi le très bon travail qu'il a fait jusqu'à maintenant mon excellente collègue de La Salle-et-Mar, qui a fait un excellent discours, qui comprend très bien toute la dynamique. D'ailleurs, j'ai écouté son discours avec attention. On a beaucoup appris. Et je suis vraiment content aussi d'avoir mon collègue de Sherbrooke, qui a fait un excellent travail en ce qui concerne justement la mention et comment que c'est important de travailler sur la protection des frontières. On connaît les frontières dans le coin. Dans son coin à lui, dans le coin de Sherbrooke et dans le coin de Compton-Stanstead aussi, il y a eu des grands scandales qui ont eu lieu récemment, dans les mois passés, en ce qui concerne, entre autres, des choses qui sont passées à la frontière et qui montrent justement que la frontière est poreuse, que malheureusement, le gouvernement conservateur n'a pas fait son travail pour s'assurer d'avoir une frontière sécuritaire. Le projet de loi C-56, la loi visant à combattre la contrefaçon de produits, modifie la loi sur le droit d'auteur et la loi sur les marques de commerce et il vise à renforcer la mise en œuvre des droits d'auteur et des droits relatifs aux marques de commerce et à contrer le commerce d'exemplaires produits en violation du droit d'auteur et de produits de marque contrefaites. Ce projet de loi ajoute 2 nouvelles infractions criminelles en vertu de la loi sur les droits d'auteur pour la possession et l'exportation d'exemplaires contrefaits et crée des infractions pour avoir vendu ou offert des produits contrefaits à l'échelle commerciale. Aussi, il crée une interdiction d'importer ou d'exporter des copies contrefaites et des marchandises de contrefaçon. Enfin, il accorde aux autorités frontalières de nouveaux pouvoirs d'office qui les autorisent à consigner des copies contrefaites ou des marchandises de contrefaçon. C'est un changement de politique important car jusque-là, les autorités frontalières exigeaient que les détenteurs de droits privés obtiennent d'abord une ordonnance du tribunal avant de saisir les marchandises copiées ou contrefaites. Ce sont les principales modifications que ce projet de loi-là apporte. Par contre, ce qui est important de comprendre, c'est qu'effectivement, ce projet de loi-là apporte des nouvelles tâches aux agents, aux autorités frontalières, aux agents frontaliers. Et comme je l'ai déjà mentionné, comme mon collègue de Sherbrooke l'a très bien mentionné tout à l'heure, et comme mon collègue de Campton-Stanstead l'a souvent mentionné durant les périodes de questions, il y a déjà un problème aux frontières. Il y a déjà une problématique d'avoir une sécurité aux frontières pour permettre aux autorités frontalières de faire le travail comme il faut. Et cela s'explique très facilement. Et cela s'explique par le fait qu'il va y avoir des compressions de 143 millions de dollars, Monsieur le Président. 143 millions de dollars de compression dans l'agence frontalière, alors qu'on a déjà des problèmes, alors qu'on devrait renforcer les agences frontalières. On rajoute des coupures à l'agence frontalière. Et cela va oui, c'est irresponsable. Et cela va avoir un impact direct sur les emplois en plus qui vont être touchés ici. Il va y avoir des emplois directement, des agents qui travaillent justement pour s'assurer une meilleure sécurité, qui vont être touchés. 549 emplois, Monsieur le Président, qui seront coupés. 549 personnes de moins pour faire le travail aux frontières partout à travers le Canada, et entre autres dans le coin de Sherbrooke et à la frontière de Campton-Stanstead. Alors, ce n'est pas quelque chose qui va améliorer la situation, malgré le fait que ce projet de loi-là apporte des correctifs, tout comme plusieurs députés l'ont mentionné. Et vous allez voir que je ne suis pas une personne qui fait des discours partisans. Je vais même mentionner le discours du député de Durham, qui a fait un discours qui était très appréciable et qui a mentionné plusieurs aspects, entre autres le fait que ce projet de loi aura besoin d'amélioration en comité. Et à cet égard, je voudrais mentionner que c'est dommage de voir qu'on fait ce discours-là. Oui, il est 11h35 du soir. Oui, je suis un peu fatigué et ça explique pourquoi, des fois, je perds un peu mes idées. Mais malgré tout, je trouve que c'est important pour la démocratie d'être là, même à 11h35 du soir, de faire les discours, de pouvoir débattre des projets de loi, de pouvoir emmener les modifications et les explications pourquoi les projets de loi sont valables. On va voter ce projet de loi en deuxième lecture, on va l'envoyer en comité. Et c'est très important que pour la suite, et là, je m'adresse surtout aux députés conservateurs parce que je sais que les députés néo-démocrates font un excellent travail en comité. Et à plusieurs reprises, combien de fois j'ai fait des discours ici, Monsieur le Président, en Chambre, pour mentionner l'excellent travail des députés néo-démocrates en comité qui écoutent comme il faut les experts, qui écoutent les propositions et les recommandations des experts et qui les mettent de l'avant, justement, en amendement. Et qu'est-ce qu'on apprend souvent, Monsieur le Président?
So, do we have interpretation? Interpretation. Interpretation? English interpretation. If the member would like to continue, he could say a few words. Would you like to say a few words? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to repeat what I was saying. What I was saying was that we do support this bill. As many members pointed out today, this bill has been expected for a long time. It needs to be improved, but we need to tackle counterfeiting. We need to ensure that our Canadian businesses are respected, are supported, and we also need to make sure that we're ensuring that the health and safety of Canadians is protected. As many have risen and pointed out, there are concrete examples of how counterfeit goods have entered this country, whether it has to do with car parts or other parts, and that could put in danger the health and safety of Canadians. So it's important to have a bill like this one that will, in fact, ensure that that safety exists for all Canadians. However, as I was pointing out, the Conservatives who are in power at this point provide the financial means to accompany these measures, and that they provide the human resources that are necessary to support these measures. We will be supporting it. We will bring it to committee. But what I do hope, and I'm really looking at the Conservatives this time when I say this, unfortunately this hasn't happened in the past, but this time I hope that they will listen to all those experts who will come before the committee. And I'm hoping that they will listen to the recommendations and that they will look closely at the amendments that the NDP is going to put forward. Amendments that are informed by the experts' recommendations and whose purpose is to improve the bill. That would really show good faith on their part. The other thing that would show good faith on their part is that after they invest the appropriate amount of money and human resources into this bill so that it can truly have the expected outcome for Canadians and the outcome that all Canadians expect of it. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also say that the government has been aware for a long time of the problems that exist. There have been counterfeit goods in Canada for a long time. It's a challenge that was identified in 1998, and it was pointed out in an OECD report on counterfeiting. It shows how extensive the problem of counterfeiting is. I realize, Mr. Speaker, that I don't have much time left. Time really goes by quickly. It's quite incredible. But I would like to sum up again the main points and say that it's very important that this bill be a bill that really meets the needs and goals of Canadian consumers, that it ensures health and safety of all Canadians. And it's also very important that the Conservatives change their decision to cut $143 million and to cut 549 positions, because this can only harm and get in the way of the implementation of a bill that could actually help all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummondville for his speech. I'm quite familiar with his area because it's a neighbouring riding to my area of birth, as is Drummondville. I'd like him to talk about our industry over the past few decades and tell us how the scourge of counterfeiting affects our industries. We have a manufacturing sector in our country that has suffered significantly from this in his area and in our area. They've had to shut down, actually. So the manufacturing sector has moved actually to outside the country, whether it's in China, whether it's elsewhere. And that means that jobs and production have also moved elsewhere. It also means that some of these goods that we used to make here are being made differently now. I would also like to raise the fact that over the past several years, income for Canadians has stagnated and household debt has gone up. And so Canadians will look for inexpensive goods. It's only natural. And sometimes that can endanger their health and safety, as our colleague from Durham pointed out. So we have these issues that we're dealing with, and they're of great concern. So perhaps he could expand on this and tell us how the manufacturing sector and how businesses in his area have been affected over the past several years. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for La Salle-et-Mar for all the work that she does on a daily basis in committee and in the House. In fact, she raised some very important points. And there are some very important measures in this bill that I hope will be effective. For them to be effective, they're going to require financial and human resources so that Canadians can benefit from them. It's very important to look into various aspects, and the committee will be the place to do this. We need to make sure that this bill also fights against a negative impact that Canada is suffering. It has to make sure that our Canadian industry is protected. And what's also important to protect is the health and safety of Canadians. When there are goods that don't meet Canadian health and safety standards, then that can have a very serious impact. For example, let's take car parts that are counterfeit. That can have a huge negative impact. One only has to think of brakes, for example, of car brakes or airbags. So there are several parts like that that are very important, and it's essential that we protect ourselves. I therefore call upon the Conservatives to not make drastic cuts within the CBSA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Dock.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow, the enthusiasm is just it's overwhelming. I'm moved. Especially considering we're coming on to the midnight hour, the enthusiasm New Democrats have for the House of Commons, for democracy, for debate, even debate. It's stirring and important because there's been a certain lack of enthusiasm for debate coming from the government side, from the Conservatives. I think we're on, the government House Leader will know the actual number. I think we're on 47 or so time allocation motions on all of these bills. And this is one of those bills, Mr. Speaker, where you seek to find some comfort for the Conservatives, who are often looking for comfort, particularly when there's a lot of turmoil in their lives, much of it self-inflicted. That they want things, at least this kind of thing, to move at an orderly pace. You offer them the orderly calendar where a certain number of New Democrats will speak and allow the bill to go ahead, and they still shut down debate, even under those circumstances. One wonders what the motivation is sometimes, Mr. Speaker, but I think we're up to 47. Again, I'm sure if the government House Leader rises tonight, he'll be able to remind us. This bill is an important one. The government says critically important. How critical it is in their minds begs a question, simply because it was first introduced on March 1st, I believe, of this year, 7-8 years into their mandate, 27 years after the last time the bill was reviewed. My friend earlier talked about this with some great expertise from the Conservatives around the importance of this thing. If it were important, one would think it would be a priority, and if it were a priority, one wouldn't think that at the 11th hour of this particular sitting and session of the House of Commons would be the time that you would move the bill. If this were devastating to the Canadian economy, to the intellectual property right regime in Canada, our ability to trade with other nations, all of these things that have been talked about. If it were important, it'd be a priority, but it's not a priority, it's a panic. And when things are panicked, mistakes are made. It's an important thing for my friends to realize that they can't quite have it both ways. If they say this is urgent and desperate and we need to move it through rapidly, then one says, well, there's been a majority government for 2 years. Other bills have been moved. Some would argue of certainly less consequence or even quality. I'm thinking of a few bills like C-30. My friends will remember Bill C-30, the Internet Snooping Bill, which the Minister of Public Safety so eloquently justified by saying to the opposition and to all Canadians, in fact, that you're either with the Conservatives or you're with the child pornographers. You remember that classic? That was a good one. They got rid of that bill. That was a bigger priority than this piece of legislation. But let's talk about the bill because it's important. Take a look at C-56, see what this bill actually does. New Democrats have been aware of the importance of protecting intellectual property rights in Canada. It's both important for our own industry and our ability to innovate, our ability to design the leading-edge technology that Canada has so often in the past, particularly when we used to have things like industrial development strategies, something not so much with these guys. When we had export policies that said that adding value to our resources here in Canada is a priority for the federal and provincial governments, not so much with this side. We agree with the merits of this bill and agree with sending it to committee. We believe that it needs to hear from the experts. We have 1 or 2 experts in the House of Commons that maybe spent a previous life looking at intellectual property rights regime in Canada and around the world. But I don't claim that expertise, and I think most MPs, most members of Parliament wouldn't either. We need to rely on the experts, not just the industry experts, and this is important for us as New Democrats. While those voices are critical to the design and implementation of legislation, we need to hear from the border guards, the folks that are going to be potentially seizing some of these products, and we'll have a very challenging time, Mr. Speaker, distinguishing between the bootleg products that people have talked about other products that would offer serious harm or threats to Canadians and their safety and their health. Products, my friend talked about toothbrushes earlier and toothpaste that cause people harm, but it gets even more serious than that, and medical equipment that is improperly made, is counterfeit in a sense. And Canadians are exposed to this because they trust the label that's sitting on the brand. It's not about buying a sweater for your kid and hoping that it's the right actual brand. Some of these things are quite important. If you're buying brake pads for your car, you want to make sure that they're actually brake pads that will stop your car. And the problem with counterfeit is that it so often can appear as something that's solid and consistent and legitimate, and the reason it's so effective is because it looks good. Now, we've been having a bit of a debate, I don't want to say a nerd fight, but we've been arguing about the numbers, and the numbers don't really help out the government's case in terms of providing help at the border for the border officials that are meant to guard our borders, not just from counterfeit products, which is important, but also, and I would suggest even more importantly, from illegal contraband and weapons that come into this country. Some would argue that through our ports, in which 2 to 3% of all container ports are inspected, 2 or 3% ain't a lot. And for smugglers, with those types of odds, some of them will just take the chance of actually getting caught because the ability to make money is so great. But we've heard from the CBSA itself in this year's report. This is not a report produced by the official opposition. This is produced by the border agency that the government has cut $145 million from this year. Excuse me, I want to get the number right. $143 million. I exaggerated. Not 145, 143. I want to make sure that the number's right. I don't want to upset anyone on the other side. But in the CBSA's report and plans and priorities, it indicates a loss, not a gain of 1,000 and a loss. They indicate a net loss of 549 full-time equivalent positions. If the CBSA isn't telling the truth, if the border agency isn't telling the truth or has their numbers wrong, I would encourage those on the government side to help them out a little. The Conservatives are entitled to their own opinions, but not their own facts. And the facts of the matter are that with 549 full-time equivalent positions fewer, it begs the question that if we're going to ask them to do more with fewer staff, is the law worth the paper it's written on? That we need the two things, of course. Of course we need the tools. This is an update of the legislation. New Democrats support that updated legislation. Things have changed since the last time we looked at these intellectual property regimes that are so important for businesses who are looking to innovate and trade. If it's not very often that we look at legislation, one wants to get it right. So to the Conservatives who say 1 hour of debate's good enough, zip it through committee and get it back out the door and then wait 30 years to correct the errors that we make, it's not right. We know that near on 100% of the amendments that the opposition has moved based on testimony from the experts, from border officials, from those in industry, from those who deal with intellectual property. We hope that there's some sort of openness, new openness, because they've rejected virtually everything we've offered before because they can, not because they have any counter-argument. I've been at the committee hearings where we quote witnesses that everybody agreed with when they testified. We move the change that the witness suggested. There's no debate or counter-argument coming from the Conservatives. There's a vote, they kill it, they move on, and we just do it over and over and over again. And the number of pieces of legislation that have moved through this House completely unamended. Some of these bills are dozens, hundreds of pages in length, technical bills, amending other acts, sometimes as many as 60 other acts of Parliament are amended by one bill. And the government doesn't change anything about it based upon the testimony that they hear. And the testimony that we hear, in very specific and technical ways, offers another viewpoint. Now, it begs the question of what's going on. Why would a government who claims keen interest in helping manufacturers and innovators in this country protect their intellectual property and also protecting consumers, also allowing the border officials the tools and services that they need, if we hear from border officials that we should change something in the legislation, and New Democrats happen to be the one authoring the amendment for the bill, for goodness sakes, I hope the Conservatives start to change some of their patterns and the hubris and say, well, it doesn't matter the source. It doesn't matter the source, which political party moves it. It matters whether it's a good amendment, it's a good improvement or not. But going through hundreds and hundreds of pages of laws without any changes smacks of a certain unfortunate level of arrogance. So on this bill, let's make sure that the tools that we're offering to our border officials also match up with the planning priorities, not the stated planning priorities of the government, not the stated spending priorities, real priorities, real money, training. We've talked about giving officers, border security officers, new powers that they don't have right now to play a very discerning and defining role over investigating the products to make sure whether they're contraband or not. That requires new training. We all admit it. But we don't see in any of their planning, spending priorities from the government that actual resource for training. CBSA has to take it from something else. So, Mr. Speaker, to the government, to all members of this House, let's do what the House of Commons is built to do. Study legislation, look at it, take our time, get it right. If we're only going to do this once every generation, and it's so important for our industry, let's make sure we get it right. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the NDP House Leader for his remarks as we approach midnight tonight. And I'm glad he mentioned hubris because that concept was coming to mind during his remarks. Specifically, he addressed the needs for training and CBSA needs in relation to some of these changes. He may not be aware that such training is already taking place between intellectual property rights holders and border officials and law enforcement officials. I was involved personally in some of those efforts, but those are impossible to later act upon without a registry of intellectual property rights or a request procedure, given the volume. So I would ask him to comment on whether his party agrees with those provisions of the bill and whether that agreement would change if there were several more weeks of debate on this.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Well, we're under time allocation. There isn't going to be several more weeks of debate on this. We're under time allocation for everything. My friend suggests something that's quite critical, and I can read all sorts of quotes and citations from experts in intellectual property regimes that suggest the ex officio powers that are being granted to border officials are not now met with the training required to perform those powers. That should be a concern to my friend and the companies that he used to represent, as it should be all Canadians. You can't give someone new powers over a whole and sophisticated regime without giving them the training to do that, and the experts agree. Now, in terms of the debate in the bill, he'll not remember because he wasn't here, but I remember Conservatives in opposition and reformers before that decrying when the Liberals invoked time allocation after a few weeks of study. We're getting time allocation before we start debating a bill. So you can't have it both ways, that if the place is meant to work on the idea of exchanging new perspectives, on trying to improve legislation, on challenging the government, that's a good thing. Shouldn't take it as a threat. Should take it as an opportunity. We're challenging you on this. We're challenging you on this aspect. We're saying that your funding priorities, your spending priorities don't match up with the priorities you're saying are so important about the border. Take that challenge on as an opportunity and say, well, let's rethink our spending priorities on the border. Maybe cutting $145 million and 349 FTEs isn't a great idea if we want a border that's more efficient and more able to do the job that we ask of it. That's all. That's how this place works. And it works well when you allow it to do that work, instead of shutting down debate almost 50 times now, breaking the record almost by double of any government in Canadian history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue on the same theme. This was a bill that I had been waiting for. I had been waiting for since it was tabled on March 1st. We had conducted a study on intellectual property. We had interviewed several stakeholders. They told us how important this bill is. But, Mr. Speaker, I also met individuals who had some concerns and who had raised questions about how this bill can be implemented. They had also raised questions about whether or not there were sufficient measures to protect rights and to protect consumers. So I would like to ask my colleague what he thinks about the study of this bill in committee, because we are approaching the end of the session, so I'd like him to talk to us about the importance of committees when it comes to considering these kinds of bills.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, you have about a minute.
Well, we have a government that tells us what its priorities are, and all of a sudden it's saying we need this at the very, very end of this session. So we can't possibly support all these bills in the little amount of time that's being given us. We have a government saying, we want to leave now. We want to leave today if we can. That's what the government's saying. But at the same time, they're saying, oh, look, here's a bill. So the government said, if it's possible, we'd like to wrap up Parliament now and leave, except that all of a sudden they've got these priorities. Well, you have to decide. You can't have these priorities and also want to leave. So I would say this isn't a plan. This isn't a priority. I mean, it's perfectly normal for a government to act like this when it doesn't have a plan. It doesn't have a plan for the economy. It doesn't have a plan for our industry. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Tobec-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and a little bit of phonics, and we're going to get that Tobec-Mactaquac just right on there. Yeah. A lot of quacking going on the last couple of days, so it's all good. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and it's great to have the opportunity to speak on Bill C-56. And I do really want to thank my colleagues from Durham, Vancouver South, York Centre, Kitchener-Waterloo, and Don Valley West, who also commented on the bill. And I will agree with my colleagues from the NDP. This has been a very good debate tonight. It's been interesting. An interesting debate, an interesting bill, and even though I do not serve in the Industry Committee, it's been, I might want to go to the Industry Committee now, but it's really an interesting bill. And I mean, before I get into the details of some of the bill, I guess I've always, when I was in my consulting realm, I always talked about the change imperative for companies and the reason for bills and why they're so important. And we've had a little bit of discussion about counterfeit products, with counterfeit foods. We've had a number of things that we've discussed in the House tonight. And we've talked about the level of problem of counterfeit worldwide, whether it be some estimates of $250 billion, some $400 to $500 billion. And a significant percentage, or at least a good percentage of that, is always tied up in organized crime, which has to be very much of a concern to this House as well as the citizens of Canada as well. And just talking on a couple of things, I represent one of the largest potato growing areas in Canada and have 2 large McCain French fry plants. And there's a significant amount of intellectual property which goes into the development of new potato breeds and those types of things, as well as a lot of research into foods. So McCain Foods does a tremendous amount on their French fries worldwide. So all this is very important intellectual property for these industries. So we've talked innovation is alive and well in many of our industries, and as many of those who represent forestry and agricultural ridings know, that is the same for there as well. The Combating Counterfeit Products Act is the latest in our government's ongoing efforts to strengthen and modernize Canada's intellectual property laws. It will help confront the realities and challenges presented by large-scale commercial shipments of counterfeit goods. It will also respond to concerns raised by concerned Canadian consumers and job-creating innovators and provide a made-in-Canada approach to fighting counterfeiting that is compatible with the approaches of our allies. Mr. Speaker, counterfeit goods are more pervasive now than ever before. Seizures of counterfeit goods by the RCMP increased 5-fold between 2005 and 2012. Not only is counterfeiting increasingly pervasive, it is increasingly dangerous to Canadian consumers and costly to our economy. Anything can be the target of counterfeiters, from everyday consumer goods to car parts. We've heard about brake parts, hockey jerseys. Earlier today we heard the Canada Goose, face wash, shampoo, batteries, cars, golf clubs, and even wine, Mr. Speaker. A disturbing trend affecting Canadians' health and safety needs to be addressed right away. Over 30% of counterfeiting now involves harmful products, compared to 11% in 2005. Without these robust measures, these products will make their way into our homes and our children's playgrounds. And as has been said before earlier tonight, a lot of these products are getting harder and harder to identify. We see things, and I can speak to being an avid golfer myself. They put somewhere in the area of 2 million golf clubs, counterfeit golf clubs, enter the market every year. And even wine. So it gets harder and harder to pursue these types of things because it's hard to tell the difference of what is counterfeit and what is real. We take this, Madame the President, the government takes this counterfeiting very seriously, and this bill will give Canadians right holders and law enforcement the tools they need to combat this growing problem that exists at the border and domestically, and to target those who profit from the commercial trade of counterfeit goods. Specifically, this bill will give the authority to the Border Service officers to detain suspected shipments. Border Service officers will have the authority to detain suspected counterfeit goods that are imported into Canada or that are exported from Canada on their own initiative. And when I was talking before a little bit about some of the golf clubs and some of the wine, and how hard it is maybe to trace some of these things, I was looking on a website of a company who's now providing the tools and the scanning tools to try to identify some of these types of things. And interesting, they were talking about the wine industry and how they were taking a counterfeit product and putting it in original type bottles and being sold. And there was a case, it wasn't just a case of wine, there was 17,000 bottles which deemed to be counterfeit. And it was assessed that it was going to take 7,000 hours and $1 million for this all to be assessed. Now, I know there's many people in this House of Commons who would love to be on that project and that committee to actually assessing these 17,000 bottles of wine. And I can think of all kinds of interesting things at midnight tonight that would be interesting to see. But also, when we talk about the golf club industry, actually, in fact, is so pervasive in that industry that the industry is actually investing to help the border services officers in the U.S. get the training to identify the golf clubs because they have a different regime than we do in terms of the responsibility. Madame la Présidente, once the suspected goods are detained, Border Services officers will have the authority to communicate with the copyright owner or the registered trademark owner to inform them that a suspected shipment has been encountered. This bill also allows for the creation of a new process called the request for assistance. That will allow rights holders to seek assistance from Border Services officers by supplying information about their copyright and registered trademarks. The request for assistance will also facilitate communication between Border Services officers and rights holders. The bill provides right holders with new tools to protect against counterfeiting and to take civil action against infringers. The new civil causes of action will target the manufacturing, distribution, and possession with the intent to sell counterfeit goods. Currently, counterfeit goods must be sold or offered for sale before a rights holder can initiate a civil action. With the Combating Counterfeit Products Act, rights holders will be able to initiate a civil trial earlier in the supply chain before these goods reach the market, where they can deceive and harm Canadians and steal Canadians' jobs. And also, the bill adds new criminal offenses to help combat counterfeiting for the purposes of trade. These target the sale of counterfeit goods, as well as manufacturing, importing, exporting, and processing counterfeit goods if they are intended to be sold or distributed on a commercial scale. The bill also adds new offenses for exporting and possessing pirated copyright goods. These offenses are meant to complement the existing criminal offenses in the Copyright Act, such as the sale, rental, and importation for sale or rental of copyright infringing copies. And I really appreciated the comments that were made by my colleague from Durham with respect to his background and experience in this field to give us some real context for this House on this debate tonight. The bill also recognized newer practices such as applying counterfeit labels just before sale. Sophisticated counterfeiters may want to ship goods separate from labels so as to avoid being caught. To deal with this, new offenses target the sale of counterfeit labels or the manufacture, importation, exportation, or possession of counterfeit labels for the purposes of trade. In addition, the bill introduces minor amendments to the Trademarks Act, which has not been modified since the 1950s. For example, the bill removes unnecessary paperwork requirements for businesses during the trademark application process. It modernizes the language found in the Act, and it explicitly allows the registration of non-traditional trademarks, including sounds, scents, and holograms. Overall, the bill improves the Trademarks Act by aligning the legislation with modern business practices. The problem of counterfeiting, Mr. Speaker, is not just a Canadian problem, a global problem. It's a global problem, which Canada is one destination among the many counterfeit goods. As I indicated earlier, there's estimates that this counterfeit market could be $250 billion, but that doesn't even count some of the DVDs and that type of thing that are pirated as well, which could take that to well over $500 billion. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides a domestic response to a global problem. It is a made-in-Canada solution that ensures our intellectual property enforcement regime is compatible with global standards. It is a domestic approach that draws on the best practices of peer countries. Let's take a moment to look at border regimes in some of the other countries, because I think that's important. In the EU model, customs authorities have ex officio authority to temporarily detain suspected infringing goods. They cannot take ownership and seize or destroy the goods. They cannot take ownership and seize or destroy the goods. In the EU, rights holders may apply to customs authorities for enforcement of their IP rights at the border. In these cases, it is the rights holder who assumes all the costs for the border enforcement process, possible ensuing civil action, and the storage and disposal of suspected IPR infringing goods. In return, they will be informed of any resulting border detentions. However, in the EU, when the action of IP rights infringement results in the violation of public laws, for example, criminal fraud or a threat to public safety, the state can also commence criminal investigations and prosecutions, the costs of which are assumed by the government. In the U.S. model, it is the federal government who is primarily responsible for enforcing IP rights at the border. In particular, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection is responsible for detecting, seizing, and disposing of counterfeit and pirated goods found at the U.S. border. If an importer takes issue with a seizure, it is Customs and Border Protection and not the courts that decide the issue, making administrative determinations on the existence and validity of IP rights. Customs and Border Protection has the authority to impose administrative fines for violations. They also absorb all the costs for the IP rights enforcement process, ensuing litigation, storage, and disposal of goods. In terms of the overall approach to IPR enforcement, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-56 provides a made-in-Canada approach, an approach that is appropriate and well-suited to Canada's needs. The bill reflects the fact that the enforcement of intellectual property rights is primarily the rights holder's responsibility, while acknowledging some role for federal agencies. For example, to temporarily detain suspected counterfeit goods and inform rights holders, and in the area of criminal enforcement, which will be worked out with them and the RCMP. The determination of whether goods are counterfeit is ultimately left to the courts. The new request for assistance process will allow Border Services officers to use information provided by rights holders in the request for assistance document in order to determine whether they have reasonable grounds to suspect that the shipments contain counterfeit goods. If there is a suspicion, the Border Service officer can detain the shipment and notify the rights holder of the suspected shipment. The rights holder is then given a period of time to decide whether or not he or she will pursue the matter in civil court. The RCMP and Health Canada will, of course, be given the chance to decide whether the shipment at issue may be a criminal or a health and safety matter, respectively. The detention of suspected goods allows the RCMP or Health Canada to pursue the matter criminally and the rights holder to pursue the matter civilly. The Border Services officer does not make a final determination on whether the detained goods are counterfeit. Only a judge in a court has the power to do that. And I think that's a departure from some of the questions that have been asked tonight, because that is the court process, and I think I know I'll get some questions on this with respect to the financial aspects of CBSA, and I think that's important for us to note. Since the tabling of the bill in March, Mr. Speaker, many stakeholders have been supportive of the bill. These include the Canadian Intellectual Property Council, the Canadian Anti-Counterfeiting Network, Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, Electro Federation Canada, Entertainment Software Association of Canada, and the Food and Consumer Products of Canada. While this bill is supported by a majority of stakeholders, some misconceptions have been heard. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take an opportunity to address these concerns. Some have suggested that the bill grants Border Services officers with more power without judicial oversight, in a sense expecting these officers to be copyright and trademark experts. This is simply not true. As I mentioned before, they will have the authority to detain goods based on a reasonable suspicion that the goods are counterfeit. The ultimate authority to determine whether goods are counterfeit can only come from a judge in a court. Some members may have heard the misconception that this bill was the result of international pressures on our laws to change our laws. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this bill was developed in response to repeated calls by Canadian stakeholders, including innovative businesses that we've talked about here tonight, who employ Canadians. As early as 2006, the Canadian Anti-Counterfeiting Network released a position paper on the need for legal reform in Canada to address intellectual property crime. In 2007, they released another report on counterfeiting and piracy in Canada. And it was also in 2007, Mr. Speaker, the two parliamentary committees, Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology and the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, both heard from several stakeholders on this issue. Since 2009, the Canadian Intellectual Property Council has also released reports asking for legislative changes in the area. More recently, in 2012, the Standing Committee, which this will be referred to, also heard from many witnesses about the issue of counterfeiting. Many others have met with or written to government officials with their concerns, Mr. Speaker, and Canadian stakeholders have been clear about the economic and health and safety issues associated with counterfeiting, and this bill shows that we have listened. There should be no concerns that Canadians will have luggage in their personal music devices searched for counterfeit goods and pirated copies. And I'm glad we have consensus across that, because everybody spoke to that, and that's been very clear in the bill that this is not an attack on individuals personally who are bringing things across the border. Personal baggage will not be searched for counterfeit or pirated goods upon entering Canada, nor will the personal music devices be searched. In fact, Bill C-56 clearly identifies such goods for personal use to be outside the scope of the legislation. The bill will provide the tools to pursue those who aim to profit from commercial counterfeiting activities, those who manufacture, possess, import, export, or attempt to export for the purpose of sale or distribution, as well as those who sell or distribute counterfeit on a commercial scale. We are going after the core of the problem, which are the criminals, often highly organized and sophisticated, who prey upon unsuspecting Canadian customers. Intellectual property legislation is always about creating a balance between owners and users. Bill C-56 provides a carefully balanced approach to protecting Canadians against the effects of counterfeiting. A strong intellectual property rights regime is central for any knowledge-based economy such as Canada's in order to foster an environment that promotes innovation, attracts new investment, and stimulates economic growth. As the committee moves forward with this bill, our government remains committed to working with Canadian rights holders as well as our international partners in fighting against counterfeiting. This bill will send a clear message to those who aim to profit from counterfeit goods. What you are doing is against Canadian law. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, counterfeiting hurts jobs, it threatens growth, and it exposes Canadians to health and safety risk. With this bill, our government continues to stand up for the economy, for rights holders, and for all Canadian consumers. And I know, and all the consumers, all the colleagues in the House, and I thank all my colleagues from the opposition parties and their willingness to support this at the second stage to send it to committee. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on the bill.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de La Salle.
The Honourable Member for La Salle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the colleague who just spoke and who presented a rather exhaustive overview of the bill. He mentioned as well, as we did, the problem of resources, and he also talked about the techniques that are available to detect counterfeit goods. He also mentioned that it's becoming more and more complicated. It's a very complex issue. So I ask him this: is it the government's intention to equip the Canada Border Services Agency with this kind of technology and invest in the kinds of resources necessary to adequately detect counterfeit products effectively?
The Honourable Member for Tobec-Mactaquac.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à ma collègue pour sa question. Le régime est vraiment compliqué.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the regime is very complicated. I understand that.
I'd like to mention that we will, and the department is very committed to ensuring that the CBSA has the tools to ensure that they can do this work. I think we just have probably a little bit of a difference of opinion on what we think it's going to take to do that. And as my colleagues before me spoke, there's going to be some new tools that this legislation provides, which I think are going to be very important for the folks at the border. And I think there's the other thing that we need to understand is, in my view, that we already know that our border officers who do tremendous work on our borders, you know, depending on the safety conditions, there's lots of challenges that they face. But they also currently have the ability to seize and those types of things of commercial goods, which they do every day, at least at many of the border ports in my riding, and I know and the other folks riding as well. But I think what's also important for us to really understand is that the department's going to complete the mandate, and they're going to take the steps in the past couple of years to expedite and improve efficiencies at the border as well. But the important thing is that the copyright owner has a lot to do in this in terms of framing the copyright and what it is, and appealing to the courts through civil action will determine that. And that's where I see the difference significantly with the U.S., because I could see the U.S. would have to have significantly more tools because they have that responsibility to determine that copyright when it comes into the border, which is the interesting why I use the example of the golf clubs, because the actual companies are providing money to the government to train their border services officers because it's important to the industry to do that. And so I think there's some things going forward which I think will be good for the committee to discuss, but I have a difference of opinion as to whether it will take a lot more resources to do that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Tobique-Mactaquac for his excellent speech tonight, particularly focusing on a large employer in his riding, McCain's and McCain's Foods. I can assure him that I regularly support the economic development of that important employer, probably a tad too much. But it's key to recognize that these intellectual property rights are held by employers, and that loss and erosion of these rights erodes economic development and jobs in our communities, whether it's in New Brunswick, Ontario, Quebec, or elsewhere. So I'd like the member to address what employers like McCain's in his riding feel about our new measures to allow them to exert their intellectual property rights, protect these, particularly for a large and important Canadian exporter like McCain's.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you very much, and I thank my colleague from Durham for the excellent question. And it's very important when you look at these large multinational corporations, especially McCain's, who has plants all over the world in many different countries and are able to shift production around. So when you start shifting this production around, you can imagine when you start introducing new risk to the model of intellectual property as you're working in different countries and different people get an opportunity to get their hands on your intellectual property. So companies like McCain's are hugely grateful and will be beneficiaries of this. And anybody who's actually doing research who holds these patents and holds these copyright are going to be very, very important for them. And it's going to be very important for business from the standpoint of not eroding their profits in the future. So it's that side, and especially when it comes to the food industry, because the other concern I have, and hasn't been discussed a lot here tonight, is pirated foods which come in without this safe qualities that we demand of our foods in Canada. And in absence of that, we're setting ourselves up for some very unsafe conditions, and it's going to be that'll be a huge issue.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I greatly appreciate the speech of my colleague. And, you know, certainly it's about security that we need to worry about. My question is particular to the fact that the organization such as the OECD has made it very clear that there is a need for better data when it comes to counterfeiting. It's getting late. So both under the Liberals and the Conservatives, there's been a big gap there. So maybe my colleague could kind of tell me, with respect to this legislation here, what is this government's plan with respect to collecting better data, and the proposed plan as to how they will actually do this? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for my colleague for her question. It's a good question. Obviously, there's going to be details ironed out in this, but with the new trademark and new process, it's going to make it much easier for companies, because this bill actually streamlines the process for the application of these trademarks and patents, which makes it better for business as well. And what would be maybe the unknown question on this in some cases is what is going to be the level of this which is going to actually hit the borders? It's a good question. It's hard to tell what types of shipments and that type of thing are actually going to hit the border, and the level of information which is going to be required, and how much CBSA is going to have to do. I mean, Canada, relative to the U.S., a smaller market, so they obviously have bigger challenges, and those will be the things that we'll have to ensure that CBSA keeps their commitment that they will put the teeth in this bill and they're prepared to carry it out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de La Salle-et-Maure.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Maure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put a question and thank the member for Tobique-Mactaquac. I wanted to try to pronounce the name of his riding. It's a very interesting name. I want to thank him for his speech again, and he really gave us something to think about here. And the same is true for other colleagues from the Conservative side who gave the committee things to think about. So I'd like to ask him, how many committee meetings does he think it's going to take to properly respond to the points he raised? So how many meetings? I calculate at least 3 or 4, maybe more.
Honourable Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Well, it's a good question. I'm the, as the member would know, and I would be the first to say that the committees are the masters of their own destiny. And I can speak to my committees, so at least we have proven that we've worked fairly well with the opposition in trying to get things done most of the time. And but I guess from my standpoint, this bill has been out there. The desire for this has been out there for quite some time. There have been a number of things embedded from previous reports and previous committee reports, which are actually now in this bill. So we've achieved a lot of things. I think some of the questions a number of the questions that I've heard tonight and from Halifax West and other places before, questions with respect to the cost of all this are already in the bill. So I think some of the things that individuals were talking about to be amendments, I don't think need to be amendments. And also, I think a protracted discussion on the costing and that we should just put another $140 million back into CBSA is not the right answer. I think it's a matter that CBSA is committed to carrying this out within their existing mandate. I'm not going to argue the numbers, but net, there are more Border Services officers than there was in 2006, and they have more tools, and they're using tools like e-manifest and other things for bills of lading and those types of things which come to the border now, which make their process much more efficient. So just because of a new process, it doesn't necessarily mean new money and new people.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must admit that it's with unrestrained emotion that I rise in this House with the certainty that the entire nation is watching me closely for this important debate. I would like to start out by quoting a 13th century French poet, Rutebeuf. About 700 years ago, Rutebeuf wrote, "What happened to my friends that I held so close and loved so much?" One could paraphrase that today by saying, what happened to my principles that were so dear, that I had sold so well and bragged about so much? I'm talking about the Conservative Party, of course, and the bitter disappointment that it is leaving behind. When they were in opposition, they said, we will go to Ottawa and clean things up, we will bring forth change, we will base our government on certain principles, integrity, transparency, freedom of speech, and the ability for parliamentarians to do their jobs. And what do we see, Mr. Speaker? Since the beginning of this majority Conservative government, parliamentarians are being prevented from debating issues and suggesting amendments. Gag orders are imposed. Committees are in camera, and they're doing exactly the opposite from what they had promised Canadians.
Today we're debating Bill C-56, an act to amend the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Well, what we see here is a counterfeit debate. What we see is a betrayal of democratic values. What we see is the Conservatives preventing us from debating. 47 gag orders, Mr. Speaker. 47 time allocation motions on government bills. Tonight we have with us the leader who announced yet another gag order. There's a 48th one coming, Mr. Speaker. I think the Conservatives are aiming for 50 before the end of the session. They just want to end up with an even number, Mr. Speaker. It's these same Conservatives who were tearing their hair out when there were gag orders, when they were in the opposition. But they've forgotten what happened. And now they're perfectly capable of imposing their own gag orders after 1 or 2 hours of debate, saying that there's an emergency, we absolutely have to have this bill passed, it's vital, it's essential, and they're saying to the reporters that the NDP should at least give their consent for us to be able to go home. Well, Mr. Speaker, they have to choose. They can't butter their bread on both sides. They have to choose. They're making us work. Well, we're going to make them answer our questions. So we have this bill here, and I want to say that I'm very interested in copyright issues. My father was a writer, my mother a musician. So I know these things can have an impact. Why is this important? Well, intellectual property and copyright are intimately linked, and they are fundamental issues. They're issues for creators. They're issues for people who develop products, whether those products be cultural products, whether they be commercial products, whether they be high-tech products, whether they be pharmaceutical products. So this is a debate that we really take to heart as New Democrats. I think the bill is taking us in the right direction, but as you can probably guess, I'm going to add my reservations about this. So what we've all been saying is that Conservatives need to walk the talk. The intentions are good. However, it's important to protect these rights, to protect the people who are innovating. It's important to make sure that people who have intellectual property can benefit from them. We can't tolerate simply theft of royalties when a product has been developed. We have to make sure that that property is protected. Now, it's very difficult to know what's happening on the black market because all we know is what is seized by the RCMP. And the RCMP has told us that that's gone about $7.6 million in 2005 to about $48 million in 2012. It's important to point those numbers out, Mr. Speaker, because, as my colleague pointed out earlier, that's probably only the tip of the iceberg. This is what we managed to seize. This is what we managed to detain when there are probably many counterfeit goods that are slipping through and that exist throughout our society. I think we've all traveled. Many of us have had the opportunity to travel, and you see all these young people selling watches and that have brand names on them, but that aren't actually real brand name watches. That's just one example of the kinds of things you can see when you just simply travel a little bit. In 2009, the OECD estimated that the international trade in counterfeit goods and pirated goods represented up to $250 billion worth of goods. So I think it's well worth the time to consider this issue, to take the appropriate measures. And Bill C-56 is a step in the right direction. However, as the official opposition, we would be much happier if we saw that the means accompanied the measures. Because we're not just talking about money lost here. We're talking about a risk to all Canadians and Quebecers. We learned through several testimonies that counterfeit goods represent a risk for the health and safety of Canadians. There are electrical wires, for example, and circuits that can be short-circuited, that can be dangerous. We've also heard about unhealthy or bad quality stuffing in winter coats. So this has an effect on the health and safety of those we represent, so we're very concerned about this. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to admit, though, that I'm disappointed and I am sad. I am disappointed and sad, both at the same time, Mr. Speaker. We think it's very important for Canadian businesses and individuals to have this protection. We think it's so important that we think the Conservatives should provide the appropriate means to implement these measures. We still don't know how the system being proposed in Bill C-56 will be funded. And this isn't just an insignificant detail, because this bill provides for new requirements for border officers while their funding is being cut. And that's where the Conservatives really are unmasked, because they're imposing, on the one hand, larger responsibilities, but on the other hand, they're cutting $143 million out of the budget of the Canadian Border Services Agency. So more work to do, and of course it's necessary work. However, they're not being given the means to do that extra work. And according to the CBSA, 549 full-time positions are going to be cut by 2015. So 549 full-time equivalents, Mr. Speaker. And for sure that will include border officials. So there'll be less funding, more work to do, and less people to do the work. We heard the Minister of Immigration this evening. Well, that's just great. But every time we try to show them what the consequences of blind cutting will be, we're told, no, your numbers are wrong. We're going to give you the facts. But what's strange is that last year, we were told there would be $4 billion worth of cuts in services to citizens. So we were told we're going to cut the red tape, cut bureaucracy, we're going to cut our photocopy machines down, but we're not going to affect services. We're going to cut thousands of positions, 19,000 positions, but there will be no negative impact. But then we end up with conditions like this. Now, in this case, we're talking about the Plans and Priorities report of the CBSA. They're the ones telling us that 549 positions are going to disappear. But according to the minister, the budget is going to increase by 27%. Now, I'd like him to speak to the Treasury Board president, because when he announced his plan, he said everyone has to cut from 5 to 10%. No one will escape it. No one gets away with not doing it. 5 to 10%. But every time we ask about the effect of cutting positions on services, they say, no, don't worry about it. There's going to be no impact. And there's even going to be an increase. There's going to be an increase in officers. There's going to be an increase in their budget. Well, just a minute. Every time we're told there's going to be a decrease and then there's actually an increase, well, I need to speak to the Minister of Finance, because how is he going to reach a zero deficit by 2015 if there is an increase? So he's wrong. Well, I mean, he's wrong every time. But in any case, you can't say one thing and the opposite at the same time. You can't say that we're going to increase resources, let's say for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and then at the same time say we're going to cut your agency, just like we've done with all the other departments. Last year, I thought this was absolutely fascinating, because we were looking at the budget, and we saw there would be $51 million more for the CFIA. But then when you look in the following pages, well, that's where the bad news is, towards the end. And there you see that, well, under the budget cuts over 3 years, we're going to cut $56 million to the CFIA. So I go and see someone in the department, a department official, and I say, all right, is it the $51 million more that's right, or the 56 less that's right? Well, it's $5 million less. You just have to do the math. But you see, Conservatives don't really like showing us both numbers, the reality of the cuts and the good news about the increase. But what we've noticed is that in many departments, whether it be in Services Canada or agencies, there are cuts, and these cuts hurt. Here, we have a bill before us that has all the right intentions, but unfortunately, in the field, in practice, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt citizens. And a Conservative colleague was speaking before me, And I'd just like to point out to him that if the Conservatives do not put the teeth into this bill and do not put the money into this bill, well, then it's the border officers that are going to have to try and do the work that the government isn't doing. It's going to have to find the resources that the government isn't giving them. And that adds an even further burden to people who are responsible for these services. And that's very worrisome. Under Bill C-56, border officers will have to make some various complicated assessments in order to figure out whether there's any infringing on copyright or trademark rights. So they're going to have to look at the exceptions, and they're going to have to see whether they're applicable when they're considering goods that are before them. So they have to make that determination. But even courts have had difficulty in the past in making that determination. But this time, with less resources, it's the border officers that are going to have to undertake that work. That's very sensitive, meticulous work, Mr. Speaker. And there isn't enough training or resources to allow them to do that. That's absolutely deplorable. If I were someone going through the border, let's say I was crossing our border with the States, does this mean that it's going to actually slow down the flow of people crossing the border? Does this mean that individuals are now going to have to wait longer because the border officer who is there is going to be saying, well, I'd like you to be able to go, but I'm sorry, there's a truck before you that's full of goods. So once I've checked what's inside that truck, I've got to make sure that this isn't contraband, that it's not counterfeit goods. And there are only two of us. I'm only alone to do this. Before there were two of us, but now I'm alone. So there's the concern, Mr. Speaker. It's going to increase the burden and the workload on border officers. I just want to take 2 seconds to speak about respect for border officers and the Conservative government. So the CBSA is in negotiations right now. For the first time in history, the Conservative government is going to try and impose a collective agreement on them following the recommendations on June 5th. So, once again, free collective bargaining is not being respected. The workload is going to be increased, and there's going to be no respect for their ability to negotiate their own collective agreement and their own working conditions. So they're going to have a new contract that's going to include lower increases than others have obtained before them. I think it's important to point that out, Mr. Speaker, because that's also part of the outcome of this Conservative government's approach. I also want to take this opportunity to speak about the lack of respect on the part of the Conservative government for border officers and for their ability to engage in collective bargaining. Do I have any time left, Mr. Speaker? 2 minutes. Well, then I'll use them. I want to speak again about the attitude of this government with respect to intellectual property. My colleague from Timmins James Bay earlier on in the evening told us that the President of the Treasury Board was asked about a list of the worst countries when it comes to protecting intellectual property.
One watch list.
This 301 watch list includes countries like Yemen, and North Korea. And the Conservatives think that because they're on this blacklist, along with the worst countries in the world when it comes to the protection of intellectual property, that will help us craft appropriate legislation. So we have to be on a list of the most incompetent so that we can create something more innovative. So we have to be compared to countries like Yemen so that we can finally act. That's kind of funny. And so apparently it worked. A few weeks later, Canada ended up on that list. And I think actually we should all be ashamed that our country is on the list with countries that have so little respect for copyright and intellectual property rights. I realize I only have about 30 seconds left. It's late. I'd like to thank all my colleagues for their speeches this evening. They were all excellent. The questions were excellent. And I'd also like to underscore the work that all the staff has done in the lobbies, the people supporting the caucuses, the leaders' offices. They're here to support us, and they're with us all the time, even if it's until 1 in the morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is 17 minutes past midnight, and pursuant to an order made today, it is my duty to put forward any question to deal with second reading of this bill that the House is seized with. The question is the following.
Mr. Paradis, seconded by move that Bill C-56, an act to amend the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. I just heard yeses? Yes. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-65, Respect for Communities Act.
Mrs. Aglukak, seconded by Mr. Kenny, moves that Bill C-65, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm pleased to rise this evening in the House on an important piece of legislation for the health and safety of our communities. The Respect for Communities Act puts into legislation the high bar set by the Supreme Court for supervised consumption sites and make sure communities have a say in any decisions made. Mr. Speaker, we are all well aware of the terrible consequences that drug abuse can have on drug addicts, their families, communities, and Canadian society as a whole. The production of and trafficking of drugs not only supports organized crimes, but feeds the cycle of drug addictions, putting the health and safety of Canadians at risk. In Canada, the Controlled Drug and Substances Act imposes necessary restrictions and controls on substances that can alter mental processes and harm both individual health and that of society when diverted or misused. The Controlled Drug and Substances Act has a dual purpose. It provides access to controlled substances for legitimate purposes such as medical or scientific research while keeping in place prohibitions to minimize the risk of diversion. Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act is a constitutional safety valve. It enables the government to provide access to controlled substances in exceptional but legitimate situations. For example, I have authorized Section 56 exemptions to the Red Cross so that they can have access to morphine for natural disaster relief efforts. Exemptions from the Controlled Drug and Substances Act can be granted if the exemption is necessary for medical or scientific purposes or is otherwise in the public interest. Most of the exemptions granted in Canada are for routine activities such as methadone treatments, clinical trials, and university research. These exemptions are for controlled substances obtained through legitimate or what the bill refers to as illicit sources such as a licensed manufacturer, pharmacist, or hospital. In Canada, we have only approved a very small number of exemptions to use controlled substances obtained through illegal or what is referred to in the bill as illicit sources. Virtually all the exemptions for illegal drugs are for law enforcement so that they can use seized drugs to train police dogs to detect drugs. Another one is for the well-known facility called Insight, located in downtown Eastside neighborhood of Vancouver. Insight has been operating under Section 56 exemption since 2003. On September the 30th, 2011, the Supreme Court of Canada rendered a decision in the case regarding Insight. In its decision, the court upheld the constitutionality of the possession and trafficking prohibitions of the Controlled Drug and Substance Act. The court also found that a unique set of circumstances existed in Vancouver downtown East Side, and it ordered that I grant Insight an exemption under Section 56. The court was clear that the Minister of Health maintains the discretion to grant or deny such exemptions. The court stated that this decision was not an invitation for anyone who so chooses to open a facility for drug use under the banner of a safe injection facility. The court also outlined 5 factors and evidence that the minister must consider when reviewing such application of Section 56 exemption. When we are talking about controlled substances that have been obtained illegally, we need to ask tough questions. We need to know what impact will a supervised consumption site have on a local crime rate. What are the local conditions that have led to the need for such a site? What is the regulatory structure in place to support the site? What sort of resources are available to support the maintenance of the site? And finally, we need to take into account the position of the community where this site will operate, if there is support or opposition. Our government has built upon these 5 factors in the proposed legislative approach that is being debated here today. For the majority of applicants who are applying for an exemption to use controlled substances obtained through legitimate sources, the process will not change. For example, the exemption process for individuals applying for a Section 56 exemption for clinical trials or other scientific or medical purposes involving illicit drug substances will remain the same. While substances obtained through illicit sources are potentially harmful when abused, they are developed in controlled environments where activities are regulated through federal or provincial law. They are also not supporting organized crime. What we are proposing now is to add a new section to the legislation, Section 56(1), which will deal specifically with controlled substances obtained through illicit sources. We know that these substances can seriously harm individuals as well as to the public health and safety. They are often unregulated, untested substances produced in uncontrolled environments. They could contain impurities and additives that add to the harmful effects. We also know that substances obtained illegally may support organized crime. For these reasons, the legislation put in place a separate section in the Act to deal with exemptions from illegal substances for medical, law enforcement, and other prescribed purposes. In addition, there will be a specific section relating to exemption applications that involve the use of illicit substances at supervised consumption sites. In this specific section, all the factors outlined by the Supreme Court of Canada have been detailed in the legislation to make clear what information would be required from any applicant seeking an exemption involving the use of illegal drugs at a supervised consumption site. This section would lay out the criteria that must be addressed by the applicant in order to have the application considered by the Minister of Health. The proposed legislative changes would ensure that applicants address all of the new criteria, which are based on the Supreme Court's decision, and would ensure that communities have a voice in the process. This would provide the Minister of Health with relevant information to make an informed decision that balances public health and public safety in accordance with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. Let me take this opportunity to walk you through how the process to apply for this kind of an exemption would work under the new legislation. Firstly, the applicant would have to demonstrate that they have addressed all of the criteria set out in the legislation in their application. In some cases, the information would have to be provided by the applicant before an application would be considered by the minister. For example, the applicant would have to provide a letter from the provincial or territorial minister responsible for health describing their opinion on the proposed activities, how the activities would be integrated into the provincial territorial health care system, and any treatment services that are available for individuals who would use the site. Until this letter is provided, the Minister of Health will not review the application. The applicant would have to provide information on security measures, criminal record checks, record keeping, and the establishments of procedures for the safe disposal of controlled substances and anything that facilitates their consumption. Until this information is provided, the Minister of Health will not review the application. For some of the criteria, information would have to be submitted by the applicant only if it exists. For example, an applicant would not be required to undertake new studies to create information on crime or public nuisance near the proposed site. However, if the information already exists, the applicant would have to provide it. The Minister of Health would also have the opportunity to ask the applicants to provide additional relevant information as required to help in making a decision. As well, given the importance of understanding the impact that supervised consumption sites may have on the communities in which they exist, there is a heavy emphasis on public consultation. Our government recognizes the importance of consulting with relevant community groups about a proposed supervised consumption site. We need to hear from those who are already present on the grounds in that, community, who know the specific characteristics of that community that may or may not be affected by the presence of a supervised consumption site. The proposed legislation includes a requirement to provide letters of opinion from public health and municipal officials. The Act requires that all perspectives from law enforcement, public health professionals, provincial, territorial, or municipal governments to the public are taken into account. In addition to these requirements, the Act also allows the Minister of Health to post a notice of application regarding a proposed supervised consumption site for a 90-day public comment period. This provides a clear chance for Canadians to provide their thoughts on any proposed application directly to the Minister of Health. Any relevant feedback would be taken into account in her consideration of an exemption application. Mr. Speaker, this is why the short title of this bill is the Respect for Communities Act. This consultation will be an essential part of the application process for a supervised consumption site. We need to know what those living, working, or going to school near the potential supervised consumption site think of the proposal. The changes in the legislation would also require the applicant to consult with a broad range of relevant community groups to ascertain their opinions on the proposed site and provide a report outlining their views and describing how the applicant will respond to any relevant concerns raised during the consultation. This information, as well as other specific, clearly defined application criteria meant to balance public health and safety consideration, is crucial. This new legislation provides greater transparency concerning the application process for exemptions to use controlled substances at supervised consumption sites. It also provides the minister with the necessary information to balance public health and public safety concerns in accordance with the Charter when considering an exemption application for activities for illicit substances at a supervised consumption site. As I have mentioned, one of the main purposes of the Controlled Drug Substances Act is public safety. As part of the application review process, there will be a pre-inspection to verify that the information provided in the application is accurate. For example, if an applicant states that the specific security measures exist on site, this will be verified. Given the inherent threats posed to public health and safety from controlled substances obtained through illicit sources, it is just common sense that exemptions to undertake activities with them should be limited to rare or unique circumstances. When an exemption is granted under the new regime is set to expire and the applicant applies for a new exemption, the applicant would have to address all legislated criteria. In addition, where possible, the applicant would have to provide the following information dating from the time the first exemption was first granted to the time of the most recent application. Information on any changes in crime rate in the vicinity where the site is located, and information on any impacts of the activities at the site on individual and public health. Mr. Speaker, this new approach will bring greater clarity and transparency to the way in which future applications to establish supervised consumption sites will be assessed. The proposed approach provides the legislative structure needed to properly address public health and safety concerns. Most importantly, it allows the public and key community stakeholders to have a voice. By supporting these changes in our laws, we can help to protect public health and safety, and I urge all sides of the House to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes the time we have for debate, leaving 10 minutes of questions and comments at the resumption of debate. À l'ordre.
Order, please. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie-Lamétis.
Oui. Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, on April 15th, during question period, I called on the government regarding the political involvement of Supreme Court justices in the process that led to the patriation of the Constitution of 1982, an implication raised by historian Frédéric Bastien in his book La Bataille de Londres. Let us recall that to impose a constitution on Quebec that it has always refused to sign since, Ottawa based itself on a Supreme Court decision. Mr. Bastien states that with evidence that the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Laskin, provided information to British and Canadian authorities on Supreme Court deliberations regarding the legality of the Constitution Patriation Project. The Chief Justice was providing the Government of Canada and even the British government privileged information concerning the work of the court. This raises a grave problem of the fundamental principles of the separation of powers. This is so serious that it calls into question the very legitimacy of the Supreme Court decision and the imposition of the Constitution on Quebec. We're not talking about a minor breaking of the rules here. We're talking about a violation of the basic principles of democratic institutions. In our opinion, the Prime Minister must start an independent public inquiry and commit to making public all documents that allow us to shed light on these events. Despite repeated demands by the Bloc Québécois and all members of the National Assembly of Quebec and the public in Quebec, it is impossible to find out the circumstances surrounding this determining episode in Canadian and Quebec history. In light of the allegations surrounding this saga, the only thing that is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservative government, with the complicity of other Federalist parties, it stubbornly refuses to accede to this legitimate demand on the part of Quebec. Under pressure, the Supreme Court itself has done a summary verification of its own documents without finding anything, it says, that would confirm Mr. Bastien's thesis. Under the circumstances, it's trying to avoid the controversy raised by these revelations. In addition to the Quebec government, the perception of Quebecers of the highest court in the land is highly skeptical. No fewer than 39% of the people surveyed in a recent poll feel that the Supreme Court is not neutral and independent. The government should take note of this and act accordingly by assuming its responsibilities and allowing for rapid clarification of this somber period in Quebec's history. When will the government take into account the opinion of Quebecers and stop encouraging the culture of secrecy and total confusion around a moment that has been deemed significant and determining for Canada? Mr. Speaker, the patriation of Canada's Constitution in 1982 is a significant element of our political history. While it may not interest the Prime Minister and the Conservative government, it did still have important meaning. The rules of the game were changed without Quebec's consent, which is trapped by this framework that is applied to it, despite the fact that it is not a party to this patriation. Both Federalist and Sovereigntist Quebec parties, regardless of their political stripes, have always refused to sign that constitution. Unfortunately, my presence here proves that this is still a matter of great questioning. Because of the facts exposed, I feel that national public inquiry is essential in order to understand the events that surrounded the patriation of 1982. Last we heard, it's quite clear that Quebecers are asking for frank, not misleading responses. And as long as this government is that of all Canadians, it must respond to this request that is quite legitimate. Full access to the documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We have no interest in reopening old constitutional debate. Our
government continues to focus on the real needs of Canadians, strengthening our economy, creating jobs, and the initiatives necessary to balance the budget.
Attempt to reopen these debates, Canadians can rest assured that our government's focus will be on their real priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie-Lamétis, Madame Matépédia. That's a very brief answer, Mr. Speaker. However, this vision remains silent on the judgment of the highest court in the land in 1981, which allowed the patriation without support from Quebec. The court decided that the unanimous consent of the province was not necessary, but that is a marking decision. This judge decided that the patriation could take place. The government keeps saying that this demand to open an investigation and shed light on the matter echoes old disputes, but we see that the government was quite enthusiastic about monopolizing the money of this country to commemorate the War of 1812, which was also a significant moment in our history and for this government. So what could be more significant than this controversial patriation? The government, in our opinion, has no choice but to take note of this troubling period and these serious allegations. It should investigate by instituting a public, independent inquiry that would allow us to have access to all documents, including Privy Council documents. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I just said, we're focusing our efforts on the real needs of Canadians. That's strengthening our economy, creating jobs, and initiatives necessary to balance the budget.
To attempt to reopen old constitutional debates, but Mr. Speaker, Canadians can once again rest assured that our government will be focusing on the real priorities for Canada and of Canadians. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few weeks ago, I called upon the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development concerning the International Monetary Fund sortie in the media regarding austerity measures put in place by Canada. The IMF, which is not exactly a left-wing organization on the economic spectrum, usually talks about extreme budgetary austerity in order to put world economies on the rails after a recession. However, this same organization recently admitted in public that its best economists had made a mistake about world budget predictions and the effects of austerity, and came back on its position regarding Canada's policies. The IMF stated, and I quote, "Governments were called upon to execute austerity plans with caution, since a too rapid rebalancing could exacerbate the risks." They add that lowering a debt is a marathon, not a sprint. Going too fast will kill off growth and will derail the recovery, unquote. According to the IMF, the drop in world growth will put the brakes on Canada's economic recovery. It anticipates growth of 1.7% in the Canadian economy this year and 2% next year. These forecasts are 0.2 of a point and 0.1 of a point lower, respectively, than the forecasts issued in September. This downward review allows us to believe that Canada's economy is being dragged down by various economic problems worldwide, such as the weak recovery in Europe, the drop in the price of raw materials, and the growth of the economy in emerging countries, which are not up to our expectations. The IMF is reminding Canada that it does not need to be zealous in trying to change public finances. The main challenge in the short term is to support low growth and reducing other economic vulnerability, such as the drop in the price of natural resources and raw materials. The Conservative government tends to put all its eggs in one basket. Based on these revelations, I can only question why the minister is going ahead with an EI reform that has been denounced in all quarters, including her own province. If such draconian measures are not necessary, why attack middle-class families who expect to receive the services to which they are entitled since they have paid premiums? This just proves that this reform is pointless pillaging that does nothing to improve our economy. On the contrary, these new policies weaken our regional economies, which are based on seasonal sectors quite often. Can the minister explain why she is continuing this sacking of our EI system without adjustment or consultation for no other reason than Conservative ideology? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The changes made to the EI system are designed to help workers find suitable employment. They are advantageous for them, their families, and for the local economy. Everyone wins.
Claimant would not be required to take a job unless it puts them in a better financial position than being on employment insurance. Ce que nous faisons, c'est aider.
What we're doing is helping recipients get back into the job market, not penalize them.
For people who paid into the system, who are without work, and who need it. But, Mr. Speaker, we also know that not everyone lives the same reality. Personal circumstances are different for everyone. For that very reason, the changes recognize that personal circumstances must be taken into consideration when assessing whether an employment opportunity is suitable. Nous tenons compte du temps.
We take into account the travel time, working conditions, the type of work, the salary, the work hours, and the personal situation of the claimant. No one of these factors is more important than other.
But some face challenges in finding suitable jobs. They may not know where or how to find available jobs. They may not be aware that their skills match needs in another industry or occupation. Others still may not know about the supports available to help them in their job search. The
changes that we brought to the EI system encourage and help the unemployed find work in their regions that is suitable for their skills.
Job alerts to help EI claimants with their job search. With the enhanced job alert system, individuals can receive daily notices regarding new job postings that match their profile. We're helping EI claimants get back into the job market, as they are always better off working than receiving EI.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking measures to put employers and job seekers in contact and to keep Canadians in the job market.
Across occupations and in many industries. In fact, since July 2009, employment has grown by over 1 million jobs. This represents the strongest growth by far amongst G7 countries. Of these million jobs, most of them are in full-time positions. Helping Canadians remain active participants in the labour force is important to ensure the economy's continued growth. La création d'emplois.
Job creation, economic growth, and long-term prosperity remain our top priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Shelburne, Côte-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, avec 1 million d'emplois de plus, Monsieur le Président, je pense qu'avec les relevés à la source d'assurance-emploi qu'on fait à même les payes, la Caisse devrait faire des bénéfices. Il faut savoir que le taux de chômage actuel s'élève toujours à 7,1 % au Canada, ce qui est bien au-delà du taux de chômage précédent de la récession de 2008.
Well beyond that of the 2008 recession. Moreover, the proportion of the population that has a job in Canada is maintained at 62%, which represents a gap of 400,000 jobs compared to the employment rate before the recession. So that's a drop, Mr. Speaker. We're very far from things being back to normal, and this government's austerity measures, as the IMF has pointed out, should be slowed down while being accompanied of measures to support growth. The employment insurance reform, which penalizes thousands of workers who see their access to the system more and more restricted, should be completely overhauled. Canadians deserve a fair and accessible system for all. Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker.
The employment insurance program were made to help EI claimants return to work as quickly as possible. Nous comprenons que des personnes qui veulent travailler.
We understand that people who want to work sometimes lose their jobs through no fault of their own. They can then have recourse to EI and get temporary relief while they look for a job suitable for their skills.
Some Canadians are going through trying times, and as I have said many times before in this House, for those who are unable to find work, EI will continue to be there for them, as it has always been.
I'd also like to point out that as a government, we are focused on job creation, economic growth, and long-term prosperity. That is what remains our highest priority. The honourable member for Quebec is not present to raise her question for which motion was given. Therefore, it is withdrawn.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mercredi 22 mai 2013, la motion portant que la Chambre s'adjoigne est maintenant réputée adoptée. La Chambre demande donc ajourner jusqu'à plus tard aujourd'hui à 10 heures conformément à l'article 24.
To Standing Order 24-1.